standing up against it, they don't have to do anything.
But most of these people are also military people. So, you know, it's not just normal people. Most of the people that know how to use these weapons and know, how, you know what I mean, are also ex-military or currently military. Those are also people that may rebel. So that's why
Are
we
you
have to
under the
remove the weapons.
are you under the influence that if somebody's military, then they're only going to
Hmm?
go by the law?
No, that they are also people. They are also part of the resistance because
What
most of them are, when
resistance?
they find out the truth, when they find out what's going on, are also going to go join the resistance. They're not, I don't believe all the military, I don't believe military people are going to be that stupid to turn on their own families, you know?
They're so
But if they go back
indoctrinated.
home, but if they leave and go back home to try to start, some kind of resistance, what are you going to go back home to? What, pistols and knives? You know what I
What?
mean?
Why would
Like
you
it's going
deny?
to, because that's why if you go back home and people still have their right to own an AK-40, I mean an AR-15, right? And there's going to be a lot of AR-15s, and these people in the
What?
military can leave and help the
What's an
resistance.
AR?
It's
I'd
an
rather
assault
have an
rifle.
AR-7 than an AR-15.
Well, you know what I mean, like those kinds of weapons that can hurt them.
Weapons
Weapons
is
that
a
can
good
hurt
word.
them. You know?
Yeah, weapons is a good word
Right, right.
because a lot of people think that like an AR. A lot of people call the AR-15 an assault rifle,
Oh, it's a
but
rifle and it's
assault.
it's it's common. It's popular. That's why. Easy. It's
Well, when
accessible to most
it
civilians.
comes to legalities, assault is what you do with a weapon. So you
Well,
could have a big bat.
right. My bad. Yeah. Yeah.
You could have
Automatic.
a baseball and be charged with assault
Wait. Automatic
because
rifle.
the gun is
Semi-automatic.
not an assault rifle. Assault is what you do with the weapon. That's
Right.
assault. But most people
Right.
don't even fucking know that. They're so
Well, what works?
infatuated with that Republicans and Democrats are using. They believe an assault rifle is an assault rifle. No, a rifle's a rifle. If you assault somebody with it, then you could say, yeah, you used assault with the rifle. But you can't say that the rifle is an assault rifle.
Okay.
Like that,
That's why I
you'll
said
be in court.
AR-15.
Be in court every fucking day.
I said
Even the court.
AR-15. You asked me what it is, and then I used the wrong word. My
Court knows
bad.
there's no such thing as an assault rifle.
Oh, that's like what I mean is like these bigger guns. These weapons that can hurt the military. That when they send their force
There's
and the
nothing.
resistance forms their force, the resistance is
Um,
gonna probably have a better chance at winning. Yeah.
Anything the government can have, you can have.
Right. Right.
Isn't that scary?
Right.
Isn't that scary? Considering they got nuclear bombs.
Do
According
we
to
have
the
nuclear
Constitution,
bombs?
that you can have.
Well,
Most people don't know that.
I don't have a F-35. I don't have a submarine. So I mean, I don't have a lot of things in the military.
As long as as long as you don't care about the definition of words, you'll lose in court every.
I don't plan to be in court anytime.
Well, I'm just saying. You're talking about
Um,
fucking assault rifle, dude. There's no such thing as an assault rifle.
gun,
There's
big
no
gun,
such.
big fast gun,
Assault is
big
what you
fast,
do with the rifle.
big fast strong gun. I know.
Yeah,
Yes,
fucking
yes, yes. Well, I if I
or
had a
pistol.
rifle, right, I
Assault
would be
somebody.
assaulting with. Yeah, I'd rather assault with the rifle than with a bat. Yeah, so I would definitely be assaulting. If I had a rifle and I had to use it, I would be definitely assaulting someone with it. Yep.
It's assault is like, we're pinned down. Just give fire. I don't see him. Well, throw fire. That's called assault. Just pulling the trigger over and over again, like you're in a military battle. You're assaulting the enemy. You're trying to keep them pinned down, keep them from moving.
Yeah. Cover fire
Assault
or
is what
not
you
cover
do with
fire.
the weapon.
Yes. I call my fists assault
If I hit
fists.
you in
That's
the
what I
head
call
with
them.
a baseball bat, that's called
Yes.
assault with the
Assault. Yeah.
deadly
Yeah.
weapon.
I practice martial arts. I don't practice self-defense. I practice assault offense arts. Yep.
Yeah, assault
My
is what you do
fists.
with the weapon.
Yes. My fists are assault weapons. Yes. Just
Gun
like
is a
the
weapon.
rifles and yeah. My brain is an assault weapon. I'm always assaulting the globe with it. Right?
Dude, so many people
Words.
have gotten off on, especially lately. So many people have gotten off on gun violence because they knew what a fucking assault weapon is. Any weapon, a fucking knife, baseball bat, a fucking. There's no such thing as an assault rifle.
Assault weapon.
There's no such
I,
thing as
my
an
primary.
assault rifle.
So English is my
Okay,
secondary language. Sorry.
no,
My bad, my bad, my bad. I should know better. I'm a flat earther. Sheesh.
there's no such thing as an assault. By definition.
Yeah. I'll try to use the right words next time. Assault rifle is not the right
I'm just
word,
trying to well, the
right? Yeah.
the world ain't what you think it is, but you think it is because I don't know, media, outside influences. It's not your own
Yes.
discernment of the. It's not your own discernment of the earth you live in. It's outside influences.
You know what we call the machine gun, I guess, or the automatic rifle in my language? It's translated as spinning gun. Spinning gun. Yeah.
Well, I know an LMG and an HMG.
Yeah,
Do
well, that's
you?
what we call all. That's what we call all. Automatic assault weapons.
It's not an
Right?
assault weapon. An LMG is a light machine gun.
Yeah.
An
Yeah.
HMG is a heavy machine gun.
Yeah.
And when you're using them, that's assault.
Yeah.
There's no
Of
such thing as an
course.
assault gun.
Okay. Spinning gun.
Assault is
Spinning
what you
gun.
do with weapon legally. Legally.
Automatic rifles. There you go. I think that's
It's
the right
not
word.
even an
Yep.
automatic.
High powered
There you go again.
rifles.
Thinking
Oh,
you
okay.
no. It's just a light machine gun could be a
Yeah.
semi-automatic or fully automatic. Depends on what a heavy machine gun typically is a fully automatic. But you could still have a semi-automatic heavy machine gun.
Yep. Well, what I'm saying is in our language, it's one word and it covers all the automatic, semi-automatic guns, which is fanga, that means gun, ta'avili, that means rolling, ta'avili. So, yeah, rolling gun. Because it rolls you, roll your head. Pa, 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 pa.
Right.
Yeah, heads roll.
All I know is if I hit somebody upside the head with a baseball bat, that's assault with a deadly weapon.
Yeah.
Assault with the deadly weapon.
Yes.
Because it doesn't
Up
matter the
four.
weapon you're using.
Yep.
Assault is a specific legal charge. Like assault rifle,
Physical
that's
attack on a person.
contradictory terms. That's so lazy that no lawyer would touch it unless they had the upper hand. The opponent they was against didn't know what a assault rifle was.
Sudden violent onslaught on a place or
Yeah.
physical attack on a person.
Dude, I was charged with assault with a deadly weapon by using my fists. And I'm not trying to act like a tough guy.
Are
I've
you a
literally been,
martial? Yeah.
yeah,
Were you in the military? Were you in the military?
no, I was only
Do
charged
you
by the ways it's looked.
have have you ever taken any like classes or anything
Considered
that
my
like
considered my hands assault with the deadly weapon by the way his face looked. I'm not trying to act like a tough guy, man.
No,
I
that's
was
why,
charged.
dude.
I have a
That's why.
charge. Assault with by using my
Oh,
fists.
of course. Of course. Look at his face, man.
It's
What did he
it's
look
because
like?
assault the weapon. Assault is not a gun. It's not a rifle. It's not a pistol. Assault is what you do with the weapon.
Well, I think if you would have focused those attacks, same attacks on his body, where his body took the
Uh,
punishment, I think it
he
would
had
have
braces.
been less obvious, right? And you might have gotten with just assault.
He had braces.
Well, there you go. That's why
His
they
lips
wanted to
just cut
nail
the
you.
fuck.
Yeah, they wanted to nail you for that. Yeah,
He was cut the fuck.
yeah, man.
So they charged me with assault with a deadly weapon with only using fists. A fucking assault rifle? Are you kidding me? I got
Yeah,
assault with my fist.
yeah, assault fists. Yeah.
It's not called assault fists. It's called assault with a
Okay.
deadly weapon.
Okay, then deadly weapons. Yeah, my hands
Yeah,
are deadly weapons. Don't get too
that's what
close.
they
You might
charge.
get hurt.
That's what they charge. By the way his face looked, he had braces. He was cut the fuck, dude. So was my knuckles.
Ouch. Ouch, man. Just ouch. Yeah. Teeth, gums, and everything. Ouch.
Yeah, it's not a fucking gun. You can be charged with assault with a deadly weapon just using your fists. You can
Yep.
literally have that charge legally. Legally have that charge against you.
Yep.
No
That's
fucking
why.
gun. Assault is what you do with the weapon. Bat, fists, pair of nunchucks. Assault is what you do with the weapon.
Yes. The mind is the weapon. The body
Yeah.
is the extension
Assault
of the
rifle.
weapon. Yeah. Anything the hand, the body touches, connects to, becomes an extension of the weapon. So the body is the weapon, the mind is the weapon because it's connected to the mind, and the body's connected to the mind. So yeah, pretty much. Yeah, and by the way, you hurt him. Yep.
Dude, he said he didn't want to press charges. I said I didn't want to press charges. But he was fucked up, and so was my fists. I had huge cuts on my fucking knuckles because of hitting somebody with braces.
I would have
Like
said
cuts,
his brace.
like cuts from a knife, dude. They look like cuts from a knife.
Yeah, that would have been the perfect time to say he hit my fists with his face. That's why my hands are cut up. He assaulted me with his face.
I was at a young age at the time. I won't lie, but it let me realize what assault with a deadly weapon is. The cop even said, "If you're gonna get smart with me, boy, I'll charge you with assault with a deadly weapon just off his face, just off the
Holy
way
shit,
his."
that's why. You got smart with him, eh?
I got a little smart with it because I was a little cocky because I
Uh,
won the fight. I was a little cocky about it.
um, and all of a sudden, officer, he started assaulting my fists with his face, using his braces as a weapon to cut my hands. I was like, stop. And then he fell down, and I was like,
It was
ouch,
so
my
bad I felt
hands.
bad. Yeah, but I
Yeah, I
felt
was like,
bad
oh.
talking. This guy was so fucked up. I felt bad.
Yeah, ask questions later, type of thing.
I'm not trying to sound like a badass, dude. I fucked this dude
I,
up because he had braces. Like his lips were fucking. You couldn't even call them lips. This guy was bleeding so bad it was ridiculous. All because he had braces. It's not like I did some magic ninja shit. The fucking dude had braces, and I popped him in the mouth so many fucking times. It split my fucking fists, and it split his gums like. I don't know. They
yep.
had to call the paramedics. The paramedics showed up because of how bad he was bleeding. The fucking ambulance. The fucking. Here, take you away to the hospital. You're fucked up.
Teenagers,
Yeah, I learned a lesson though. I learned a lesson.
never punch people with braces.
Never, and I'm serious. I'm not joking
I know, I
about
know,
it. You're
I
gonna
know.
fuck your hands up, dude. My hands were so shaking. They were so cut the fuck.
Yeah, yeah. Punch them in the stomach.
Nah, I just kept hitting
Body
fucking mouth.
shots. Yeah, we must take care of our hands. They're it's what we work with. So gotta look after them. Safety first.
The cop literally told me I could charge you with assault with a deadly weapon just off the way his face looks.
That's bad, man. That's bad.
I got four witnesses saying all I did was use my hands. He's like, "You want to get smart with me? I can charge you with assault with a deadly weapon right now."
Poor guy. Was he okay?
No, he was fucked up real bad, dude. Like I didn't want I didn't want it. I didn't want it that
Sucks.
bad. He was
Sucks to
bad.
be him.
He
Damn.
Podcast.
was bad, dude. He was real bad. Bleeding like a motherfucker, dude. Like
Yep. Note to
most of my
self: don't punch people with braces in the face.
Yeah, that's a good
no,
idea.
not
Lessons
repetitive.
learned.
Not repetitively. be once or twice, but not repetitively.
Right. Body shots. Braces, body shots. Pow, pow.
So hello, I'm new. I just got VC verified. Hi guys.
Welcome.
Thank
So
you.
what is you got any questions? You burning questions or anything you wanna start off with?
Oh no. I just want to put out front that I probably don't agree with you guys on the flat Earth thing. I'm a glober, but I do really respect your desire to question everything. I think that's really important, and we need more of that.
Have you questioned the globe yet?
What do you mean?
Right. Well, there's a radius.
That's why
You know,
you're BC verified.
yeah. There's a
What?
radius to the globe. You know, well, when you say we question everything, right? That's just the
Uh-huh.
beginning. Is the radius of the globe is a certain distance, 3,959 miles.
Okay.
You know, and that gives us a curvature rate, just like all balls do, all spheres do. This
Mm-hmm.
this curvature rate does not exist. And according to this curvature rate, we shouldn't be able to see past 1.225 miles, right? Like
Well,
if
it
you're
depends on
standing on the
your
beach.
altitude and the altitude of the thing you're looking at.
Yeah. If you're standing on the beach, right, 6 feet off the ground, right, you shouldn't be able to see
Okay.
past. This is yep, yep,
Average human eye level. Yep.
yep. So because we see so much farther than the so-called curvature, okay, I can't
Do
see the
we?
curvature from here, right? Yes, we do.
Do we?
We're
Do we?
yes, we do. Yeah, we're told
Oh,
that
you
we're
mean we're
told.
capable of seeing so much farther than the curvature, meaning our eyes can see things that much farther. I'm trying to understand.
It means that the ground that we're looking across is not curving, right? And not curving according to the radius. It's not curving at all, right? So we go up and we see that it still appears like it's not
What
curving.
about a boat on a lake, 2 miles down the lake, and you shine a
Right,
laser on a target, right? Like that.
right,
That's
right,
an experiment
right.
we're all aware of, right?
Yes. The
He's only
problem is,
asking that question because you didn't specify radius. You said radius, but
no.
you
He said
didn't.
No, you
2 miles.
said like
No, he said two.
3,900 something miles.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
said
but
two
he didn't
miles.
understand
He said
why
he
it's
said
uncomfortable.
2 miles. No, he said if it was 2 miles, right? Well, the problem with that,
I didn't say 2 miles.
I mean, you said there's a boat out there, right? How do we explain that there was a boat?
Yeah. I did use 2 miles as an example.
Yeah,
I'm just,
right.
10 miles, we'll say, or 20 miles, or one
Okay, yeah,
mile, or whatever.
right, right. The
Well, what are
problem
you
with
going to
that,
use?
the problem with that is that if you go up just a little bit in elevation, that boat comes right
Hmm.
back. If you zoom in and you zoom in, the boat comes right back. It didn't go over anything, right? It went past your angular, because the plane beneath us, right, meets the sky above us at a certain distance. We call that the horizon, right? And when we go
Hmm.
up that horizon,
Something
the plane
to
beneath
die.
us, we see more of the plane, right? And that's what happens to that boat when we go up a little bit. We see that it's still on the plane, that it did not go around the so-called curvature that NASA says supposed to disappear bottom first.
Yeah, but if you go up, you should see more.
Yes, on a plane,
Yeah, but
right?
Earth.
No, even on a ball, you should see more. Yeah, and not a
Fair
lot
enough.
more, but some more.
Would
Yes,
it be
fair
more
enough.
flatness or more curve?
Well, I
The
mean, I
higher
don't
you
think it
go.
matters.
Yeah, but the problem is when you go
Sorry.
up and see more on the ball, right? A little bit more on the ball should be dropping down into that ball, right? And
Yeah, but when you go up, you're gonna see farther, just not a lot farther.
this is what, yeah, but not on a ball, right? Like on a ball, there is a geometric horizon. On a
Yeah,
plane, there's no,
I hear what you're
yeah,
saying. I
right,
understand what you're
right,
saying.
right. On a plane, though,
What's that?
you have a transparent, I mean, what you call it, an apparent horizon. So the big difference is that a geometric horizon will not rise up to meet, like keep rising up so you can see more and more, right? A geometric horizon, if you put something on the ball and move away from it, up away from it, will start dropping down into said ball. Only a plane, right, would allow you to see more and more and more, and the horizon keeps moving back and back, and it's still not falling down into a ball, whatever shape.
Well, you don't know what's happening. You just know what you can see.
We know that 120,000 feet, the Red Bull jump happened, and there was a horizon right outside the camera. And we know that Neil deGrasse Tyson had to get on the YouTube and explain that that stuff is flat. You're not going to see curvature at that
It was the
height.
wide angle camera. It was a wide angle camera.
Right,
And
but look,
that's
if it
gonna
was a
have curvature
ball,
where it doesn't necessarily exist. I've never been to 120,000 feet. I can't tell
right,
you if
right,
if there's curvature at that
right,
altitude.
right.
And when you look at the scale that the Earth is supposed to be, that we're told it is, that we've measured it to be, 120,000 feet is almost nothing.
Well, then what is
100,
it that tells you there is curvature?
right.
Well, I
What is it
mean,
that
we send rockets to space all the time. I'm assuming that we're going to have a hard time believing that here.
are you
No, 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 no,
are
no,
you
no. Hold up, stop. Wait, guys, wait. 1.22, 1.225 miles. Okay, that number, okay, comes from the radius of the globe. In other words, if the globe was a ball of this radius, right, we should 100% see the horizon drop down into that ball if we were to go up just to 20,000 feet, just 10,000 feet, because it's a geometric horizon. That's why. Because the radius tells us.
Um,
No, no, no.
I'm not gonna I'm not trying to argue. I'm just saying I'll need I'm kind of drunk right now and I'm ready for. But
right.
I'd do some math on that, and like if we go up 0.1%, which I think is what you're talking about, or 0.01%, something really small, like you're not going to see much difference or any at all.
what's
The radius.
0.01% compared to the full percent? What's the full percent when you say
Well, no,
0.01?
yeah, that's the thing. I'm not trying to make an argument here. I'm
Well,
just
yeah,
saying, like, if if you look at like the radius of the Earth and you go up like just a like a hair above the surface. Like my understanding is the Earth is so big that um the amount
Yep.
that Everest extends into the sky would be like a smoother than a cue ball if the cue ball was planet Earth.
Right. The next
Oh, so
question
you're
is,
Neil deGrasse.
but no, yeah, but now you're saying that the Earth does not have a radius. You're saying that the radius of the Earth is not 3,959 miles. You're saying that the Earth is so big that it looks flat. You're saying that the radius of
Well,
the Earth
hold
is
on. I mean,
way
I can
bigger
bust
than
out the
that.
calculator. 3,959 miles. That's the radius
That's
that
that's
we're
that's
told.
that's the claimed radius. Yeah, 25,000 miles
39
circumference.
3959 miles.
Yeah, there's
Oh,
a curvature calculator that was created by one of the globe Neil deGrasse Tyson and this guy named Mike West. Okay, these are called science communicators. He came here. He used to be a game developer. He developed a curve calculator that all these people use to calculate curvature, and he even agrees when he came here that there is no known measurable or observable curvature. So
So,
you can use his calculator. Yep, go
3,900.
ahead.
Like, I'm not trying to argue. I'm not trying to get into an argument tonight. Maybe tomorrow we can or something.
Yeah, because you're
Um,
having some drinks. Yeah, I totally agree. Go ahead. Go ahead.
oh yeah, I'm already drunk. Yeah, and I'm ready for bed. I spent a half an hour
Right,
trying to
right.
get BC privileges.
Go ahead,
and
man.
I gotta work. I gotta work in 6.5 hours.
All right, all right, all
But
right. Do what you need.
so I did the math. 3959 times 5,280 gives us a total of 20,903,520 feet. Right. So if we go up 20,000 feet or 30,000 feet, let's go up 30,000 feet, which is the top of Everest compared to sea level.
Did you say? Wait.
30,
Hey, hold on, hold on. Okay, what is that in miles? The 20 million feet. What is that in miles? Come on, man.
Oh, yeah, it's 3,959 miles, which is what you said. I'm taking your numbers, which is what you said
Okay.
the Earth is
Okay, thanks.
in
Yeah.
radius.
Yeah.
I'm using your numbers. I'm like, yeah. Oh,
It's
okay,
not
so
my
we have.
numbers. These are their numbers. These aren't my numbers. Their numbers. Go ahead.
Okay, well, the numbers we're using today. Is that acceptable?
Perfect. Yes. And
So I'm
And
still
what?
I'm still typing the numbers into the calculator. I'm just trying to like figure out what percentage of the radius
Man, you're missing only one
Everest
point
would
when
be.
you're missing only one point when you want to figure out. You have that number.
Okay,
That's great.
help
Now
me
you
out.
need to go out.
Help me out.
Now you need to go. Now you need to go out with that number. You cannot calculate at home, because from home you don't see anything.
yeah.
Now
He
you need to go to that sea level what you mentioned before. Sea level, and then you measure that mountain is called Mount Everest, and you know that Mount Everest is height 8,000 meters. Do you know why? Because you had that sea level.
I don't understand.
You don't understand. Can you measure elevation on the curved surface?
No, tell him again. Tell him again, because you did it right. He just didn't catch it.
You said
Explain
sea
it to him.
level.
Like you did.
That
yeah. Hey, let me.
mount.
Do you have? Are you in? Wait. Are you in live stream voice text?
I am.
Okay. I'm gonna post this thing called the Black Swan. Okay. It's just a photo. You can
Yeah,
download
yeah.
it and sleep on it if you want. Yeah, but it explains what we're trying to explain to you pretty much. But yeah, if I'll read it. I'll read it. Modus tollens, right? Modus tollens is like a logical thing. If something is P, right, then Q, right, should be what it looks like. And if it's not Q, then it's not P. So for example, if the Earth is a ball, right, P, then it should have curvature or Q. Okay. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius 3,959 miles, that's P, then every horizon distance, when you look around you and see the horizon, right, that measurement can't be more than 1.225 square root of the height of the observer, you. Okay? This is on the ball, right? But when we look at it, we don't have Q. We don't measure or see curvature when we do this. Therefore, it's not a ball. You understand how that
No,
works?
not at all.
Okay. If ball,
Um,
then curved.
but
If ball, let
look,
me simplify. One last thing. If ball, then curved surface. If not curved surface, then can't be a ball. That's what it means.
okay. What my answer is, give me some time to sleep on this and or get sober,
Yep.
because I am drunk.
Yep.
Yep. Only one important thing: you will not find one flat earther telling you from home, "Look, I made calculation. The Earth is flat." You know.
Okay, so there is one thing I would like to broach right now.
Can I ask you one? Can I ask you one question? Did you get it? That
Let him ask. Let him talk. Hold on.
No,
He
no,
has to
no, no.
go.
I'm
He has to
moving
work.
on because I'd like to revisit
Yep.
this when I'm in
Oh,
a more
okay.
more sane
Okay.
mind.
Thank you. Thank you for not listening me. Okay. Thanks.
I don't mean that insultingly.
He has to go soon, Sasha. That's why he has to go sleep. And he's
Yep.
drunk. He's drinking.
My
Okay.
my brain is elsewhere. I'm thinking about
Can we
bed right
can we
now, to be
can we
honest.
do like this when you come next time? Very good. Can we do like this? Then we don't listen to you, and we will do like this, and we will be drunk then.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
I'm sorry for
Good
insulting
position.
you.
A good position, huh?
Like, I hear what you're saying, but I did not come in here expecting an argument right out of the gate. I was just trying to get some things on the table.
It's okay. It's okay. It's a misunderstanding. Go ahead. Ask your question.
What
It's
table?
not a question. It's not a question. It's just an argument I've heard about the flat Earth that I don't think you guys probably subscribe to, but I just like to make sure that we're not there. And it's when you're flying on an airplane, they don't dip the nose to follow the ball. I'm sure you've heard that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I am a pilot. I fly little tiny airplanes that hold two people. And we don't move the nose of the airplane at all in relation to the Earth. You set your speed with the attitude of the airplane, basically how the nose is. That's how you set your speed. And you set your altitude above the Earth with your throttle. So if you want to go lower, you let the throttle out a little. If you want to go higher, you put more throttle in.
Lift, right? You're managing the lift.
Yeah, I mean lift, drag, gravity. Like there's four forces, right? Thrust, lift, drag, and gravity.
We'll cover that when you come back. We'll cover the gravity part. When
Okay. Yeah. I want to say hi. I'm gonna get out of here right now. And I will absolutely be back tomorrow. And I'm very much looking forward to talking to you guys about all of this shit.
Hey, thanks, man. Can't wait till you come back.
Yeah.
Have a
I'll
good
be
one.
here
Take care.
about 18 hours from now or so.
We'll be here. We're here 24/7.
All right. Cheers,
Take it
guys.
easy. You too, mate. Yep. Thank you. Hey, that sounds like a good one. Can't wait till he's back.
didn't sound too bad actually.
Yeah, sounded genuine.
A bit.
Well, he did say
When I
they don't tilt the nose. They don't tilt the
Oh,
nose.
Bong, can you imagine people coming? Listen this carefully. Can you imagine people coming here and speaking about ether and bullshitting stuff? You know? Can you imagine people here coming drunk like Helio, and bullshitting stuff? Can you imagine that? Can you imagine me saying? Can you imagine me saying something and be muted because of that? What I said now?
Who's muting you?
I don't know. I want to ask who muted me.
I don't know.
I did because
I'll
you
talk
just tell him you tell him no. How about we don't speak to you?
Right.
And then he was going
Dempsey,
away from what he was trying to
Dempsey,
say. He was trying to
Dempsey,
say something before he said he was gonna
Dempsey,
leave. He said he was gonna leave, and he was trying to say something, and you were telling him no. We're gonna get drunk and we're not gonna speak to you. And then he
Okay.
was like.
No, Jamesy, that was not the point. You get very very wrong and very not correctly, But next time, Jamesy, I respect you. But next time when you want to speak about light and rainbows, don't speak about that, but because of bullshit,
No, he wasn't getting what you were trying to. The guy was
Sasha,
But
drunk.
Sasha,
Dempsey,
Sasha,
Dempsey,
keep my name out of your mouth, bro.
Dempsey,
This
Dempsey,
doesn't have anything to do with me. You were saying something about me.
Sasha's talking to me. Listen, I'm talking to Sasha at the moment. So the thing is that the guy was drunk, he was in a rush, and then he wasn't understanding what you were saying. So we wanted to hear and kind of have like a back and forth real quick before he left. And you were
Jamesy,
telling him this stuff that we were not gonna speak to him. So then I was just okay. Let's stop this
Okay.
right now. And then he was gonna get out what he wanted to say, and then he was gonna leave, and that's what happened.
This is good point. Okay, can you do that now? From now,
What I heard.
Helio, wait.
All right, I will.
Helio, wait.
Go ahead.
Can you
Give him
do that,
about-
James? Now, from now, can I say it? Can you, James, do that from now till every day and every fucking day with everybody, not only with me?
Nobody can.
No, I can do it
24/7.
every day.
great.
I can do it every day.
Okay, good. Can you stop that? Do that with me, please, James.
Together 30 yards.
No, we actually can.
control you, Sasha, you know, with some
I've
of that
muted
bullshit?
Helio
Yes, we
many
can.
times. I've
I don't,
muted
I don't,
Helio many
I don't,
times.
I don't care.
I've muted
I don't care.
other people many times, so it's not a big deal.
I don't
The
care.
guy was
I don't care. I tell you, I
I
don't
think
care anymore
Sasha.
because
yeah, it's okay.
What do
That's
you care
the
about,
whole thing
Sasha?
that you
What do
don't
you care
care.
about?
That's the whole
no,
thing that
Hey,
you
what's
don't
no,
up?
no,
care. But
no,
Stop.
no, Jamesy, this time you will not pass with this. This time you will not pass with this bullshit. Don't speak me
what
like that.
bullshit?
This is this
Wait,
childish
wait,
bullshit. This
wait,
childish bullshit.
Sasha,
Don't fucking
Sasha.
unmute me. Don't
Wait,
mute me
wait,
again
wait.
because of
All
this
right, all right.
bullshit. Mute me when I make fucking big confusion in the room. Then mute me.
It-
You know.
What?
N-
Yeah, that's why.
No,
That's
thank
So,
you.
why, Sasha.
meaning right
Sasha.
now,
No,
I can mute you right
Wait,
now, but I don't want
no,
to.
don't mute
no,
Sasha, man. Stop. Stop.
Helio,
Everybody, stop.
Helio,
Sasha.
can you?
Wait,
I, I,
Sasha.
I, I
Sasha.
dare you that you cannot do that. You don't have that power. You
Sasha.
can mute
Wait,
me. You know.
Sasha. Wait, wait.
Hey,
There was a
Sasha, I
big
muted you and
miscommunication.
unmuted you just to listen to the guy what
There,
he wanted to say
there
before
was.
he
Yeah.
left. See, we didn't
There,
have
there
time to
was.
be arguing about silly things. He came in, he said he was gonna leave, and I
Jamesy,
wanted to
like
Yeah.
hear
you,
that to the end,
Jamesy.
and that's exactly what we got.
Okay,
There was a
great,
big.
Jamesy. I have. I think that I have that click in myself. You know, and I will do it myself if I'm making confusion in the room. But okay,
Okay.
And
Yeah.
that's what
ne-
Yeah.
you were
I
doing
agree.
because the guys
I
wasn't
agree.
understanding what you were saying.
Jamesy,
I
that's
agree. Yeah.
bullshit. I'm telling you now, and again, that's bullshit. You will have in this room
No,
so many you now listen to me. You will have in this room confusion. You will not do that. Do you understand me, Jamesy? You will
bullshit
have
smells, and that
you
is
will
not
have
bullshit. That is what
James,
is
you
called
listen to me.
moderation.
I will point it you out. You will have bigger and every day bigger confusion that this one was last 10 minutes. You know how much bigger than ever.
It's
You will not do
is that
anything.
is that why you guys who muted you so you can do all this
No,
bullshit
no,
spiel
no,
that you're doing
Jamesy.
right now?
Jamesy, I'm respect you, man, in every fucking sense.
Me
Doesn't
too. Me
matter.
too. I just wanted to moderate because there was a quick
I'm only
conversation that was happening, and I wanted to
I'm
finish and the guy come back instead of
Jamesy.
being
This is
looking
not
for an
first
argument with the
time
guy.
that I'm speaking about this. This is not first time. And I said I will not speak about this anymore, and I hope it will not happen to me again. And it happened to
All right,
me again,
all
not
right,
to
Sasha,
Vitzik,
Sasha.
not
Since
to you,
it's
Helio.
not, it won't happen again if you shut the fuck up
No,
about
How
it.
about
no.
how about
Let's
Helio? This is
stop.
how about this? Da se ti goniš malo tri pičke matine pizdati materina usrana. How about this?
Sasha,
This is better. I
Sasha,
know
you
it's
got muted
better.
for 10
English
seconds,
only,
Sasha.
English only,
Hey,
Sasha.
Okay, can you
hey,
shut the
Sasha,
fuck up, motherfucker? It's easy to say,
you got muted for 10 seconds, bro. Come on, like it's not a big deal.
Sasha is right, though.
Okay,
Every time I come in, he's
don't
always
worry.
muted. Somebody's muted
Shoot
him.
Sasha, it's easy. He's
But
fucking silver. He's nobody. I can boot him.
yeah,
No, I'm
yeah,
not speaking
no,
about you, Jamesy.
no,
I'm not speaking about you.
yeah, yeah.
I mean, you
Don't
were
mute
talking
Sasha.
about me when I
Don't,
wasn't even here.
Do you
So
want that I speak about you, Helio?
yeah, fucking say it.
stop, stop,
Okay,
stop,
great. I can
stop,
bullshit it
stop.
like
Wait,
a
wait, wait, wait.
I can bullshit here
I,
for 1 hour,
want to,
and it's all
say
right,
something. I want to say something, please. We were having a good talk. Somebody comes in, and now this is how we are. I don't. I think the miscommunication is kind of like blown every.
Yeah,
You're
I
right.
agree.
Listen, it's
I
very
agree, Bone.
simple.
You're
I
right.
agree,
Listen,
Bone.
it's
Yeah, yeah.
But the
listen,
miss.
guys.
No, no.
Bon,
Wait. Sasha's trying to address something that's been happening to him here. Okay, that's why I think we should listen to it. Because every time I come here, he's always muted. I have to unmute him. So
always?
please, can we give
Since
him a little
when?
bit more
No,
respect?
James, that's not true. It's not always.
And
But this situation happening to me, and I'm hoping that I'm not a rude person in the room. And am
yeah,
I? Am I that
No,
no,
it
who is
wasn't.
making?
It wasn't. Listen, it wasn't you as a person. I've been in the VC for long hours, and Bong has been speaking to James for hours and hours, and
I
then
know that.
this Glober joined, and he said, he was gonna leave in a little bit, and Bong was trying to bring some points, and he wasn't understanding what you were saying,
and you were kind of upset by that, and then I said, okay, let's try to hear what he has to say, and not
Listen,
argue with him before he goes. So we got what we wanted to get. The guy joined. The guy said a few things, put a few things on the table, and then he said he was gonna come back. That's it. It's not a big deal.
I don't
yeah,
think it's
but
a big deal either. But Sasha's making a big deal out of it.
oh yeah, Helio. But look at this. How is about this that you say to me, Sasha? Look, this guy will go now.
No, you brought my name into the conversation because the guy was drinking. You know, so
None about
you
that.
didn't have to say that. Stop. You didn't have to say that.
Okay,
Okay, let's just get
okay.
back on track real quick, man.
Listen. I muted you for 10 seconds, and then I unmuted you because I don't want to mute you for whatever
Helio,
other reasons. I just muted you so we can finish the conversation with the guy, and that's it.
Helio, sorry because I used your name. Next time we'll use another name and another and another and another and another and
all right,
another. It doesn't matter.
cool,
You know?
yeah, I mean, cool, but
And
it's
you know
like,
what? It will not be mine on that list.
hey, it's obviously, I mean,
I've been obviously. I will be mute. Obviously, I
I'm
will be
here
muted.
inebriated sometimes, and that's but I don't necessarily try to cause a big problem. I don't know why you would think that you would put my name in your mouth about that. It's like with some
Because
Glover that's
if I
drunk.
have a power, I will mute you every 10 minutes.
No, you can't do that. So anyway,
Why?
that's,
Why I am muted?
well,
Well, we're gonna stop. We're
yeah,
gonna stop.
Huh,
just
Helio?
it's
Let's
just
reset,
retarded.
guys.
This is dumb.
Hey, can you
I shouldn't
guys?
even have joined, whatever. But I heard my name,
If you
but
want
it's
to
not
discuss
that.
about that, Helio, I'm open.
Oh,
Let's
bro,
discuss about it.
I'm open, bro. I'm here a lot, so I mean, you can talk to me about it
For
anytime.
example, I don't want to mute nobody.
All right,
I want to
is there a
unmute.
difference between a drunk flat earther and a drunk glober? Yes.
No,
Yes.
no.
Really?
Oh,
All right.
what? What is the difference? Their model?
No, they are both drunk and one is wrong.
So they're both wrong because they're drunk. Is that what it is?
No, they're both drunk and one is wrong. I told you.
Okay. Well, then why would you freaking bring my name into it when I'm not even fucking here when you were talking about it?
Anyways, the name of that guy
All right.
was Think something. I forget now. I think we should prepare something for him because he's gonna be back. He'll be back in 18 hours. He's got his day scheduled. He has to go to work. So I think this guy might be pretty good. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like, what was his name again? Shit.
It was safety third. Safety third.
Yes. Safety third. Yeah. When he comes back, let's have some tea ready. You know what I mean?
Bong. Now every time when somebody, we will have many persons, and person will say, "I will go home," and I don't have power. I will say, "Bong, mute all people because this guy must go," and blah blah blah, and that this will. I. This is like a fifth time that I'm telling people to not mute people because of tell them. Tell me, fuck, Bong, when you was like fighting with the Helio, that everything happened like 2 days ago. The IE move us everybody in the voice stream too because of
to
of
shock
chaos.
people out of it. Yeah.
And you was chaos. Don't do and I ask you, can you leave fucking Bong 5 minutes to make first confusion because I didn't felt confusion. And you could not say nothing about. And you were speaking about flat earth, nothing else. You could not say 5 minutes. You could not speak for 5 minutes straight.
Yeah, I know. I
1
kept
minute.
trying to get back to the point. Wow, but I think that's a psychological thing, that all debates have to be
I'm
careful
listening.
about
Fucking
that.
I'm listening everything, and now I'm the point to be muted. My God, what the fuck is going on?
No, hold on. Bottom line, I love you, Sasha. I'm just saying. I was just like, yeah, comparing, drunk people on the internet. I mean, it's kind of like, it's fine. Obviously, I own the
I
tag
I
of
I didn't want
drunkard
to.
or
I
whatever.
didn't want to offend you. Like a person or something, or that came from my mouth, or blah blah blah. It's not nice even. For that
Yeah.
I
No,
need to be.
I
Wait,
totally get it.
what
I mean,
Sasha, what I agree with Sasha saying is that night when I was trying to do this, that I should have muted you. And I agree with him. If you're gonna mute him for something like this, that's what he's saying. And what you did that night is totally deserving of a mute when you were drunk and just going off about, personal things
Yeah,
and this
yeah. But
guy's asking us
let's
questions. So stop muting Sasha.
no.
That's an
Let's say
order.
like
no,
this.
I,
Also,
I, I
Hillier,
can't,
you're right.
I can't think of
No,
any
Hillier,
time I've ever muted Sasha.
no,
Maybe I
Hillier, you're
did.
right with no, Bonk. He's right with that
Everyone.
because I call his name in particularly, and that was like
Sure, but I'm a
it's
notorious
like
drunk, so that's the thing.
no,
I
no,
don't
no, no,
blame you
no, no.
for
I'm
saying
not.
that, but
No,
don't
that
compare
was
me
not
to
my.
these idiot
Yeah,
Glover drunks.
I was not thinking about that. I was thinking more about what Bonk said in a sense that he could not reach the point, and nothing happened. Okay, let's
Yeah.
go.
No,
Everything is
sure,
all
yeah,
right.
yeah. I mean, I just want to
It
set
would piss
everything
me off
straight
too.
because I really like you, Sasha, and so yeah. I mean, I won't ever mute you. When you're making some really good points, I just was wondering why you're comparing me to this stupid Glober drunk.
No, no,
Uh,
no, no, no,
It's not,
no.
it's because we're mods and we're the ones behaving, that way, right? But we don't mute each other. We actually distract from the topic, right? But he, right? When Sasha came in, of course he kind of most misunderstood it, understanding what was happening. But he came in about flat Earth, and you muted him, even though he didn't understand, was
I
confused what
didn't
was
mute
happening.
him.
Not you when Jamesy
Oh,
muted him, right? Because we're trying
it
to
was
get some points
Jamesy because
across,
we
right?
were
Right?
arguing. And he
Yep.
just wanted to get everything done.
But
Sasha's point is,
No, no,
Sasha's
no,
point
no, no,
is,
no, 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 no.
it's not deserving of a mute because he is not drunk and he can get that he's confused and back off and mute himself. He can do that, and it's not deserving of what is deserving of a mute is the way we behaved that night. Is that the people were trying to talk about flat Earth and we kept like attacking each other about
Oh, okay, yeah. I
You know what I
see.
mean? It's just natural, normal stuff that anybody would be pissed off about. Especially when your leaders are acting like a bunch of assholes and you're just trying to talk
and
about flat Earth. Go ahead.
and listen, this
They're
it's
mods.
true. It was not long, but I didn't know that will be long. Every time was long in the past, And first, you can look in voice text chat. I wrote, "Bong, unmute me," because I need to ask some. No, shut up, Eddie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I get muted
Stop
by
muting.
like Jamesy muted, like he said, he muted me several times when I'm out of control. And I don't mind it because I actually
yeah,
when
but
I actually don't know sometimes when I'm out of control.
yeah, that's all
I
right.
don't
Philip,
really
but
take
I'm
offense
saying
too much.
I'm
Yeah,
offended
well,
only with this. That means that I was out of control, and I don't feel myself that I was out of control.
Oh, sure.
Well, you included we. You said we won't speak to you, whatever, when you come back, and we're gonna get drunk. I was like, okay, Sasha is, and then the guy was getting off what we were talking about. So yeah, and Bon was speaking to him. So just for that allowance and for the sake of the conversation and have the conclusion that we had, I think for me that was at that moment the right decision.
Yeah.
I told him that flat earther will not stay at home and calculate at home that earth is flat. They will go outside and measure that it's flat. And he didn't listen to that. He said he spoke about 1%. That's what's important to speak
But
about
Sasa,
1%.
shouldn't you respect the moderation? I mean, even though you disagree with us, shouldn't you respect the moderation?
Yeah,
When it comes to that.
he's,
nobody was
he
moderating
does.
me. Really, nobody was moderating me
It,
either because
that's
at
not.
that moment, somebody.
You're missing. I got this one. You're missing the point. Okay, you get muted. All right, and people forget to unmute you. Okay, not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, not 5 times, like 6 times. Okay, like all the time. Like that's what he's saying. Okay, it's not that he respects the moderation. Gotta respect him.
Like
Okay,
Sasha, look, Sasha,
moving
he
on.
will.
Go
Yeah, I
ahead.
mean, moderators get muted too. So don't take offense. It's for the sake
QE
of the
muted me
conversation,
last
just
week.
like
I
Zenzi
didn't
was
cry.
saying.
So, anyways, I
Just
muted you
leave
like for
me all
10,
the
20
time.
seconds. It's not a big deal.
It's all good, man. Yeah, I mean, just respect one another, right? I mean, we know when to do it and when not to do it. We can.
Love,
I don't know.
Rose. It's all
I
love.
hate being fucking mod. I hate being mod. I hate being in charge. I hate having power. Wish I could just be a blue little earther, like
Just like if
blue
there's
little
a
flat earther.
conversation going on and somebody's a little out of control, but you want the conversation to flow, then you're gonna
In
have to
the
mute somebody every once in a while. I mean, it's kind of the way it goes. I mean, if they get pissed off and then make a big deal about it, then you're gonna have to mute them again. You know.
Well, let's just reserve our
in,
muting powers for globies that disrupt. Yeah, how about that?
No, you have to mute flat earthers sometimes too. So
no, Bong, it will happen again in the and we need this for 5 minutes, 10 minutes also. Like Ether, if Ether has time, then we have time also for this. That's all. I need to bring my daughter in school everything. So
well,
I
next
will
time we
listen.
mute you, Sasha, it's going to be in space time.
But whoever mute me, I will ask somebody. You know, or I will maybe ask you, Helio. Helio, fuck, unmute me. Somebody mute me.
Oh, sure. So, I mean, but dude, I love your argument, Sasha, but it's just like it's not just me and dude. Like I said, I get muted by other people all the time.
No,
It's just
I'm
like
telling you
when
this.
it happens, it's just like just go, oh,
This
okay,
is
you know.
this is important part. What you are all missing. That means this. Sasha was crossing the line. That means that moderator is doing this. Sasha, listen, and then Sasha stop immediately.
Because you can't
Yeah,
talk because you were muted. That's why.
yeah. But
Y-
if you
And
tell me, Sasha, you are crossing the line. Can you now?
sure, if I mute
And
you, I'll message you and say, "Hey, I
no, don't
muted you."
mute me, Helio.
Don't mute him. He's saying use your mouth, okay, and say,
Yeah,
Sasha, please wait, and he will wait. That's what he's
And
saying.
I think that often happens with a lot of people, but
but
I
with
mean, it
Sasha that
doesn't
happened.
always work for a lot of people, even if they're
Maybe
not
you will.
drunk. Even if they're
I'm
not
telling.
drunk, a lot of
I'm
people
telling.
have diarrhea of the mouth.
I'm
You know what
telling
I'm
now. It's not
saying?
working.
Yeah, but we're not talking about other people. We're talking about Sasha.
No,
Okay, so yeah, exactly. Yeah, just say
fucking love you guys. This is the best place on earth to talk about Earth. Let's continue the conversation.
all right. We good? Forward march.
Everybody's good. Forward march. I watched Full Metal Jacket again the other night. I freaking love that movie. Don't you guys love that movie?
Not really.
You hate to
Like
love it. You hate to love it. It's just like
uh,
I
I
would
hate that I
never
love
want
it.
to be a Marine. See, you're in the Navy, Bong. So it was a different kind of
Oh,
right. Or I don't know. I wouldn't know. I've never been in the military, but boot camp for the Navy was a little different than the
it's
Marine boot.
like it's you know how QE when QE is in here? Yeah, it's just like
Yeah,
that.
he was Air Force.
That's exactly what being in boot camp is like. When QE is in here and he's talking to us, that's boot camp. Like literally what it sounds like and feels like. Like I don't know how to explain it. Like
Yeah, but
literally.
that's not Marine boot camp, right?
Oh,
It's
this
Full
is how
Metal
they.
Jacket.
This is how they talk to you. This is how you're spoken to. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Just like
more
Full Metal Jacket.
intellectual. It's just like, dude, I get it. But I'm like, when I was watching Full Metal Jacket, um, and I watched it when it first came out, and I've watched it at least 10 times, I think. One of my favorite movies, but in Marine boot camp is totally different than Air Force or Navy boot camp. Am I wrong about that? I'm not sure.
By the time I got into boot camp, they changed a lot of things. It got a lot softer, and this whole
They can't
like
hit you in the face.
well, it's changed, right? It's the new thinking man's navy, right? Military. You gotta, yeah, it's changed. So what you saw in Full Metal Jacket, that's not what it is today.
Have you ever watched some of those videos where they analyze the Full Metal Jacket Marine camp boot camp video? There's like somebody that's a Marine that went through boot camp, and
No,
you haven't seen that? No, hold on, let me find
no.
it. It's interesting to have someone that's been through the Marine boot camp analyze the
Explain
video
it.
and say, "Oh, this is interesting."
Mike could probably explain it just by
Yeah,
watching what I
yeah.
do.
Mike has explained it, on here
Yeah.
a few times.
How
So
is he,
yeah,
man? You
yeah. But
still over
it's
there?
really kind of
Shit.
like it's almost like that, It's just like Private Pile. It's just like he's in your fucking face.
Dude, a fucking
Private
donut, man.
Joker, all
We
that
had a
shit.
private pile in our division. Somebody stole a donut. Everybody fucking laughed because Full Metal Jacket.
Oh,
The,
really?
the
So it was already
the
a thing.
instructor, the instructor laughed. The guy that stole the donut laughed. We're just
But he didn't get hit
this
in the face.
motherfucker
It gave him
exists.
the nuts.
I was like, I can't believe this is real. Private pile is real, man.
Yeah,
But we
bro.
did
But
it. We
it's
didn't
just
soak
like
him, we don't do
it's.
that shit. Yeah.
I'm gonna send you a video of a guy that went through Marine boot camp like back in the day, similar to what they had on that movie. Oh, let me find it. Oh,
Let's
fuck,
get back to that. Yeah.
Flat
How is,
motherfucking Earth.
yeah, I mean, yeah.
Where's this flat Earth that everybody keeps talking about? Oh, it's right in front of your face.
It's all in your mind. Like, what? This is real? Neil, remember Neil? This is real? The mind makes it real. Hey, Neil.
Yeah, that's the God's honest truth. Is Earth what they told us it is? Well, it obviously isn't, because we all experience the same Earth. And just like, when people new coming, like, well, the Earth isn't what we experience because I believe it's this, and my belief is, and my strange belief is my freaking rainbows and cartoons and unicorns are something that we never could experience, but if you believe it hard enough, it will actually manifest itself as the globe, third rock from the sun.
You believe in magic? Yeah.
Some
Yeah,
people do.
belief, right? Yeah, it's all about
I
belief.
actually, I'm not gonna lie, I do believe in magic, but I don't believe in magic that way. Because the earth isn't magic, it's the only thing that we can experience. But as far as
What do you mean?
spirituality and electromagnetism and even magic, I'm all about that shit. But this
You talking
stupid globe
about?
Earth, I ain't all about that at all.
Are you talking about technology?
Bro, I mean, this stupid globe shit is the most ridiculous thing And I've been into conspiratorialism, if you want to call it that, for a very long time, and I don't buy it.
When I was a Glober, I thought it was the most beautiful thing.
Yeah, me too. But I thought,
It did, man.
the
I
solar
thought God.
system, the
I thought.
universe is like, this is badass. And the first time I heard about flat Earth, I was like, "Oh, this is why is somebody saying flat Earth?" And I was like, "This is dumb."
I thought the universe, the Big Bang, and the universe was God's work. I thought it was beautiful, right? It's like, you know what it looks like? This is what it looks like. Wow, God, it's so beautiful.
So amazing, isn't it? It's like explosions, and it's just
so pretty.
black holes colliding.
What is this? This is a quasar. What? A quasar.
Anyway, here's the video I was talking about.
Blasts of energy from this quasar, right, are millions and hundreds of millions of miles wide. Oh, it's so beautiful.
Yeah, this is a video I was talking about the marine.
Yeah, man.
This is a video I was posted in Livestream voice text. The marine reaction to what he experienced, as a marine in boot camp, and he was giving his opinion about how accurate it is, and
what was his conclusion? Accurate? Very accurate?
Yeah, it's pretty close. Because as a Marine, they pretty much will kick you in the nuts.
Yeah, and the actor that plays the instructor was also a Marine. So
yeah, he died last year, and it was just like, yeah, bro, it's one of my faves. And yeah, dude, he was like, yeah, I've seen this video, and Full Metal Jacket is one of my favorite videos. I mean, movies. And bro, this dude's like, yeah, that's pretty much what Marine boot camp's like.
But is that
like,
what
who wants
war,
to go through that?
But is that what war is really like?
You remember in the movie when he asked Private Joker to give him his war face? You remember that?
Ah.
Yeah, you remember it, don't you?
Yeah.
It's like,
wow,
bro, if you're in war, I don't want to be there, and I never have been, but I think Private Joker did a good fucking badass war face.
Yeah.
And that's what he was asking for. Give me your war face. Sound off! It's like, I'm going to war. And I bet, I would never want to go to war. But that is
programming.
That is one of the best movies ever of all time. My Full Metal Jacket is in my top 10.
Mm.
And this video shows you this is what Marines went through in boot camp. And the guy's pretty much like, yeah, it's pretty much like that,
Boot camp, basic training, it's all initiation and preparation, of course, but it's mostly initiation. Like indoctrination and initiation.
It's different for like the Air Force and Navy.
No, it's the same for all. It's the same for all of it. It's like Freemasonry.
Is it really?
Yeah. The point of the initiation is that you go through something very hard, difficult, okay, with somebody else, and when you come out on the other side, your bond,
you push yourself. Yeah, you push yourself to the extent, and your brothers.
Yeah, well, it's a ritual that challenges you and the person you're going through with. Because you shared this very special experience, your bond is now closer than anything, right? You would die for each other. So it's initiation into a gang, into a family. You know what I mean? Into a
Yeah, it
brotherhood.
doesn't matter
You
how
know what I mean?
tough it is. I mean, it might be tough for the Marines or Air Force, Navy, or whatever,
But
but
you're
you all
brainwashed.
go through. I mean, it's, and I get that too. And I think we actually, with
James,
we didn't do training for like flat Earth thing,
James was
but
asking
we
me.
all have each other's back here in flat Earth,
Yeah,
right? In this thing. But there are a
James
lot of
was asking.
military men, just like you. I mean, but we do actually have each other's back, when it comes to
Yeah,
a lot of fucking
Ja-
shit that we take here, when it comes to new people coming in, and if they're freaking
James and I.
attacking one of our friends, but it's like, what
Yeah,
the fuck? No.
patriotism, right? Patriotism. That's what we were talking about earlier, right?
Yeah.
Right. Right. So if you suspect somebody, um, yeah, that's a terrorist, right?
Well, as a
Then
matter of fact,
you can kill them.
Sasha is a trusted member here. I mean, even though I, gave him some shit tonight, I mean, that doesn't mean he's not a trusted member anymore. I mean,
So boot camp, the military basic training, right, is designed to brainwash you and turn you into a patriot, somebody who would give their life for this idea that America is this bright and shining symbol of hope, unity, justice, and freedom, and love.
hey, cool. Let me ask you this, Bong. Now, on
And
that point,
love.
do you think that America deserves that from you? I mean,
That's what.
especially since you grew up in American Samoa, which is
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
all the
yeah.
way across the world.
What I'm saying, right, is it that it is designed to brainwash you, right, into thinking that you're this when you're just fighting for some fucking bankers. You're just a goddamn killer for hire. That's all you
God
are.
bless America, right?
God bless Merkel. Merkel.
America! Fuck yeah! Coming again to save the motherfucking day, yeah! Bitch, you think I give a shit about America? I give a shit about humans.
Yeah. Only in America.
It's just like a lot of people think flat earthers are just like they
You don't give a shit
like
about Cubans, though.
in modern times
You
they
don't give a
actually
shit about Cubans, though, do you now, Helio?
Thanks.
You don't
Say
give a
what's
shit
up.
about Cubans, do you? Talking shit again.
oh shit, Jen.
Cuba?
Just because
No.
I was on the other server talking about Cubans, the only
You don't
reason
give a shit about humans, do you? Because you don't give a shit about Cubans. Don't lie.
I
What
was
did you
on
say?
Michael's server, earlier tonight, and now Jen's over here fucking tracking me. Anyway,
What we were
no,
saying
it's
about
not about
you got
that, bro.
something you
It's
got
not
something
about that.
against
Oh, do
Cubans,
you
bro?
think I don't give a
Huh?
shit about Japanians or some
Japanians.
fucking shit
I
about
don't,
that?
I don't, I don't really give a shit what you give a shit about,
I
really.
don't give a fuck what
As
you
long as
think
you
of.
don't,
Fuck. See, now
as long
here
as
we
you
are
don't
again. I'm
mention
arguing with
things
somebody
like,
again.
as long as you don't say stupid things like Cubans should be annexed to the United States. You'll make
Well,
me
I was
piss
just
on your jaw.
wondering what.
Stupid.
All right.
What is
With
what,
everyone that's in this room, since you brought it up, I was wondering how the Dominican Republic is a part of the United States when Cuba's not. How is it annexed on
well,
the other side of it?
well, What about Washington, D.C.? How is it the capital of the United States and it's not even part of the United States?
You're missing the whole fucking point, bro. And
How is
you can
Washington,
get pissed
D.C.?
off at me, but I'm making a
I'm
very
not missing
solid
any
point.
point.
Washington,
Really?
D.C.
You
should
missed
be
the point.
annexed. Washington, D.C. should be annexed to Cuba. That'll make
Hey,
it
you
fair.
think Cuba has a chance against the United States as a
Washington,
communist country?
D.C.
They
Washington,
let
D.C.
them be communists. Like right off the shore of Florida. They let them be
What
communists.
the fuck are we talking about, man?
I
Look
know.
what-
Well, this is an argument that Jen and I were having in
In the
it
flat Earth
shouldn't
reality
happen here.
channel.
Cuba shouldn't exist. If it was supposed to be a thing, bro. I mean, it's like, don't you think America could have
Why do you
already?
care? You're not Cuban. But why do you
No,
care what happens to
yeah.
them? They can fight for
Jen's not
themselves,
Cuban.
right?
He's an Englishman that lives in fucking Japan. Anyway,
I'm
so
an
now you're coming
African.
here and fucking
I am an African. You got it wrong. I'm an African who was born in England,
really
living in
you're
Japan. Get it right.
African that grew up in Europe, and then
In England.
then you're
Yeah, exactly.
Japanian
That's it.
and all kinds of shit. Who gives a
That's
fuck?
right. I'm moving around, man.
Yeah, you're a fucking
around this
mover
flat
you're a
earth.
mover and a shaker, aren't you?
I'm a mover and a shaker. That's right. That's the one.
All right, cool.
Mover and a shaker.
So why do you think why did they let Cuba exist as a communist quote
Because the
unquote
earth is
nation? Hold on. Quote unquote nation off the shore of Florida. Don't you think there's a reason?
Cuba can have it. That's the reason.
Cuba
can defend itself.
can't have it. Dude, they can't have it. Look at America. Look how big it is. Look at the England. Look at fucking Spain, France. It's like Cuba, this little
the
fucking
Cuban Missile
island. It's
Crisis.
just like the only
The Cuban
communist
Missile
nation.
Crisis
They
was
let
not real.
them.
Okay?
We let them do that.
Okay.
We let them do
Helio.
that.
There's no we, Helio. What the hell do you mean we let
Yeah,
them? You
man,
don't
it's
do
not like
anything.
That's
we.
right.
You pay taxes.
That's right.
It's
You pay
wrong.
taxes.
It's wrong.
Listen,
It's wrong.
you pay taxes and then you die. That's all you do.
All right,
What do you
check
mean?
this
we?
out. No, check this out. All
Yeah.
right, so people will like risk their lives to travel from Cuba on freaking plastic bottles that they make into
Because
ships.
they want to get the fuck away from what's going on there. What's wrong with that?
Bro. If we didn't want Cuba to exist,
Who's we? Who's we again?
America,
What do you mean?
England,
It's not a
Spain,
we.
France.
It's the governments doing whatever the fuck they're doing. You don't have anything to do with it. You don't have any power to affect change.
Bro, I'm
What do you
telling
mean,
you, if
we,
we,
you and those Cubans are the same fucking people. You're treated the same.
all right,
You're exactly
not
the
we.
same.
I'm not part of them either. I'm
But
just an observer.
You're just
No.
You're just as a
Do you
victim
think
as
there's
they
a
are of the
reason
system.
that they let? Here's what I'm saying. Do you think there's a reason they?
You're lucky.
God damn it, Bong!
Sorry.
Do you think there's a reason they let Cuba exist that way? Because obviously it would. The UN could take it over quite succinctly, in a fucking heartbeat.
Who cares what the reason is?
Okay, well then why the fuck are we talking about it? Why shouldn't it be annexed by America?
Why should it? Who cares what should be done with it? Like there are plans.
You ask
for
me
every nation,
because it's right off the shore.
There are plans for every nation. There are plans for every nation, and every nation plays a role. Like we don't have anything to do with it.
Yeah, it's because of characters. It's because of characters. The story. Listen, The reason they let it happen is because they can make stories and build caricatures and fucking stories in Hollywood and everything. Because obviously, the countries that surround Cuba could actually just like annex it and just take it over, and nobody gives a shit. But it hasn't happened. It's really it's a borrowed country as a it's like
To
it's not even Russia anymore. I mean, it's just like Russia. I mean, well, hold on. Cuba and North Korea are the only communist countries, and China, but whatever, that exist in the Western world.
why whatever? Because they make stuff for us.
Why,
Why
whatever? I
whatever?
mean, it's like, why should I give a shit about Cuba, a communist country right off the shore of Florida?
I love China, man. I love Chinese people. I love Chinese food. I
I
love
love
Chinese
their
culture.
cheap ass fucking
I love
shit that
I
I
love
buy
Wing
from them.
Chun, right? But I don't love the Chinese government, and I don't really give a shit about it or what they do. You know what I mean? Because they're
Why
killing
are
people.
you
Yeah,
talking about China?
that
I'm
is.
talking about
I agree with
fucking
that.
Cuba. I'm talking about
Same thing
Cuba.
with Cuba. Same thing with Cuba.
All
Okay,
right, so do
political.
you love their
Two words. Listen,
products?
listen, listen.
I mean,
Two words.
what's your favorite
Political.
product from Cuba? What's your favorite
Scarface.
product?
Okay,
The
let's not
movie
forget.
Scarface. Go ahead.
Let's
Go ahead.
not
Sir.
forget that. Let's not
Oh,
forget that
movies.
Fidel Castro.
Your
Can
favorite
we not
product from
forget that
Cuba
Fidel
is
Castro?
Stop,
movies.
Helio.
Hang on,
Stop, Helio.
hang on, guys, hang on. Fidel Castro did give medical assistance to the emergency services that were injured in 9/11, yeah, because the American government wasn't forthcoming with medication and compensation and help. So they took them to Cuba and they got sorted out. Do you remember that, guys? If you watch, I think it's not, is it Sicko? I think, yeah, I think it's Sicko by Michael Moore. He takes a bunch of these first responders over to Cuba, and you won't believe it. The Cuban firefighters lined up and saluted them in their uniforms, and then gave them medical
Because
help
it's
for a
a
few weeks.
sham. It's a sham.
That was brilliant,
They
wasn't it?
call it a
That's
communist
Fidel
country,
Castro's
but
Cuba,
it's
yeah.
not.
Okay, don't forget that.
Yeah, it's a sham, bro.
Yeah, and America is here to save the day. Right? The good
Yeah,
guys.
we're the
Right?
good guys.
And you believe that.
Yeah. Well, that's okay, but I mean, it's just
It's
like
not
even with
okay.
Cuba, it's not okay. But I mean, it's like how the fuck can it be okay when they're claiming that Cuba is a communist country, but they're completely infiltrated with Western ideologies and shit,
There's
and
no such
they
thing.
claim a dictator.
There's no such thing as a
Which
communist country.
the
There's no such
dictator
thing.
from Cuba is one of
There's
the
no such thing.
one of the president in Canada. Anyway.
There are no communists and there are no capitalists. There's just everything in between. That's all there is. Like,
Sure, but the
so
story,
calling people commies and capitalists or whatever the hell else.
right? But that's I mean, that's a political ideology. It's a waste of time.
It's a lie.
Yeah, but it's it's not a lie because it's functional, but it's actually it can cause a lot of problems that people can utilize for years. With political dissonance and ideas, and so that's how politics works. But once you see through the fucking bullshit, you can't be affected by it anymore.
Yeah.
But to a certain extent, I mean, you still can be, because your
There's
friends
this
and
book.
families are affected. Go ahead.
There's this book by Niccolo Machiavelli called The Prince. So I mean, I think I mean, I think that's pretty much sums up politics. You know what I mean?
Yeah, what does it say? Can you give a summation of?
You know, it's just all the devious, evil ways that you can manipulate people and climb your way to power.
Through
He gives
politics.
examples.
Through
Well,
politics.
he gives examples. Yeah, he'll give examples of how, like this guy, this ruler or this king or this guy, this. You'll give these examples of situations that actually happened and how you should take a lesson from it. Yeah, Machiavellian. You know, when they say, "Oh, that's very Machiavellian," right?
Yeah,
They're saying that it's evil.
exactly. Well, it's
Yeah,
just like the generic version. I mean, when you say Machiavellian, it means generic politics of how you can control populations. It's just like plug and play.
evil. Yeah. In an evil way, though.
Yeah, evil motherfuckers. And that was the bottom line of everything that I just went through. Shit with Cuba and with that fucking Cuban Missile Crisis. That was a bunch of bullshit too. That was all fucking political. Evil motherfuckers.
It should have been titled. It's called The Prince. It should have been titled "How to Manipulate Your Way to the Top." If it was rewritten today, that's what it would be.
But you can't even make your way to the top unless you're part of the elite families. So it's like you're a fantastic person, right? You know what fantastic means? Fantastical, fantasy. It's just like it's like I'm the next step to the next step of the next corporate entity or president or any type of entity that that might be senators and congressmen and all that shit. This is their goal, and it's like I'm gonna make shit happen. I want to help people. They don't want to help people. They want to help themselves.
Well, they'll take something that's actually not good for people, and they'll reword it so that when people hear it, they think it's something else that's good for them, right?
And
Because
and
people don't read, but because people don't pay attention and read the fine print, they just sign it off, right? Not
and the
even knowing.
worst part about it, even if you're a good person, you want to get involved in politics, you'll find yourself in a situation where you're going to have to compromise your ethics, and
Yeah, it's
then
called
you're fucked.
yeah, it's called bribery. I mean, lobbying. Sorry,
Yeah, dude. And I've said forever that lobbying should be illegal in Washington D.C.
so bribing
Uh,
people is bad.
no, it's not even. They don't call it bribery, but it is pretty much what
Yeah,
it
because
is.
it's a neg.
But
Yeah,
it
it's a negative
should be
term.
illegal in Washington D.C. Lobbying should not be a thing. And then we could actually, kind of figure out
Well, then
what
how
the
else
fuck's
are
going on.
corporations going to get what they want?
Yeah, bro, that's what I'm
How else are
saying.
you going to fund that campaign?
If you make lobbying illegal, it will shut down the entire system. And maybe it'll be tough for a while for a lot of people, but they'll be like,
Yeah, I
oh,
know. It sucks. It's going to save a lot of lives, probably.
dude,
But
it's gonna
it
freaking.
sucks, man. It
It
fucking
will
sucks.
freaking. It
I
will
lose my
stop
job.
inflation. It will stop inflation. And
People are
you
going to
stop
stop
lobbying.
dying. Yeah, yeah. People are going to live
Whatever.
healthier. Fucking
Yeah,
sucks.
but we can't do it. We can't do it.
What can a slave do, right? Like, let's say you're See, you're a cow on a farm.
You can lobby for your freedom as a slave. I'm gonna vote. I'm gonna vote for my fucking slaver. Oh God.
Isn't that
I
your
mean, it's not
boss?
funny. It's not funny at all. I mean, it's just like I feel like I'm under slavery, and so I'm gonna vote for my best slaver and see which one treats me the best.
The less evil one. The lesser of two evils.
A lesser of two evils. Yeah.
Poop.
Yeah,
Ouch.
I knew Jimsy was when I started talking about it.
Vote for the lesser of two evils.
That's absolutely not true, Jimsy. The Dominican Republic is a part of the USA.
Check it out. Who cares? Because they say
And
American
so is
Samoa.
Puerto Rico. So is Puerto Rico.
They say American Samoa is also part of the U.S., right? But we're not.
Oh, what?
Consider.
Yeah,
We're
exactly.
considered.
Maybe I'm wrong both ways. Fuck it.
We're considered an unincorporated territory of the United States. What that means is we're a colony. Yeah, we're considered nationalists and not
That's a colony.
citizens.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a nationalist
Do,
colony.
do you have you
Yeah.
ever how you have a citizen, right? And
Yeah,
what
it's
would be
like
called a non-citizen?
associated. It's association, not.
What's a non-citizen, right? What's a non-citizen called there? There's another kind of person called a national.
Employee. A lowercase citizen is an employee of
Right.
the government.
What?
Yeah,
Somebody say I'm a
that's what it is.
lowercase citizen. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean that goes for any member of
Yeah.
the political process.
Yeah. So I mean, if you think about nations and countries, I saw this in the movie. If you think about it in terms of corporations, right? And you are an employee, like the bro said just now, of that corporation, and things will make more sense, right?
For a corporation.
Right? Each corporation has a culture, just like countries, nations, right? A brand. So, the world is a world of consumers, and it's made up of corporations, not nations. Isn't that kind of make things make sense more, right? That's why that's why it is the way it is. What do you think? Yes, think.
That is why me and Jim. Yeah, this is why I said that, and I could be wrong, and I'm willing to be wrong, Jimsy. So Dominican Republic, see, like you make jokes, I can't even figure out, Jimsy, if you actually are from or Dominican or freaking Mexican. I don't think you're a Mexican because your accent doesn't.
It's from Puerto Rico.
Oh, he's Puerto Rican. Okay, cool. But anyway, so yeah, I this is why I give Jimsy so much shit, and he gives me shit back.
Boricua.
Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico. Where are you, Miguel? Are you in? You're in South America, right?
No, I'm from Portugal, next to Spain.
Oh, Portugal. Oh, yeah. Fuck, I can't believe I forgot about that. Yeah, you're definitely Portuguese. And Jimsy is in Boston, but from the Dominican Republic. Fucking fuck with him again. I know he's not Dominican.
He's Puerto Riqueño.
I know, I just had to fuck with him.
Yeah. And there's only a few corporations that own the world. They all corporations.
Dude, I had a girlfriend that was Puerto Rican. Oh my god, she was like like Brooklyn Puerto Rican chick, but she was in Arkansas. I fucked that shit up, but we had a good time for. She was awesome, man. Oh man, she was so. Anyway,
No regrets.
yeah, no remorse, no repent. We don't care what it meant. Another day, another day. Yeah, bro, she was so awesome. I fucked that shit up, and just like I do with every relationship I have with a woman. But, bro,
Not a good attitude.
I love that
That's
girl.
that's
She
why
was
you.
freaking awesome and sexy, man. It was, and she could cook some fucking Puerto Rican, like shit. I mean, it's just like,
Man, you really fucked up,
yeah, I
man.
fucked
She
it up. I fucked it up real bad, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I fucked it up
fucking
real bad.
man.
Yeah,
God
she was
damn.
awesome.
You know how hard it is to find a woman that can cook? Fucking man.
No, but
And
cook
she was hot.
and had to, had to buy and loved God, all that shit. She had everything, and I messed it up.
You thought she was too good for you.
She probably was. So
See, that's your problem, man. That's your problem, man. Gotta stop thinking like that.
dude. She was all the way Puerto Rican, man, from Brooklyn. It was very, and I was the first white guy she was with, because she was with black guys in Brooklyn, but she found her way into Arkansas, and we hooked up, and somehow I fucked it up. I was the first white guy she ever fucking was with.
Fucked it up for all white guys.
That was fucking crazy, bro. I don't know how I fucked it up. Well, I do know how I fucked it up, but it was because I met her in church, and we got too hot and heavy, and it's like, we can't do this because we're not supposed to be doing this. Anyway, that's another thing. But bro, she was. I mean, it wasn't because the sexiness of it. It's just she was freaking awesome, and so am I, right? You guys think I'm awesome?
Apparently
I actually
not.
miss that. I mean, I think about her all the time, but it's just like we should have actually been together. But anyway, it it ended, and man, she was freaking awesome.
Shamsi
And
is asking.
she was Puerto Rican.
Shamsi is asking. Did you give her papers?
I didn't give her papers. Well, I mean, in a certain, in a way, I did. I guess. I don't know. We did have some good times together before the shit just like, okay, we're not supposed to be doing
Puerto Rico. You don't need papers if you're Puerto Rican. You are automatically.
I mean, this was in Arkansas, so anyway.
You're automatically a citizen if you're Puerto Rican. So.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, but dude, she was freaking. This is one of my great regrets is not really solidifying that relationship with her, because that was one of the most awesome time. I was in love with this woman, and
you fucked up.
Yeah, I mean, maybe she fucked up. Who knows? It just.
You said you fucked it up. You know.
Well.
We
went to church together, and it was like we were doing
stuff. You know what? You know what I
that
think?
church
what I
people
think?
don't do.
Judging from what you've said about her, okay, I think I agree. I think you did fuck it up. I think
I fucked it up. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
Dude, I fucked it up really bad. I mean, it's like I could have fucking made it made it happen, but yeah, I fucked it. I
We'll
fucking miss
find
her
another.
every day. She was fucking
Find,
awesome, bro. I miss her.
go meet another Puerto Rican chick and try again. Yeah.
Or if I find another Puerto Rican badass bitch, I'll
It's called the internet. You can just look it up. And... I mean, damn, dude. We're on Discord. Like, and they're everywhere.
we had a lot of fun when we were together, but anyway, it was
There's like
it
no
was
Puerto
my
Ricans here,
my
I
fault
don't think.
ultimately. It was my fault. But anyway, but yeah, she was awesome.
So it's
So
always the
yeah,
guys.
shout out to the Puerto Ricans, man. Genzi, I met a Puerto Rican woman and we fell in love, and then I fucked it up.
Are you trying to? Okay.
Did you say was I trying to what?
Is this before Flat Earth or after Flat Earth?
Oh no, this is way before that. Yeah, this
Oh,
was
okay.
in my my mid-20s and stuff.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say
We met at
she at least
church.
flat
You know,
stack, right?
we met at church and we had a good time. You know, she had a couple kids and I had a kid or whatever. We'd like watch movies and stuff. Then shit got like super like whatever. Whatever, but I mean she was awesome and so was I. I guess I don't know. No, we fell in love,
So
but
what? You're
then
never gonna give marriage another like shot, or is that where you at? Where you're at?
yeah, I will never get married again. I mean, I'm
What
almost
about a girlfriend?
50. I'm almost 50. I as far as dating, I'm up for dating, but I don't put an emphasis on it.
Man, there's like 60, 70-year-olds freaking dating all over the place on the internet, and you think you're too old? Yeah.
I didn't say I'm too old to date. I'd just rather hang out with you dumbasses fucking go out with some other dumbass on the weekend. I mean, I hang out with my friends sometimes. We'll go camping or go to the club or whatever. Well, I'll do that sometimes, but I mean, I'd really rather hang out with you fucking dumbasses.
Anne needs a woman, my opinion. Doesn't
Yeah,
have to
I
be a
ain't
wife.
gonna lie. I mean, it doesn't mean I don't need flesh to
a woman.
flesh.
No, that's not what I'm talking
Get
about.
on
I'm talking about.
skin. Let the
I'm talking
love
about.
begin.
No, I'm talking about the feminine side of like the females. I'm talking about the other things that you
Well,
can't do for
I
yourself,
can't
right?
tell
Like
you what a woman thinks because
companion, a
all right,
companion, like the Bible says,
sure, yeah, good partner. Um, I was married twice, and both of them turned out to be assholes. So,
King Solomon had 500 wives, man. Keep trying.
all right.
You can
Hey,
do it.
third time's a charm, right?
This guy stopped after 2. Are you serious?
Yeah, but I
Damn.
guarantee
You
you,
got
if
the
I
numbers,
marry
man. You got to do
someone,
the numbers,
if I
right?
marry someone
Numbers
else,
game.
it
Right?
won't be
Yeah.
legally. It won't be
Well, you
legally,
can't
but
just
if I find
can't just
someone,
marry.
I'll
You can't
marry
just
him.
marry. You can't just marry any Tom, Dick, and Harry. Right? I mean, Sue, Jane, and Karen. You can't just marry any Karen, Sue, and Jane that you fucking run into. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta pick the
No
right one.
shit.
Like
No shit.
that's where the effort goes into, right? Is assessing. Is this gonna be cool in it? And it
Yes,
takes
I mean,
time, right?
I'm not
Yep.
necessarily a catch, so it doesn't. For the most part, it's just like women that are. Either way, I mean, either way, I mean, I don't,
We're talking about a
I'm not looking.
companion,
I'm not
right?
looking. I mean, I'm
But
kind of
we're not talking about a woman who's looking for a trophy, right? We're talking about a woman who's looking for a friend. Like you, right?
Hey, bro,
Right. Right.
I've met a
Right.
lot of
Right.
women here online.
But you've only been married twice.
No, but it was before online, right? That was a long time ago.
Look, you have not experienced how the many kinds of women out there. I think about it, right? Of all the women in the world, there's probably like so many of them that's perfect for you. You just haven't run into them yet. So, it's all about positioning. You know what I
Sure,
mean?
sure.
You know what
But
I'm
at
saying?
the same time, I'm not, I don't feel like I'm in position. I mean,
Like,
but
you want to catch a specific kind.
Hold on, Bong. I'm
Right, right,
about
right,
to
right.
say
Mm.
that I know when I do meet the woman, it will be that person, and I won't marry them.
Well, just don't
And
confuse
they
legal
have to
marriage.
agree to
Legal and
not
lawful
marry me.
marriage are two different things.
I won't be marrying someone else.
Legal marriage, you're bringing the state into your relationship.
Yeah, I'm not going to marry
Lawful
anyone
marriage,
else.
it can be done.
But if I
with
meet
two
someone,
witnesses in the Bible,
who's
recorded
the
family
guy
Bible.
with the very light voice?
Oh, sorry, I might need to turn up my mic.
Yeah, go ahead and increase your microphone volume.
Hang on 1 second.
Oh, is it?
Is it hard to hear me right now?
Yeah, Zoltan G. How the fuck do you pronounce that?
Zoltangi?
Zoltan. Why don't you turn your microphone up so we can fucking hear you?
Aaron? Is it Aaron?
Oh yeah, I mean, I will never I will never get married legally again. But if I meet the right woman, I will marry them, but not legally. Anyway,
Why would you legally marry a woman that's not right for you, and then not legally marry the woman that is right for you?
because fuck legal.
What if that's what she wants?
Well, then she's not the right woman for me.
Oh my gosh, you're gonna be alone for the rest of your life.
Probably.
Yeah, we
I
can
mean,
hear you.
is she waiting for me to bring her the
Helio.
fucking biggest diamond
Helio.
ring she's ever seen before I marry her legally? I mean, is this what she wants? That's not what I want.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
What I was saying is legal and lawful marriage are two completely different things. Legal marriage, you're bringing the state into your affairs. It's two corporations. You like your name is a corporation, and then her name is a corporation, and you're coming together
That's
with the state.
exactly something. And I've already
You're
done
starting
that
a
twice, and
partnership.
I'm never gonna do it again.
Yeah, well, a lawful marriage, you can just do it with two witnesses and record it into a family Bible. And that's a lawful marriage. You can actually.
It's an agreement. It's a lawful agreement, not legal.
Yeah. Legal and lawful are two major different things.
Yep.
If you have a lawful marriage, but it's not legal, is it still recognized, like, by the state?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I agree then. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Lawful
You
over legal,
you sign. You go through the
You'd have
Lord.
to give public notice, like put it in a newspaper or just something that they used back in there. Like you post it at the library and like take a picture of it each day or something for like 30 days.
But I mean, I guess as long as she agrees with it. Yep.
Sure. I mean, I have a couple of friends that which they're married, but they're not legally married, but her husband and wife. They got married at a rock festival by through other means or whatever, which I consider that they're committed to each other. They've been together for years.
By a satanic priest? Is that what you're going to say?
No, well, sort of not satanic, but
Well, is that lawful though?
There was
Right?
witchcraft
That's a
involved.
legal marriage, though.
Anyway, but it's
Wait,
they freaking they're still together, all kind of shit.
but
But
is
I
it
mean,
lawful?
like,
Right?
wait, is legal marriage the
No,
only
I
way
mean,
to be connected to someone?
if if uh if the process or the ceremony is performed like by, say, people who worship, say, Luciferians, is it lawful? Because it's still lawful.
Yes, yes.
What do you think?
Wait, what was the
Tang?
question? What was your
Yeah,
Like,
question?
let's
if
say,
you're married by
in
a satanic priest, it's still a marriage.
is it recognized by God? Is it lawful?
Well, I mean, you're gonna have to ask God about that one.
Well,
But then, what does
as
lawful
long
mean?
as it doesn't matter. I don't think who marries you, as long like you might even as long as you have two witnesses and record
Yeah,
it,
that's legal. That's
yeah,
legal.
and give public notice on it, then you can it will actually
You
stand
need to
as
be married by a satanic priest. Yes, you can
yeah.
definitely
Lawful,
be married by a satanic priest, and that's legal.
but is
No,
it
that's
lawful?
it would be if it's a priest, it's going to be a legal marriage, from my understanding.
Yeah.
But you don't want to be legally married. You want to be lawfully married. Every law is lawful is way better than legal, in my opinion. In most regards, the legal
Me.
is statutes and codes, and like if you get pulled over and given like a speeding ticket or something, like
Well,
you it's a legal
prop,
matter.
property, like when you're legally married, property is combined unless you sign a prenup or whatever, all kind of shit. All that shit's legal, right? But if you're lawfully married, then it's 50-50.
I'm not sure. I have no
Anyway,
clue.
I mean, it's just like that's too much to talk about.
Yeah, the our language is what's really sucked everything up. Like as far as being taken advantage of by the so-called government or the elites, whoever it is that's done this. Like, if you find like old law books and stuff, like a person, like what do you think person means? A person is a government or not a government employee. It's a corporation. A corporation, a trust, a what else? It's so like what happened is have you guys heard of a maritime law?
Yeah, it has to
Yep.
do with shipping.
Yeah, well, it has to do with all.
Yeah, I know. I only said that to.
Yeah, no, it also does have to do with shipping, but it was brought onto like the land quite a while ago. I don't know exactly when it was that it got instated. But yeah, so the only way that people like corporations can only contract with other corporations. They can't contract with a man or a woman. And so, oh my god, I'm like forgetting what I was saying. Sorry, I'm so high.
A person, legal fiction that is on paper.
Yeah, yeah. So the corporations can only contract with other corporations. So when we're born or birthed, we're given a birth certificate, and it's a corporation that's created it with the name that we were given. It's the name that we use. It's not our name, but it's a name that we use.
You came through the birth canal.
Yeah, yeah. The currency, the banks are at the edge of the river, at the river banks. That's why it's a bank. Yeah. Hey, listen to Jordan Maxwell on maritime law.
We have. Or I'm not speaking for everyone, but I have.
But yeah, like person, people, completely opposite. Like living men and women are people, and persons are corporations and trusts and estates. And
that's why you have a birth certificate with capital letters, which are, all,
yeah, the birth canal. Yeah, all men and women are ships, and actually, all ships are women. That's how they come down the birth canal and are delivered at the dock. And the dock signs the birth certificate.
Yeah.
Isn't that gross or is it fascinating? It's both, isn't it?
It's fascinating.
It's
not
pretty
gross.
amazing. It's like in court. It's like it's a game. It's a game that they're going back and forth, like just on a baseball court, or like, and it's played with a racket. But yeah, that's what's happening when you're in actual court. You're one side does their talking, and then it bounces to the other side, and it's a game going back and forth, and the judge is the referee. And you're literally playing a game when you're in there. The second that you get an attorney and you give up all your rights, you become what's known as a child of the mind, or an infant of the mind. If you have an attorney and you don't go in there on stand as yourself, you don't want to represent yourself, but Chomp, stop it. No. You can't represent yourself.
What does infant that mean?
It's what they label people who aren't able to go up and actually speak for themselves. Like if you have an attorney,
Yep.
If you have an attorney, you're considered an infant of the mind, and yeah, and so you have no rights. It's why they can impound your car. It's why they can put you in jail. It's because we give them consent to do all these things. And if you don't claim to be the name, when you get pulled over, or if you don't have to register your car. Like having a license is completely voluntary. Taxes are voluntary. The IRS, like one of the first things in the manual or the employee handbook for the IRS says that they cannot make people pay taxes, but what they do is they try to not enforce, but what's the word for it?
Intimidate.
Well, yeah, but try to promote or motivate to God damn it. I'm just we're forgetting like every word today. They tried to encourage what the fuck is it? Encourage
Participation.
they encourage you to pay taxes, but it's completely voluntary. They encourage voluntary voluntary paying or something. I forget the words. It's crazy. Like every word, like if you download, I'll throw one in the chat or a couple of them. Black's Law dictionaries, like the definition of a human is a monster. Like in the old Black Laws and the old Foubiers, like the actual definition, and legal dictionaries are what our language is actually based on. Like it's not Webster's and stuff. It's the legal dictionaries that matter, because those are the words that actually hold weight. But a human is a monster. It's like hue. It's a hue and a man. So have you ever heard of color of law? Anyone? So color of
I've
law
heard it.
is law without any merit. It has no weight to it. It's not real law. It's like law, but it's not. It has none of the actual meat and potatoes to it. Kind of. It's an impersonation, pretty much, of the law. And so color of law is kind of like hue man. So hue means color. So human means color of man, which means it's a man, but without the actual man there. It's a synthetic fake. The corporation.
It's a hue of a man.
Yeah. So hue, which means color, and then man. So color of man. And look at the definition of color of man or color of law.
So I would be better off having a Black's Law Dictionary and just never mind the Webster's.
You want, well, it's good to have both of them, but like if you ever find like in like a garage sale or at a thrift store or something, old dictionaries or old Bibles and stuff, like that's where you get like the real definitions of words. Stuff's so like mixed up and flipped on its head now. They're just trying to, like, with rap music, with so many different things, they're completely altering our language so nobody knows what words mean, and they're just completely screwed when it comes to like defending themselves or knowing who they are. Like, it's how like flat earth like people like don't know where they live or who they are or like why they're here, and they've taken that away. They've taken like the language. It's so messed up. Like back in the day, like people could like write and it like oh dude, why the fuck am I forgetting every word? What's the thing that you put in a court? Paperwork, when you submit paperwork to the court. Not an amendment. Oh my god, I can't even forget. Affidavit.
Affidavit.
Yeah. Like they used to like teach that in like high school, how to submit an affidavit on the court. And that like so many books like there were burned like in back in, I believe, the early 1800s, or yeah, early 1800s, I think it was. There was like a huge book burning, and right now like books are being completely gotten rid of and they're putting them all online, and it's crazy.
Where would the lawyers be getting their definitions from then?
Lawyers are part of bar, which is it's owned by the crown. So when you're a lawyer, you have to swear to the bar to like never humiliate them. You can't ever go against the bar if you're a lawyer. And so your client does not have like your client's importance is second to the bar and to the judge. So like no matter what you do, your lawyer is not ever going to expose or like humiliate the other side, or like humiliate the bar. At least they might like try to win your case, but no matter what, you lose when you have a lawyer going in there. You like when it really comes down to it, like you're losing in some way.
Yeah, they're all brothers, right? The brotherhood comes first.
Yeah.
For anything, for everything. It's above the law. You can legally kill anyone if you're, in the brotherhood.
Yeah. Hold on one second.
Never to reveal the secrets of the bar. Bar? The bar. Bar. Ah. Bar. Ah. The secrets of what?
Do you have to have special knowledge to avoid taxes, or do you have to file special paperwork? Can you just ignore it? Can you just ignore it?
Yeah, you should pay your taxes. I believe you should pay your taxes.
in court,
mean,
an affidavit, that you sign is as good as if you're sitting, in the seat. Once you sign an affidavit and you make a statement, you don't have to show up. Once you sign the affidavit, that you said this, you sign it, you don't even have to show up in court. That's as good as you sitting giving testimony in front of the court. Affidavit is the same thing. No. As far as
Where is this affidavit?
as far as cross examination goes, that won't be possible if you give the affidavit. But yeah, the affidavit is your signed sworn statement in court. If you give an affidavit ahead of time, you sign it. This is my sworn statement, and it's going to be presented in front of the judge. You don't have to, show up in court unless you're summoned. If it's not good enough.
What's up? Let's say you don't register your car, don't get a driver's license, right? And you're driving on the road, and you know all these things, okay? Like, what would be a realistic situation? What would that look like if a cop pulled you over and you started, saying that you're not required to do that? Wouldn't the cop just write you a ticket anyways, or
Right, but
arrest you anyways?
a cop is required to give you a citation for driving without a license. I mean,
but there's no paperwork of the car being the license and registration, please.
Not
Sure.
well, driving. That's where the language is all mixed up and construed again. If you admit to be driving, then just like a taxi driver, a truck driver, a school bus driver, all these things are in commerce. They're all on the road, and doing business. And if you are in your personal conveyance, you're not in a car, but you're in your personal conveyance, and you're just moving your property from point A to point B with not making money or not doing it for any personal gain, then you do not need a license.
A license is permission. When you get a license, that's permission to do something.
Yeah, but on the road,
But you can actually travel through whatever means you do to travel from one point to another.
But
so
to Bong's question, on the road, you don't want to argue or fight with the authority.
Of course
you don't want to like
because
answer
they'll
questions
fucking
either.
kill you.
Yeah, you don't want to like answer questions either. What you want to do is just if they give you a ticket, take the ticket and fight it after. But don't answer questions or give any information that they can use against you. You're not gonna fight them on the street.
Right. Yeah, it sounds like if you speak the right words, right? Let's say the cop is ignorant to the words you're talking to him, and you can only speak those words in court.
The cop's not ignorant about the law.
It's not the law. It's like it's the way. No, it's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is when you say, "Sir, I am conveying my property, right, from this location to that location without commercing. I'm not trading or involved." When you word it in the proper way, right?
He doesn't know about
exactly. Well, this is why I'm asking, right? And you get to settle this in court. Is the judge going to recognize what you're speaking?
The judge probably does, and if
the judge knows exactly what you're doing, they'll try to trip you up. But a lot of times they'll help you out. They'll throw you a bone, to see if you know what you're actually talking about. And if you don't, then they might put you in contempt of court. But if you do, and if they say, the cops do this all the time too, say, "Do you understand?" And just something where you'd be like, "Oh yeah. I understand what you're saying." You by saying you understand, you've created a contract with him, and you are now in their jurisdiction. and they can give you tickets, they can arrest you, they can impound your car. But as long as you don't contract, so you should only ask questions. Never make a statement. Never make claims to any cop or anything.
So police officers, when they ask the question, "Do you understand?" They know what they're asking, right?
They're asking, "Do you stand?"
No, they're going through a function. This is how they're trained.
Mm-hmm.
No, they're asking you if you understand like what they're saying legally in legal terms. So it's almost like a trick question, right? Because because they're saying these things, but it could mean something totally different. And you saying you understand is you signing a contract saying I understand what you said when you really don't.
But in order for them not to fucking flay you and shoot you in the chest, you're gonna have to agree with them. At certain points. I mean, I don't think most guys are gonna fucking kill you, but they might if you get too freaking hardcore with them.
Bro, if they tell you get out of the car, get out of the car,
fuck
bro.
out of the car, bro. Because
of course.
No. I just crack my window when I get pulled over. I just have it barely cracked and just talk to them through that. Just don't answer any questions, only ask questions. And they say, like, license and registration, like, if you want to, it's probably a good idea to give them the license and registration so they don't tear you out of the car. But aside from that, like, and they say, what's your name? They say, what makes you think I have one of those? Like, and how they're like, well, I need a name. Like, what is your name? Say, like, well, oh my god, dude, I'm so fucking high right now. My eyes are going like cross-eyed.
Can I ask you how many times you've been to jail?
Me? It's been like 10 years since I've been to jail, but I've been a lot of times. I didn't know any of this stuff when I was going to jail, though. I wish I did.
Yeah, but it still might have not stopped you from going to jail because you're still going to go to jail.
No, but it would have been really fun to use the stuff when I'm in court and trying to figure it out and learn it. Oh my god, I need to go to bed.
I've had a recent experience similar, and I'm just like, all right, I'm gonna do what you tell me to do, because I didn't want the cop to get freaked out, because I know how they are.
Yeah, when they ask your name, though, you say like, what makes you think I have one, or like, how can someone
I'm not
own?
gonna ask them that shit.
You can practice.
I'm on my way to work, motherfucker.
Yeah, see, you don't want to say that. That's making a claim. You're giving him something to go off of, like something to use to piece together, like trip you up. That's what they want to do. Is they want you to make claims.
And after I told him all that shit, he's just like, "Thank you for participating. I'm glad that you're so humble and all this kind of shit." It's like, bitch, I just don't want you to shoot me in the fucking back. That's why.
But yeah, like we don't have a name. Like you like the name that you were given to use, but you can't have a name if it's my name. Then
if I gave him my fucking ID, then he already knows my fucking name. He asked me for my ID, and I gave it to him.
How about this one? No spreken de inglés.
No. It's just like I'm hoping to God this motherfucker doesn't shoot me.
That's don't get pulled over, guys. No spit. No spit. Does it? I mean, would that work? I mean, how far can I get with that? If I pretend like I don't speak English, language.
Probably bring out somebody who speaks English.
Oh, good. That's better. Good. I always play stupid. I play so stupid with cops, but I don't let them do the other stuff. I play stupid, and they know that I'm playing stupid because of how I'm playing stupid, and like, where this guy go, man? uh, got
Can
pulled
I
over by.
that it's somebody in court? It's not on YouTube or anything. It's somebody in court that's doing the whole thing, just not making claims. And like when the judge says, like, "What is your name?" You're like, I'm here on that matter." Like, and it's just completely avoiding making any claims, and the case gets dropped. There's tons of
Oh
them that
wow, wow, wow,
there's lots of them.
wow. Hey,
The
can you
people
do that? Do cops do that? Can you do that with cops or no?
Yeah, yeah. If you don't make a claim, then you do not contract. They need you to contract with them to have any jurisdiction on you. If you do not contract, then they cannot do anything. They can't arrest you. They cannot do anything to you.
Okay, I get pulled over. Okay, license
Yeah.
and registration, sir, and I say, yeah, I'm here about that matter. Is that
No,
okay?
no. I was saying that was for the court, but
Oh,
that was for when the guy's in court. But like, I say license and registration. What makes you think I have something like that? What makes you think I have that?
oh,
And so you
oh.
want to use stuff like I believe, and like when they say, okay, what is your name? Like, or what, and you say, well, the name that I use is allegedly, and they're like, birthday, like I don't know, I can't remember it, and they're like, you can't remember your birthday, like, oh, I was just born. I was like, how do you remember when you were born? And they're like, well, when were you born? Well, allegedly,
Yeah.
I'm told it was blah, blah, blah.
Yep. Yeah.
Nah.
Right? Wait,
Yeah.
let's say a cop gets frustrated. Let's say a cop doesn't want to play along and gets frustrated. What can you do? What, like, what is the worst that a cop can do if he gets
Bro,
frustrated?
if they hold you at gunpoint, just follow instructions very carefully.
Yeah, just try not to make claims.
All right. What would escalate? Like, so what? Usually they'll play along until what?
No, most cops don't. Well, actually, cops know that they need you to contract. That's one thing that they do know.
Oh,
Mm.
so you can just keep dancing around the topic by asking questions, but never make a claim, right? Is that it? They
Providing
play that game.
providing your ID or your name, that's contracting. So if they ask you for that information and you give it, you're contracting because you are saying you are that name, that
Yeah,
fiction that they
yeah,
have in
yeah,
paper.
Yeah,
yeah.
that's why
Now
you
your
don't
ex
say
equals that.
your name. You say allegedly. Like I answer to the sound, or I've been known to answer to the sound. Like, and
Yeah,
then whatever that sound is that you're calling, or the calling that you answer to.
yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. License and registration, please. Well, it makes you think I have one of those.
What makes you think I
What
have such a thing, or one of those? Yeah.
such a thing? Yeah. And what
He
would he
he
most
will
likely
say
say?
he will say it's a requirement for you to be driving this vehicle to have driver's and registration. So hand it over.
Who said that? Who's saying that?
What if he says that?
The state of Massachusetts.
Can I
Yeah.
talk to
What
the
if he?
state?
Oh.
Can you bring the
Sir,
state back?
if you don't provide your license at this moment, I'm gonna have to take you out of the vehicle and tow your vehicle
Why would you do that?
because that's the law.
Do you have you? Are you the claimant?
Well, I'm not here to debate you or to speak legalese with you. I'm just doing my job. So get out of the vehicle right now.
Why is your job to take me out of a vehicle?
Because in order for you to drive this vehicle, you require to have a license and a registration and insurance, and you haven't provided that.
Who's claiming that?
Okay. Right now he's getting
I mean,
frustrated, right?
are
Yeah,
you gonna give me your license? Yes or no?
I don't know what makes you think I have such a thing. Who's claiming that I can't drive? Or that I can't be in the vehicle? Yeah, you don't want to say drive. But you're still not making that claim if you say that. Because you're not saying you are driving. You're saying, who says I can't drive? Where does it say that?
If I was the cop
Well, let me.
right now, I'd be pissed off, man. I'd be like, get the fuck out.
Like, why do you want me
Right?
to get out?
Right? Something like that.
Well, if he get
No.
pissed off and he start yelling at you and saying, "I'm gonna call the dog and my reinforcements,"
Okay.
you say, "Well,
Okay.
sir, I'm not a violent person. If you're gonna do anything violent to me, I'm just gonna put my hands up and you do what you gotta do."
Yeah, that's what
I
I was
will. I will get angry as the police. I would get frustrated, and I would try to hold you here as long as I can. Now, fuck it, I'm gonna call the boys. Hey,
saying.
man, I got one. Please come over. Fucking guy over here is acting smart.
I'm a peaceful person. I don't have any weapons with me. I'm not gonna cause you any harm. Don't You don't have to shoot me. So if you have to do anything, I mean, I'll comply, sir.
4 police cars just showed up, starting to look like a scene.
They might try to intimidate you, and if you don't fall for it, they let you go. Most likely, ask for a supervisor or something, maybe, but I don't know. If they're trying to get violent, you don't want to escalate anything. You, sir, like you have all these questions for me. Um, whatever. Just I don't know. Yeah, I can't speak too much
Mm.
at the moment. So yeah, what this guy is saying, it will make sense, and hopefully you could keep it with not escalating. And yeah, you're a peaceful person. You're not doing any, you're not doing anything wrong. So there shouldn't be any reason for him to get violent with you or anything.
Saying you're a
Yeah,
peaceful person, does that fall under making a claim or no?
yeah. Saying you're a person for one, that's a
Yeah.
corporation fiction.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, saying
Oh
yeah,
man.
like I'm. Could it be that I'm just trying to move freely, like from one place to another, and if they say like,
Without being molested by you. I'm
yeah,
trying to, travel. I'm trying to travel, and I'm being
you
molested at the moment. Can you stop it, please?
yeah, and they say like, you just need to get out of the car, and they say like, why would I do that? Like, why do I need to? And they'll say, because I said so. It's a lawful order. So is that you making the claim? Like, the whole thing is, if there is somebody trying to give you a ticket or arrest you, that means there's somebody who, is it the cop that is trying to charge you? Because if there's no injured party, injury or loss suffered by somebody, by a claimant, then there is no crime. The only law is, don't hurt or steal from people, from other people. Like, as long as there's no injured or party that suffers an injury or a loss, there is no law broken. Everything else is statutes and codes. And so when the cops are trying to give you a ticket or pull you out of the car or arrest you, it's based on a statute and a code, unless you hurt somebody, or like stole something. But only if you stole from an actual living man or woman. Like, if you stole something from a store, like there's still no actual claimant like to arrest you.
Right.
They will.
So if you get pulled over for speeding, right? No
Yeah,
crime has been committed, right? No
yeah.
crime has been committed.
Speeding's not a crime.
Therefore, right.
If you get a license and follow along with all their little bullshit,
Then you have violated. Yeah.
then
Then you
yeah,
have violated the terms of the license. Yeah.
then you're a government employee at that point, and you're like accepting what they're saying. But as long as you're not making a claim, then even if you did get a license, like, then it doesn't even matter. As long as you make no claim, you're not claiming to be that name, because it's not our name. It's a name that we
Yeah.
use. and that name
Yep.
is a corporation. And so, like when they're putting you in jail, they're not arresting, or they are putting you in jail. You're the body that you use, but the body is
Yep.
just being surety for the name. Like there's numerous ways to just accept or agree to the judge and not plead guilty or not guilty. And you're just accepting it or agreeing to it, and that's good enough. You're just, it's kind of like wiping away the case where they get their money from it still, or their whatever they get, their credit, and you don't go to jail. And like I have a few people that have gotten their cars out of impound for just by talking, and tons of people I know.
Check this out. I have a court date coming up next month, and I got a public defender, and of course they're always going to say, "Hey, accept these terms by the public," by the
infant of the mind.
Right, because I was pulled over driving on a suspended license, and of course DWI, but it was like in the morning, but whatever, it was after, but
Wait,
but
question,
I submitted under duress, because if I had done what you guys were just talking about and said, hey, you pulled me over under circumstances, I was exceeding the speed limit, which I was a little bit, but he lied about how fast I was going. But anyway, he can't prove it, and I can't prove it. And he's not going to come.
I mean, there's a speed limit.
Yeah. Well, either way.
How does that?
I gave him my identification card, which wasn't a driver's license. It was my ID, which is the same number.
Actually belongs to the state.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, I was under duress, because if I had resisted in any way, that motherfucker would have pulled his gun on me and shot me to death.
What?
That's a claim.
No, man, but I'm pretty sure. I mean, it seemed like he was a nice guy as long as I was submissive to his shit. Bro, I promise to God that motherfucker would have shot me to death.
Well, you can ask him. You say, what if I don't? Like, if they say, like, get out of the car, say, well, what if I don't? And you're just asking them. As long as you're just asking questions.
No, man, okay. Well, that's all in their body cam, right? I mean, just like the rest of it's on their body cam. Hey, I was under duress the entire time. It's like, bro, I know I was driving on a suspended license. I admitted that, but I
making a claim.
Anyway, but I wasn't. I was just trying to go to work.
Then you should have said that I am just conveying my physical body to a location.
I know. Should have, could have, would have, but I was under duress the entire time. It's like when you have this fucking guy that has a gun on his hip, you're always under duress when, with the threat of violence,
Is a DUI is nothing if you haven't, hit anybody, but you get pulled over and get charged. Is drinking while under the influence a crime? Considered a crime. Okay.
No, it's not a crime. I mean, legally, it's a crime. I mean, you get one. That's whatever. But anyway, I mean,
not a crime.
I was just like, I woke up in the morning. I woke up in the morning and then was on my way to work. And whatever.
It's not a crime because you haven't injured or hurt anybody.
Yeah.
The risks were great.
See, and this is what with a public defender, I'm trying to figure out a way to contact a public defender to get a better defense, because What they told me when I went into court is say, hey, you qualify for a public defender, which means that the day I go to court, then I can talk to him for a few minutes,
Qualify.
and then he's already going to be like, accept this, thing from the state or whatever, or the county or whatever, from the county
This offer.
prosecutor. Yeah. I mean, anyway. And so I'm just like, I'm looking at, I don't even know what I'm looking at. I mean, of course there's going to be a fine and I'll pay it, but I'm just like, but he shouldn't have pulled me over in the first place because he lied about why he pulled me over, because I wasn't going the speed.
I'm gonna guess you're looking at some jail time or
no, I don't think I'm looking at jail time at this point.
Okay, then you're looking at some community service and AA meetings.
Which that's almost impossible for me to actually accomplish. But I, sort of, I mean, like AA meetings, yeah, and a fine, but at the same time, I did what it was like. Hey, as a matter of fact, though, I thought that I was going to go to jail that night and like be in there for a long time because of previous infractions, like from 10 years ago. But anyway, it didn't happen. But now I'm a free. So anyways, and I know all the shit you guys are talking about. I was like, oh, here's my freaking ID. This is not a driver's license because it's suspended because of
So
it wasn't because of previous DUIs or anything. It was because of unpaid fines, and that I just complied with what they. And matter of fact, I woke up before he pulled me over. I woke up like 20 minutes before he pulled me over, and so I was already like still sleepy. I was just driving. I was going to work, and if he hadn't pulled me over, I would have fucking went to work, and everything would have been fine. Nobody would know the difference.
Nobody would ever know you broke the law.
No, I didn't break the fucking law.
Why were you sleeping in your car?
I wasn't sleeping in my goddamn car. I just was exceeding the speed limit, but it wasn't 57 like he told me.
Answering questions.
It was like 57 and a 40. I know I wasn't going that fast. But when he pulled me over, you get this cop, come up to your car and he's got a fucking gun. He's like, hey, do you know why I pulled you over? He always asks you that.
All I know,
you know why I pulled you over?
All I know is that a lawyer and a police officer gave a talk on YouTube, and this is what they said: do not talk to police, okay?
Yeah.
And they're like, look, listen. Do not talk to police.
Yeah, because and half the time, if they have to give testimony in court, they don't even show up. So
anything you say will
can be used against you.
No. What they stressed was the will part, right? They said that it's not a can or may, it's will. They were like, it's will, like they will find a way to use
but they have to show up for the testimony, right? So if you get a court date, the cop has to be there to testify, and they don't go to they don't show up at court. So.
Practice double speak. Practice asking questions and not answering them.
Yeah. It's a good
answering
idea.
questions with a question. Like, how much have you had to drink today, sir? What kind of drink? I guess like I'm practicing. What makes you think I had one of those?
Yeah, I fucked that all up. When he started.
I can smell it all over you, sir. Makes
Well,
you
sure. I
think what
mean,
you're
but I,
smelling.
you know, it was like 20 minutes after I woke up. I was like, "Oh shit, I'm late for work." Get in the car, boom, and it was like 20 minutes, and he pulled me
Is
over
it
for
possible to talk
speeding.
your way? Is it possible to talk your way out of a DUI? Like, if you have to go to court?
I guess it probably is, and that's why I want to get a hold of the public defender that's supposed to be defending me when he's just going to agree with the prosecutors and be like, "This is what he has to do: go to meetings and pay
Oh,
$1,000 fine or whatever." It's just
oh,
like,
you've already agreed and contracted a bunch of stuff,
no,
so it's
no,
too
I
late,
haven't
right?
had the trial yet. I haven't had the trial yet. That's why I want to
Yeah,
talk
but
to.
but when you were arrested, you did give all these statements, didn't you? Yeah.
Uh,
You
yeah,
yeah,
I
sounds
went
like you
out.
did.
I was,
Oh,
I
there you
was
go. Yeah.
like, yeah, I went to county jail. I freaking blew the breathalyzer and all that
Right.
shit.
Because you've said that I am that person on that driver's license. That was the
Ah,
first,
well, I gave him my
contract.
ID.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, but it
Yeah.
wasn't a driver's license. It was a state ID card, which is just, it's not driver's license because I'm not
I have been
licensed to
known.
drive.
Look, I have been known as you hand them your license. I have been known to be called by. Look at your license. This name on this thing here.
There
Were
you
I have
go.
you
also been known to be called by.
Well,
Porque tú vas
I
a-
could have I could have sworn I was going to be taken to jail on previous warrants and shit, and so I was kind of like, oh shit, I'm fucked now. But I thought I was going to freaking sitting in jail now, and all you guys would be like, where the fuck did Helio go?
were you drinking?
So,
Yeah.
what?
Were you drinking?
No, well, at the time, no. I mean, I'd fell asleep like 4 hours before I got
You
up,
said you
and
blew a breathalyzer. Did they record alcohol on your blood?
yeah.
Oh, they did.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So they had me dead to rights for that. But, but I mean, what was I supposed to do? Bitch,
You're supposed to play the game until you go to the court.
I
You're
don't
supposed to
know. I
say,
don't know.
"I have been known to be called by this
I have
name."
been known to be called.
Have
What
you
would you
thought
like to
of
say?
If that bitch hadn't pulled me over, I'd be, I'd
Right.
have went to work fine that day. I'd have been all right.
have you thought about in case something happens to you, you can have someone take care of the server in case you have to go away?
No. No. But anyway, I really have, I have some, I mean, I have a good feeling
Anyways,
about what's going to happen in court next month, and
how
I
long have
don't
you
think
been?
it's going to be that bad. I mean, I'm going to have a fine. May have to go to some A meetings or some shit. I've
You know,
already been to a couple of A meetings. It's not
Helio,
for me, but
have you thought about cleaning yourself up?
have I?
I was
These
gonna
people
say
are already
that's not the
laughing.
point, right?
It's
You're gonna say
like
that's not the
this.
point.
That's not even what it was. It's just like, bro, I just
Ah.
got caught. I just got caught in a bad circumstance. Do you think that? Anyway, all
Well,
right.
he's
So
right. I
what
mean,
do you mean? I
he's
mean,
right.
I can change. I can't
I mean,
change.
are you driving with blood alcohol?
What?
Why are you driving with blood alcohol?
I didn't necessarily know I was. I was just on my way to work and only had like 4 hours of sleep. And I was a little bit late because I woke up late, so I was just exceeding the speed limit in a certain area, and this cop pulled me over, and then he was like, he said he could smell it, and maybe he didn't. I don't know. I mean, cops can say whatever the fuck they want to say, anytime. But either way, and then he pulled me out of the car.
Well,
So,
what was your blood alcohol level? Was it like borderline?
what do you think it was?
I don't even know what number they got, but if you're borderline, maybe you can talk your way out of it. But if you're like fucking in the red, then you can't say shit.
You can't talk your way out of it. You're claiming to have done it, and you're fucked regardless. Why? Who's claiming that I can't drink and drive? Who's making that claim? Like, watch out.
What do you think it was? That's what I'm
Sure.
asking. I know what it is. You know what they
Sure.
I had a field sobriety test and all that shit, and then I got to the station once they arrested me, and then I did their big machine, and I did that. What do you think it was?
Can you guys hear this audio? 1 second. It's only like 3 minutes.
Legal limit is 0.08. That's all. 0.08.
This isn't the whole making the not making claim thing in court.
Allegedly, that's the name of it.
Can you guys hear it?
Yeah. Well,
Okay. What do you mean by that? You mean for that matter? I believe. If you get proof of insurance or an inspection, I'm here to ask about that. Can you just give me?
Yeah, are you? You guys can hear it fine, right?
not
turn it up a
fine.
bit?
I mean, it's a little soft. I
Let me
mean,
try to turn it up. Maybe if I share the screen or something. I'm not exactly sure how you do it on here.
you can't share a screen in this room.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Did you hear that song?
Yeah. Did you break your knee? Can you hear that better now?
Mr. Clark, what do you mean?
Yeah.
Yes, you are here about that. You're charged with a tag violation, an insurance violation, and an inspection violation. You got the thing fixed? Allegedly, that's the name of it under use. I'm here to do the claimant. We don't play those types of games. So do you want to represent yourself, or are you going to hire an attorney? How can I represent myself? Yes. You just have a seat. We'll let the court do it. Yeah, all right. Thank you very much.
But I understand that there's folks that come through the legal system and like to do certain things to just kind of delay, but it's just a whole lot easier if you just answer my questions. Do you like to have an attorney represent you or not?
Are you speaking to me?
Yes, sir. Your name is Jonathan Sparks, is it not?
How does one own such a thing?
I'm trying to make this easier on you.
One more thing. Well, pause for 1 second. When they say yes, sir, or like a sir is somebody who's been knighted by the queen. And so, like, if they say sir or Mr. and then like your last name, it's not your last name, it's a family name, and that you use, but it's not your name. If they say Mr. or sir, they're trying to get you to respond to them. If you say yes, that like just say yeah. If they're then you're contracting with them right away, and you're in their jurisdiction. So as long as you don't identify as that name and you do not respond, either you don't answer one of their questions. If you answer their questions, you're in their jurisdiction. I'm going to keep playing it.
I believe I'm here for that, man.
Sparks. You Jonathan Sparks.
Allegedly.
Sparks. The court will advise we got 3 charges. Class 3 misdemeanor, class 2 misdemeanor, and that's punishment advances of 80 days. Studies. You can represent yourself.
Are you speaking to me?
Every bit of that is illegible.
There's a spark stand up. You right there, stand up.
Are you talking to?
Yes, I am. Stand up. I'm wanting you to pursuant to the contempt powers. Whatever you follow the court's instructions can result in contempt. Do you understand that? Sheriff Gosling,
Are you speaking to me or the name?
you're about to go to jail.
Would you like me to?
You come right down here behind this table.
Okay. Would you like me to come here? I'm here for the matter of the name, and I believe there's been a mistake.
I asked you your maximum punishment for your offenses. You have 3 options concerning an attorney. You wish to represent yourself, hire an attorney, or ask for a court-appointed lawyer.
How can I represent myself if I am myself? I would like to deal with the matter honorably, and I think there's been a mistake in the matter of this name. Who is claiming that I have made a claim to that name?
Are you Jonathan Sparks?
How can one be a name?
I'm going to issue an order for arrest for Jonathan Sparks if Jonathan Sparks is not in his courtroom.
How can one
And if
be?
you're saying you're not Jonathan Sparks, then I'll issue an order for arrest and the sheriff will take him into custody. You understand that?
How can one be a name?
If you wish to represent yourself, hire an attorney, or ask for a court-appointed lawyer.
Again, I believe there's been a mistake in the matter. Is someone claiming that I've made a claim to that name? Can I speak with the claimant?
The court will find that the defendant has willfully failed to exercise his right to request a court-appointed lawyer. Will find that he has waived counsel by being obstinate and refusing to answer the court's questions. And the court will set a trial date, Super Soil's trial date, June 9th. June 9th, your matter will be on for hearing.
You're done. Have a good day. Nope, you're done.
Where you go?
Pretty good.
There's a part 2 also. When he goes back to court.
What?
I'm
Okay.
here for that matter. Allegedly.
Mark Steinford. Here. The attorney done.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good day.
I got dismissed.
What was more? We could barely hear the questions, but what were they like questioning?
They're
When they,
saying,
like,
are you Jonathan Sparks?
Mhm.
Saying, are you Jonathan Sparks? If Jonathan Sparks is not here, I'm going to issue a warrant for arrest. And then he'd be like, sir, or what was it? Here, I think I have a transcript of it too. Where'd it go? Let me see if I have it.
How can I represent myself if I am myself?
Yeah. You can do this with bills
Hey.
too. Like I haven't paid a utility bill in over a year, and my rent, I've not paid rent in 15 months, and it's supposed to be. It would be
What was he?
$4,800 a month.
Wow. What does he see? What was he kept saying? About the misunderstanding, right? About a person, someone has made the claim, right?
Yeah.
He wanted to speak to the claimant. Like, what was he saying there? Can you help clarify? Like,
He's but he's saying that when you're going into court and you're trying to, what you're saying is you're saying, I believe there's been a mistake with that name, and it's the name that I use, but I believe there's been a mistake. Can I speak to the claimant? Because if there is no claimant there, which there isn't, like the state, it's the state versus the name. And so when the state is like, who's the state? or like they'll say the crown versus the name, and the public or the whatever it is, the district attorney is the crown, and so they're representing the crown, the Queen of England, and so they are the attorney, or they're representing the state, and so if they're representing the state, they have no firsthand knowledge of the matter if they weren't actually the ones there and they weren't the ones that actually suffered a loss. And so when you're there for a ticket or anything that's not an actual man or woman that is coming after you directly, like if this, even if you hurt somebody, like if they're not the ones that are in there filing charges on you as a man, like man to man, then there's no claimant there, and they need you to contract and to make a claim that you are that
The
name. Yeah.
To represent the name. They want you to contract to agree to represent the name.
Yeah.
When he asked, he wanted to speak to the claimant. Was he talking about the DA that was there that represents the state or the queen?
No, because that's he's asking to speak to the one with the firsthand knowledge of the case, because like the cop isn't even the claimant. Like the cop is just writing you a ticket based on like that's his duty, with like, and if you ask the cop like, are you making the claim? Like if they're like, you were speeding, like who said I was speeding? They're like, the speed limit's like 45 and you're going like 70, saying who said that? Or like posted all over the signs. What makes you think those signs apply to me? Like, and if they're like, it's the law, like who made that law? Like who, like what makes you think that applies to me? And you just keep going with that. Then if you don't make a claim, like even if they do end up giving you a ticket or something, when it goes to court, especially if you have it recorded, it will get thrown out, or most likely not even make it to court.
So to kind of simplify it, as long as you do not represent that name, right? You're all right.
Yeah, you can't represent yourself. It's impossible. That's what when they were saying, do you want to represent yourself, hire an attorney, or I forget what the third thing was. When it says it right here. He's saying here. I'm gonna just fast forward it to that part and play it again, and tell me if it's too quiet, and I'll read the transcript. What he's saying.
Turn it up. Yeah, turn it up, please.
Yeah, that's as loud as it can go.
Okay.
Saying you can represent yourself, you can hire an attorney for your own choosing, or if you can't afford an attorney, one of these,
One will be provided.
yeah, an attorney. Which of these three options do you wish to do? And he says, and then the guy says, "Are you speaking to me?" Because he called him Mister, like Mr. Sparks, right before he said this stuff, like Mr. Sparks. He's like, "Do you want to represent yourself? You can hire an attorney, or you can have one." Get one chosen for you if you can't afford an attorney. And then the guy's like, are you talking to me? Because if you answer to Mr., if you respond to him at all, or like even if you're asking a question, like but you're replying to his question, like you're contracting with him.
Yeah. You're acknowledging that you are Mr. Sparks.
Yeah. So he was just completely just being silent whenever the judge would say Mr. or Sir. Like right here it says, he said, are you speaking to me? And then the judge was like, Mr. Sparks, saying that oh, Mr. Sparks saying that you're right there. Stand up. And are you talking to me? Yes, I am. Stand up. And then he's not standing. He's just going mute because the guy said Mr. Sparks. And he said, "Are you speaking to me or the name?" And then he's like, "You're about to go to jail." And then would you like me to come right here? And so like because he was telling the deputy to stand him up, like he was like, "Get over here," because if you end up walking over there where he says get over here, or if you stand up when he says stand up, you're contracting. You've taken an order from him, and you're in his jurisdiction now, and you're in the.
No, you
the
have to. So he has to make the distinction that you're talking to the name, and you have to say, "Are you talking to me, or are you talking to the name?" Right? You have
yeah.
to make that clear. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, if you do not admit to being that name, and there's no actual injured party or no one experienced injury or loss or harm, like they cannot arrest you. They cannot do anything to you. Like they only contract. Like what they're trying to do is they're trying to make a contract. They're putting the name in jail, but when we admit to being that name, we're giving them our body or the body we use as surety for that contract.
Yep. So
So
the name can go to jail, and you go home.
yeah,
How does
well,
that
yeah. If you accept, you can. There's ways to do it where you're accepting it and agreeing to it, but you're not pleading guilty or not guilty. And then what he just did, it's not the name didn't go to jail. He just never admitted to being that name, and the court didn't know what to do with him. And because
So
he's not saying he's that name, he just uses that name.
So let's say, okay, so let's say this is in the courtroom, but let's say you leave the courtroom, right? And then, because this name, you have to use it, say, to get a job, you have to use it to, do certain
Yeah,
things, right? Right?
you work in commerce with other corporations. We all have a corporation. And like if you ever get a bill like sent to your house, any bill, electric, water, power, cell phone, the name that you use that you think it's your name, the name is in all uppercase letters. And it's called glossa or dog Latin. It's not English. It's not your name. It's a name that looks like yours, but it's
So it
not.
represents a corporation,
Yeah, so uppercase letters
trading.
are what are on tombstones, and it's the language of the dead. So when you die, your name gets put in all uppercase letters, and that's what's on your tombstone. That's what's on your death certificate. That's on all that stuff.
That's what's on your mail.
So what do you do when you get those letters in the mail? What do you do with that?
Well, you can do it through paperwork, or you can do it on the phone. I'm not that good at speaking clearly, and so I've done all my shit through paperwork. But I follow this stuff a lot, doing it. This Viva Versa. I don't even know how you say it. Viva Versa. I'm doing it just off the top. But so here, watch the. I have an audio that he's talking to a debt collector, I believe it is. And this one's louder too. That one was quiet because it's like recorded in his pocket in court. Where is it? I think it's this one.
Am I speaking to the claim? Jamie, I believe I used the name, and I was calling to find out who the claimant is regarding this matter. You, Mr. That's the person that I allegedly used. So do you know who the claimant is regarding this matter? Well, how can one be a name. I believe I use that name, that person. Are you the claimant?
Well, sir, you're calling Resurgent Capital.
Who's claiming there is such a thing, a file regarding that person? Oh, could you explain to me how anyone could be a name or a person? Could it be we use names and persons?
Correct, sir.
So can I speak to the claimant? Second, you just said I'm speaking to the claimant, and then in the next sentence you said that I'm speaking to a representative. So am I speaking to the claimant or a representative of the claimant? Well, I believe that name and that person is property of the United States. And I believe I use that.
Okay, sir. Please, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Listen, the purpose of the call is to find out who's claiming, if anyone, who's claiming there's a matter with the name or person. Is that claimant available to speak to me right now? With the claimant, the one with firsthand testimony claiming that there's a matter regarding that person. What is the name of the claimant?
Well, again, sir,
Is that the claimant? Let me speak to the claimant to help settle any alleged matter with the person. It's great, but you're not the claimant. You're not going to be able to provide firsthand. Well, how are you going to verify it? Could you notate the account for me? If there's no claimant, could you just notate the account to cease and desist? But who would I send that to? What is the name of the claimant that I need to send that to? Okay, what is the name of the claimant?
That wasn't the good one. There's one where it's done for I think a Spectrum bill.
In the paperwork side, in the letter, let's say the bill that you get in the mail, what do you do with that? You personally, you yourself.
Who is the claimant? What is what is
your contract.
Sorry, I don't know what that was. Where is it?
Can you hear me, Sultan?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So on the bills that you said that you haven't paid sometime, what do you do with the bills that you receive?
I submit them to the IRS. It's you have there's a lot of studying that goes into this, but you submit a notice of assignment to a living man or woman that's an IRS agent. You can look up what a notice of assignment is.
Yeah, let me 1 second before you go to the next.
There's a few. I can post a link in here for a W-4.
You send your bills you've been charged. You send those to IRS. What for?
Yeah. Well, in 1933, I believe it was. In 1933, there's something called House Joint Resolution 192, Section 12, Subchapter 48 or something. And it states that that the U.S. owes all debts, public and private. So, or all debts are they're refundable, all public debts and all private debts. And so, because there is no money, the money is not. Then they took us off of the gold standard in 1933. The dollar, what they used to back the dollar after that is human work energy. And so that's why they give us all birth certificates and social security cards, is because there was nothing backing the dollar anymore. And so every man, woman, child that's born, they get a birth certificate and a corporation is created in their name. And so like the national debt isn't a debt that's like owed to like China or different countries. That's the amount of money that is, or amount of credit that is owed, or amount of debt that is owed to all the creditors. And everyone that has a birth certificate is a creditor. And it's the amount of money that is owed to all of us, or amount of credit. There is no money. There's only credit and debt. And so that figure, whatever it is, like $28 trillion or whatever, that is the amount of credit that is created from every time you sign something. More money is created. Like every day that you go to school, when they're taking attendance, and when you're in school, or if you go to jail, every day that they have you on a bunk, like I don't know if anybody have ever heard. I used to hear this all the time when I was in jail, that they make like a few thousand, like $5,000 or $6,000 a day to house each inmate, and they get paid for 2 times if they move you from one bunk to another bunk, and they get paid like just astronomical figures. And I come to find out that it's not like the jail or the court is the one that's making that much money. It's the money is, or the credit is put into mortgage-backed securities, and they create bonds. And so for every day that they do, there is a like $6,000 that's created off of your security, off of the security that was made in the name that you were given. I'm not the best at explaining this, but
So when you grab a bill and send it to the IRS to the notice of assignment, you're basically passing the bill to the public office, and they take care of it, basically.
yes, yeah, you need to find like, here, I can play part of this audio. He explains it.
But there is a process that says you have to sign it, and with that signature, you're giving them basically some type of monetary instrument for them to take care of it.
Yeah, you do. You give a power of attorney from yourself, or you power of attorney the name that you use, like your birth certificate. You do a power of attorney to yourself, so you become the attorney in fact for the name. And so then you actually can make like decisions for that name. And if you don't do a power of attorney, then and you have to get it notarized and certified, then you don't have any control over anything you do with your person or the person that you use. And then you so then you take that power of attorney, and then you do a power of attorney from the living man or woman you to an IRS agent, but you have to get a name somehow of an actual living man or woman within the IRS, and somebody that's in like a position. Like you have to like just send like try to send like letters into different offices that are I'm not allowed to really speak on like the offices or give too many like deep details. I had to sign a non-disclosure, but you need to find an agent within the IRS and give them
What percentage of people are doing this?
Everybody's participating. It's just that there is a public side and the private side, so everyone is doing something. But some people know how to do the whole thing, and there is us. I'll say me myself that haven't done it. So that's a big amount of the population that are the workers that we're basically ignorant about many
Everybody's
things, including.
gambling. Everybody's gambling, like in Vegas, but only few people are the house that make money. Is that what you're saying? Gotta be on the right side. Gotta be like the house in the casino.
Oh yeah, the house and the casino, they're making bank, right?
We gotta be like the house. Is that what you're saying? We can't be a gambler.
No, because I think in reality the level plane is there, right? The level plane is there. It's just that you have to know how to do things. Obviously, if you want to build a structure, you gotta know how to build it. If you want to work in the legalese, you gotta know the language. You want to know about the private side, you have to know how the private side works. And that's why I think he mentioned there's a few things he can't mention because there is stuff that you cannot talk about, and that's true for in many places, many things. Oh yeah, I guess it's our own journey for everybody. Hopefully, we can gather more information individually and hopefully help each other to have a better standard of living. That's
This
always
shit
the.
sounds so sketchy. Just from like
Oh yeah, it's very sketchy.
listening.
It is very sketchy. He wants $1 million to get everything. It is.
Yeah, you're not wrong to suspect him, but you got to think about like you can check it out. It's kind of like when someone tells you about the flat Earth, be like, dude, that guy's fucking whack, dude. Flat Earth, you must be fucking kidding me. But check it out, right?
So this is like a method
Use
so that you
discernment.
can pay your rent. Is that what I'm? And you pay your rent how differently, or how's it different?
It's actually not that. It's how to access your. I don't know how to explain it. How do you explain it, Jim Z?
No, I already unmuted the live stream because this is stuff that is not for the live stream. So yeah.
Oh, okay. So I'm just gonna.
The live stream was muted for a bit while we spoke about that stuff. So
Okay, so you took care of that as a mod.
yeah.
I just heard that people can access their government social security.
Their trust.
Yeah, exactly. Which I don't know shit about. And it's like the third or fourth time I heard it, so I was just listening to him. I got some files, so we'll see what happens. I don't know. I'm open.
Okay.
I'm not
Well,
gonna hate.
like
Okay,
everything,
yeah, that's
like
all I
when
want
you
to
go
know.
to the store and you buy stuff in the store and you use your credit card or your bank card, you are at the public side and you get your goods, right? And you are happy because you got your goods. But you know nothing about what happens behind the transactions and how the banking system work. And pretty sure Octane Weasel that you're asking about the sketchy stuff. I'm pretty sure you don't know what's going on behind the financial systems in the backside, right? Do you?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, no clue.
No clue, exactly. Just exactly like this. It's similar. But the thing is that when you look into the into the law, it's actually public information that you can look into this language. And what was it?
That's why you get an IRS agent and you give them power of attorney and hand everything over to them.
The IRS agent that is doing a certain part of the equation for you, you don't know what he's doing, but you know he's there to do a function, And once you put the right paperwork on his hands, he's gonna do the right function for you because that's why he's there, for that function.
Hey, Zoltan, why would an IRS agent give a damn about you and fill out your paperwork? How did they get
Wait, say
paid
that
for
again.
that? Why would an IRS agent give a damn about you, and why would they fill your paperwork out?
They're here for our benefit. They're the trustees. You're giving them the fiduciary obligation. They have a fiduciary obligation to do what's best for the beneficiary. You're
It's
the
their job,
beneficiary.
but it's their job, but only like 0.001 of the people even know about this.
No, they are administrators and they have a function to do.
This is something that like the people that live up in like Hollywood Hills, that it says like a state of like whatever, like a state of I don't know, just one of those like big freaking what's the Beanie Baby guy's name? The Beanie Baby family. Um I don't even remember. They're just those really wealthy people that have like full on estates, and it's like written on their gate. Like they know this stuff, like the multi-million-dollar houses. And those people have all of their stuff in trusts, and everything is transacted through a trust, and they have accountants that know all of this shit. It's very, very limited amount of people, though. It takes a lot of studying to do this. I was fortunate enough to have somebody who is a great study partner.
Yeah,
It took
I know. If we
to figure
no,
it out, though.
this is a great topic, but we're gonna move on from it because more people are gonna be joining, and we're gonna have to be going back because people are actually interested in this kind of stuff. But you know, this is the Flutter Discord.
Posted a bunch of document law dictionaries and stuff in the chat.
Yeah, those are pretty good. I downloaded. Those are big PDFs. 40 megabytes. That's huge for a PDF.
Black's Law dictionaries.
Yeah.
Those are the good editions right there. I have the rest of them too, but I don't want to post that much shit in the chat. All right, I'm really going to bed this time. Good night.
Good night or good morning.
Thank you,
Wherever
Zoltan.
you are.
Come back and check on us again later.
Yeah, we can kind of talk overview of it, but it's just we won't be able to tell people anything of how this works because I don't know how it works. So if someone asks me, I'm gonna just give till like often Weasel, you were asking this question, and I mean me and Guthrie, we won't be able to answer it. So, yeah, it's better to leave it around that area.
Sounds good to me.
Hey, James, if you get it working, man, just let me know, okay? I'm gonna look into it. I'm gonna look into it from my side, but we'll see.
We'll see.
last thing that the last thing that I just posted, something's wrong when it's a book. It's on common law, but it's like a almost like a picture book where it's not like a lot of reading, and it really explains like the whole separation between private and public, and it's like a great intro book. It's all based on the common law, though. It's not equity or anything like that. It tells you about the gold standard and about like
Which
how
one is
all
that
this.
one? The one that speaks about the private and public.
Something's wrong when.
Okay, that's a good one. Because
Anna von Rice, I wouldn't recommend like going and following her. And she has this like, it's almost like a cult type thing now. But it's actually how I got introduced to all this. But I left that, but the book is really good intro book. It's like super short, like easy to read, and has pictures, and it explains everything really well.
yeah, the public and private, that's a topic there. A lot of people don't even know that even the private side exists.
Yeah, it tells you all
Because
about
you're not supposed to talk about it because it's private.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, good looks for all that stuff.
Yeah, it talks about the water jurisdiction and the air jurisdiction and the land jurisdiction, different forms of law.
Maritime law? Would that be maritime law? The doctor, you were born of the waters, and the doctor docks you?
Yeah,
As
Jordan
a
Maxwell.
commodity of the corporation of the United States of America, so they can usurp your funds into the Capital Bank and Federal Reserve to write you off as a fund collecting person? Zoltan, thanks for the information, man. Hope all is well with you, my friend. Gemsy, it's good to see you. Good day. Happy Monday to you guys. If there's such thing as a
Good day
happy
to
Monday.
you as well.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really going to bed this time.
Yeah, no worries, dude. It's obviously you've done your research on the Titanic.
Good night.
Yo, Godrich, what's up, homie? Is that Godrich? Or did I miss you? Who is it? Yeah, it is Godrich. What's up, homie? Yeah, Zoltan, did you get to research so you got the Titanic 1910,
I was
1911?
ready to go, and then someone said my name. What was that? I
Oh
just
no, I'm
came
just
back right
saying.
now.
I was saying hi to you, man, because I just heard your name. I heard your voice. I was like, "Yo, is that Godrich?"
What's up, bro? What you
Chilling,
doing?
my guy. I'm good, brother. I'm good. I'm good. Wishing you good sleeps.
Did you say Titanic?
Well, Zoltan just brought in some awesome information about what's taken place in the past. So I was just kind of going back into the major events over the 1900s, just to put some time markers to the information that Zoltan was sharing, because it's good info. It's really good info if people know about this stuff. Private bank, the
Yes.
Federal Reserve, capital bank, all that stuff. The Rothschilds, the financial plays that have been made since the Napoleonic Wars in the 1750s. But yeah. I'd also like to state that I'm comfortable at this point stating that the Freemasons were the original builders / architects of this world.
Nice.
Or maybe diggers that digged out some of the infrastructure.
See, the digging aspect is interesting because of the monolithic structures that exist. When I say monolithic, monolithic is one solid piece. So if you take a solid piece of like marble and you fashion it into something like a pillar cap or whatever, a stone cap, that would be considered a monolithic piece because it's one piece. So what's interesting is with these Freemasons is that there's a lot of monolithic structures from what I can see, almost like the Arc de Triomphe in France, that appears to be a monolithic, somewhat of a monolithic structure. So when you think of like you take one big giant solid piece of earth, maybe I don't know, and fashion it into something, that would explain the digging, right? Because if you take earth and you dig it out and then you fashion it into something, that would definitely lead to digging versus building, if you will. Being very specific with the verbiage, of course, of digging versus building.
And then you add the free part of it. Free in it? Free?
Well, see, the thing is, you say Freemasons, right? I wonder because again, they have it's the set square and the compass. That's their logo. Not to mention, actually, they have the plumb bob hanging to the middle of the set square. If you realize that, that's the thing going right through the middle. That's dissecting the 90 degrees of the set square. That's the plumb bob that's hanging in the middle. My question is, I wonder if they maybe rendered their services or exchange for something. And maybe that's why they hold such amazing keys to the development of this world. Maybe they agreed to build this world for free in exchange for I don't know, maybe their services or something, and that's how they fashioned the 33rd degree understanding with all these astronauts and Copernicus, all being 33 degree Masons that all went to this apparent moon and this apparent space.
But
Though
that
you
comes
need
with a certain understanding because of the guidance, and you see the tools that are depicted and things
bruh,
that are off the ground, and then
talk about it.
you see things depicted that are off the sky or off heaven that are not on the ground, which is pretty interesting. So they base it's based on kind of certain guidance and certain how do you say schematics of some sort.
They definitely had an understanding of something. I would even go as far as to say that I don't know when the pyramids showed up. But I wouldn't put it past them that maybe the Freemasons had something to do with building the pyramids as well. Right? Maybe the Freemasons had something to do with all the building of all the structures throughout the world because they knew how to, I don't know, capture the ley lines and all that stuff that exists underneath the Earth's crust. Because there are energy ley lines that appear to be align with these world structures, right? The placement of the
What about the one above? Up
yeah,
above,
like yep, the pyramids align with what Orion's belt, right? You see the one above?
the one above, yeah.
Yeah, the alignments. There's definitely an understanding that takes place, or sorry, there's definitely an understanding that is required of what is below and what is above. And there are structures that are built on this plateau that take advantage of those structures that are, or no, take advantage of those ley lines underneath the crust and those things that are in the sky. Just instruments, if you will, instruments of the universe, just as we are.
Okay, Glad. I accept your invitation.
If the moonlight energy is re-radiating, we already dealt with it. It's not. So that is a false premise. Should that
This can we also use this to prove that as another way?
if we can use this, we can prove this as another. This isn't a scientific hypothesis. It's not an experiment. However, you could possibly demonstrate something via another route other than an experiment. Follow?
Do you have any ideas?
I don't. It's your claim. I really don't. All I know, this isn't a scientific hypothesis for the reasons I just mentioned, and it's not. Therefore, it's not an experiment, not a viable one anyway.
What if you wanted to prove that it's causing a cooling effect, not that it's not re-radiated sunlight?
You could possibly do. It wouldn't be an experiment. You could demonstrate that somehow. Sure. Yep.
So say I do demonstrate it. How would I then make an experiment out of it?
You can't. It's not science. Sorry.
QE for people like me that are dumb. Why can't we make an experiment out of that?
Because it's not a viable scientific hypothesis. I don't know. Have you been on mute or deafened for the last 5 minutes?
I feel like you do have a presupposition between a cause and effect. I guess I'm not understanding that.
There is no presuppositions in hypotheses. Hypotheses are suppositions. That's your problem.
And yes, QE, I've been fiddling with getting a mic going for the past 5 minutes.
Who is it? Oh, Rolling My Boulder. Okay. I didn't know who was talking to me, so I just blurted it out. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, why would it matter?
That's another problem. You have a presupposition where hypotheses are suppositions. There's a difference between suppositions and presuppositions.
That's why they're two different words.
So I guess a supposition would be that I actually did measure a difference at one point, and then now it's a supposition, right?
Supposition is it's tentative, it's provisional, whereas a presupposition is you already believe it to be true. So I suppose, yes.
Then I misspoke.
That's okay.
So wait, are you saying like a supposition is like a fact and a presupposition is falsifiable?
No, so I'm going to say it again. A supposition is provisional. That means you're getting ready to test it. Whereas a presupposition is something you believe to be true already.
I see. Can you falsify the presupposition, or it's not?
Yeah. Yeah. You can falsify presuppositions, yeah. Because if they believe them to be true without evidence, then it's horseshit. Whereas a hypothesis is not believed to be true because it's a supposition. It's a preliminary step to get to experiment. Now, those are natural cause and effect relationships, but not everything falls into that category. So it could be true without it being an experiment. Follow?
I mean,
so based on
things are
the
true whether
supposition
we
that I make,
experiment on them or not, right?
I can't listen to two people at once, man.
the supposition that I have is based off of my experience.
I'm not going to deal with it again. I've already shot 4 or 5 holes in it. It's not going to recover. So you can do if I do this and if I do it, you don't. The only way you're going to do it is to post another hypothesis with a viable, independent, dependent variable.
Since I was fiddling with things, can I get the cliff notes of the past 5 minutes? Well, what are you guys talking about?
I'm not going back over it.
So why is moonlight not a viable?
I already told you. I'm not going to tell you again.
Moonlight.
Moonlight's moonlight. I already told you why it's not a viable scientific hypothesis. I shot 4 holes in it. I'm not going to do it again.
Traveler, what are you trying to argue about moonlight?
I'm trying to demonstrate and then have an experiment that says moonlight cools.
And you think you have like a bona fide experiment to do that?
Well, that's what I'm trying to develop.
Impossible.
Now, like I said, you could demonstrate that without it being an experiment and still be true. I think you missed that part.
Would that be proof?
Yes.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, you couldn't be happy with that as well. I mean, you're doing more than
trying
90.
to say that for a while.
More than 99% of Americans who are just sat on the couch doing fuck all. You could be really happy with that. You know what I mean? I'd encourage you. That's what a wonderful thing. It's just not an experiment, according to
Okay,
me.
so
Well,
so
according to
like
science.
the like important thing is that you can make an observation and record what you saw, and what you saw is true.
No, that has
Is
to be an observation of a phenomena.
Naturally occurring phenomenon.
Isn't everything that you observe a phenomenon?
No, I can observe a tree. It's not a phenomenon. It's a concrete noun.
Okay, so if you want to like observe the changing of the colors of the leaves, that's a phenomenon.
Now that could be one. Yes.
See, I speak your language, Kiwi.
Just not the first one.
Just
So watching it grow, watching the leaves change, watching it die, watching it get chopped down, all of those are phenomenon.
It has to be.
But looking at it is not.
It has to be an occurrence, not a concrete noun.
verb.
Yeah, you can't. I can look at a tree, but I can't make a viable scientific hypothesis out of. Okay, I observed a tree. Okay, what's the cause? Well, you didn't.
Okay,
It's
so
non
what if I
sequitur.
go measure the height of all the trees on my back lot? Is that an observation?
Measure the height. Height's not happening.
Yeah, like from the dirt to the highest leaf. Is that
Now, for plant growth, yes, you could come up with a scientific hypothesis for that. Sure.
No, I'm talking about experiment. Observation. Sticking with the observation.
Yeah, hypothesis will lead to an experiment. It's called plant growth theory.
No, but just the
no.
Yeah.
How
no
the
experiment.
Fuck no.
No experiment. Just observations.
You can observe. You can have an. I'm telling you, you can do an experiment with that type of thing. That's an occurrence. Plant growth.
And it's better than just an observation. You should turn it into an actual, hypotheses. Yeah.
You could do it. Yep. A number of them, right?
Yeah.
That's what makes plant growth theory an actual scientific theory, right?
See, one time Brenda said a shoe is a naturally occurring phenomenon. And that's not true because a shoe isn't doing anything. Now, if a shoe were walking itself, you bet your fucking ass that'd be a naturally observed phenomenon that I would like someone to explain as well.
No, you're wrong.
What?
Yeah, you're now that statement is correct, but you're wrong.
Not natural.
It's not natural.
Oh, you know what? That's true. Okay.
Not that you weren't wrong. You were just you went down the next lane, whereas you could have killed it beforehand. How about that?
Right. Yep. I embellished. I always do that.
I have
So
the
wait a
shoe
minute.
in the
What if we like try to look at the shoe wear patterns? Is that natural or not natural?
I got the shoe in the archives.
Like if we just try to figure out how shoes wear out, is that
No, because that's not natural. That's a human wearing the shoe out.
Exactly.
It is a human wearing a shoe out, but the human is nature, right?
No.
Humans in nature don't have shoes.
That's a fallacy of division.
So you're saying like if we took
No, I'm saying
people
it's a
barefoot-
fallacy of division. That's what I'm
yeah,
saying.
you're saying if the people were barefoot and we looked at how their feet were
No,
out, that would be natural.
I'm saying it's a fallacy of division. You know what a fallacy of division is?
I have never heard that before.
Look it up. It's also known as a false division, faulty deduction, or division fallacy. Description: inferring that something is true of one or more of the parts from the fact that it is true of the whole. Example: atoms are natural. Everything is made of atoms. Therefore, everything is natural. That's a fallacy.
So would looking at how barefoot people's feet are out be natural or not natural?
No, it's created. It's man-made occurrence.
The bare feet aren't man-made though, right?
Oh, for fuck's sake!
The wear on the foot is man-made. The man puts the wear on the foot.
All right, I'll accept that. I get it.
You'll accept it. Oh, that's cute. Good for you.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, I see your point. I concede.
Great. That means you have 3 brain cells instead of 1.5.
Damn, he's just piling on.
Glad is not a. He doesn't.
I don't mince words. Well, it's a waste of time. Listen, Roland, listen. You know it's flat. You're just coming here to do something else. And that's fine. We have fun with you. We like to play around with our food before we eat it, but we do eventually eat it, if you know what I mean.
Yes, indeed you do. And no, I don't know it's flat. It's definitely not flat.
It most certainly is. How do you get an elevation angle from a curved adjacent?
Tangents, spherical triangles,
Tangent.
fig,
Okay.
all the things you've heard before. People have told
Okay,
us
yeah,
to-
everything I
dozens
heard
of
before that includes ink molecules are alive. Okay.
Whoa, what?
When you
All
look
right,
through it,
if you
yeah, I
want.
heard that from a Evo Baltard. So back to the point.
He said ink molecules
show
are
me.
alive.
So, yeah, they said that ink molecules were alive. Yes, they did. Okay, so now back to the point. So I said, how do you have a curved adjacent? Right?
You
said
you take the limit.
tangent.
Take the limit. Take the limit.
So okay, thank you. So show us the tangent that the sextant shoots out when you look through it.
You've seen it before.
No, I want the tangent mirror. So throw up a fucking visual of a sextant and show us the tangent mirror, please.
I am not prepared to throw up visuals. So the Earth must be flat.
Yep, it is. Well, the Earth's not flat because of that. The Earth's flat because you're a moron and don't understand what triangles are.
Good catch, though. I'm a moron and I don't understand what triangles are.
What's a triangle?
Oh boy, 180 degrees. What do you want? 3 lines, 3 angles, 180 degrees.
Yeah, that's
kindergartners know these things.
Shit, you said one with 180 degrees, so I immediately somehow listen. You know, 99.9% more than your fellow Baltards. Tell you that much.
That's shameful,
isn't it?
And that's
so you
only
got
a
that
triangle.
more or less. So you said, did you say 3 straight lines?
I did not. I said 3 lines.
Oh, do they have to be straight?
What kind of triangle are we talking about, my friend?
Talking about a fucking triangle. There's only one triangle.
So no other adjectives like spherical or...
No, there is no spherical triangle. It's an oxymoron. There isn't one.
Why is it an oxymoron?
Well, because you said all the angles. Remember I asked you for the definition.
Okay, sure,
you said,
sure. Yeah. You're right. I agree.
Thank you. Can I finish my statement?
You can.
You were correct in stating, like I said, you did a great job. You actually more or less defined it, even though it was like a scattergun, but you got it. You said all the angles of a triangle must add up to 180 degrees. Well, that is true because that's the most important property of a triangle. Then you said, well, QE, can't you put an adjective in front of that monkey and say spherical triangle? Well, if you do that, then all the angles in that spherical adjective triangle will not add up to 180 degrees, making it not a triangle, making it not a spherical triangle. Thank you very much. I'll be in the area all week.
Oh, yeah. I you know what? I don't disagree with you.
Now, people say spherical triangles. That doesn't make it true. People also say atmosphere, which is a contradiction.
Let's not go there. Let's stick with geometry.
I'm just giving an example of stating something that people say, rather flippantly, that is also a contradiction. So spherical triangle is as atmosphere.
Well, no. Spherical when they say spherical triangle, they're trying to jump from Euclidean geometry to some other kind, right?
Well, they can't because, like you said, the angle sum property of a triangle is 180 degrees. So I don't give a fuck what type of fairy tale geometry that somebody dreamed up. It's not a triangle.
You should care about the geometry that people dreamed up. It's all been dreamed up. Euclid dreamed up the triangles and all the...
I don't think so. I haven't studied too much of Euclid. I could really give a shit. I know what a fucking triangle is. I know that it's...
Because Euclid dreamed it up for you.
He didn't dream it up. I mean, I can demonstrate a triangle.
Holy crap, dude.
Yeah, so can I.
You think triangles didn't exist?
We both went through the same kindergarten, QE. We can both demonstrate triangles.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Do Globers really fight you on this definition of the triangle thing?
Yes. That's okay. I have a good time with them. It's like they're a fungus, and I'm fast acting to acting.
Fast acting, not just... Okay. All right. Well, there's other geometries that have been dreamed up over the years, and whatever. They may or may not be real.
Yeah, they're dreamland.
But so is Euclid's.
So here we go back again. Okay, I can demonstrate what a fucking triangle is.
Well, I mean, give me a beach ball, and I can demonstrate all kind of spherical things too.
Oh, really? You can't demonstrate a fucking triangle.
Yeah. Touche, my friend. I cannot. I agree.
Too funny.
What would it matter what you could do on a
too easy
beach
to get along with, man.
Like for real, like you could draw a smiley face on a beach ball. Does that mean that there's a large smiley face on the earth?
No, it does not.
Yeah, there you go. So take that analogy and run with that, all the other arguments.
He already conceded there, AI. Down, boy, down.
Yeah, just because I could draw something on a beach ball does not make it present.
You're gonna get him going now.
You know what, Roland? I think you may be one of the most honest Globers. Could be.
But I'm still deep down, I'm still a Glober. So
yeah, but how are you a Glober when you can't get an elevation angle with the curved adjacent? I'm having a hard time with that.
Me too.
Oh, I don't get elevation angles from curved adjacents. I get them from those obnoxious tangent lines. So
you can't do that because
in truth,
you can't do that.
I don't regularly.
You can't do that. That's non sequitur. That doesn't follow. Define an elevation angle. With citation, please, not what you make up.
Well, you'd have to give me time to go
ahead.
Do that.
Or do you want me to just kill it right now?
Yes, kill it right now. I know.
Kill it with fire.
Yes, not just kill it, but with fire, so it can't come back.
Hold on a second.
Aye. You know, we've done this before, QE, with the elevation angles.
I can't remember.
I know. We all run together, right?
It's too old.
Yeah.
I'm getting too old, and I've been down this road too many fucking times. So, 49 minutes after the hour, measurement of elevation angle. From radartutorial.eu. From radartutorial.eu. Oh, I'm sorry. 49 minutes after the hour, measurement of elevation angle. Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal fucking plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane. From IGCSE 2021 edition, 16.02 angles of elevation and depression. An angle of elevation is the angle from the lower object to the higher one, while an angle of depression is the angle from the higher object to the lower one. Both angles are measured with respect to the horizontal fucking plane of the object.
I love that. I love the horizontal fucking plane.
Don't you like that?
I do.
All right, there you go. You're debunked. Why aren't you a flat earther?
Yes.
Because of how I define horizontal fucking plane.
Oh, you define.
There you go. There's the answer. So what you do in your mind is you call it a tangent when all you know of a certainty is that it's a horizontal plane.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
you
have you seen?
hold on. You observe and experience a horizontal plane, right? Then you infer that it must be a globe, and therefore you infer it must be a tangent line. So you're jumping logical categories there, and you're misplaced. So again, you can't put a ruler on a beach ball and say, therefore, when I go out into the world, I'm on a tangent line.
Wait. Why can't I put a ruler on a beach ball?
You can, but you'll be a numpty dipshit.
Oh my goodness, bro. Did I not have an entire logic string?
Sorry, horizontal plane is not synonymous with a tangent line. Like he said, it's a category error.
Correct. By the way, neither is it synonymous with the horizon, which a lot of globbers seem to make the mistake.
I would never tell you that the horizontal plane was synonymous with the horizon.
Yeah, you just did.
Only a numpty dipshit would make that.
No, you just did. Implicitly, you did that.
Maybe implicitly I might, but explicitly, no.
Implicitly, you did, which is it's more than enough evidence to hang you from the neck till dead.
Yeah, which by the way, fair point comes around like this as a conclusion. The horizon that we see is the left to right axis, right?
Apparent horizon, no less.
And the horizon plane that you're standing on, if you quote unquote assume it's a ray line from your feet, which you would have assumed was a tangent, but you agree it's a horizontal plane in practicality.
Is this
so you'd end up with
is this the paper towel?
You'd end up with a z-axis, right? And an x-axis that are horizontal to each other in just one big plane. Now, the only thing of a certainty that you could then conclude is that the horizon plane, right, or encompassing it all into one and mixing the categories, that plane is below your feet, which is true. And there is an angle from your eye line, which is above the plane, to the plane below your feet, which is also true. You could call that a depression angle, a dip angle, whatever you want to call it. But that's what we all experience. Nobody experiences any curves anywhere. So again, you can't put a ruler on a beach ball and then pretend you're on a tangent in real life.
So you mean like if I'm standing on the beach and I look left, right, forward, whatever, that it doesn't make any sense for it to be a globe, because if I'm looking left, right, I should be seeing the same curve that I see if I look from my feet forwards. Is that?
No, not even close.
Well, dude, I'm trying, man.
When you look left to right, you don't see any curve.
That's
and when
right.
you look forward, you don't see any curve. You never see any curve standing on the
Never
earth.
seen a curve. All right, nothing's around. No ships.
By the way, that's agreed upon. This is already established, agreed upon in all camps that talk about this subject on any kind of non-asinine level, that the Earth is experienced on the base level from the vantage point of the observer as flat and stationary.
Yeah, if I'm at the beach, and looking out over water, flat, stationary, and I had nothing around, just me, beach, water, flat, desert island. So you're right, flat and stationary. I agree.
Yeah, but if you hold a beach ball in your hands and rub it, then you can pretend you're on a globe.
That I could, I guess, or if like I'd been taught things and knew critical thinking, and then used all kinds of other observations, then I could also do it without rubbing the beach ball.
Like what?
Oh, the famous things: ships bottom up, sextant, elevation angles.
So
Sextant
yeah.
elevation angles. That's flat Earth proof.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Chips
So-
bottom up. That fucking 2015 called. They want their disheveled.
Yeah. You get an angle. You get an angle
Really?
from
2015,
baseline.
7 years ago? That's fucked up.
2015.
Like, for
That
real.
2015 argument.
Like for real, you get an angle from a flat baseline, and then you look at a beach ball and say, "Oh, I must be on a globe."
Bottom up. Well, that's a cause and effect relationship. A natural cause and effect relationship. What's the hypothesis? And then post the experiment validating your claim. Yeah. Good night.
Yeah, by the way, I will submit to the audience that the only experiential claim that the average globe believing person has, whether they be, nominal or a zealot, is the bottoms of things disappear, and they can't fathom any other cause except an obstruction in between point A and B.
So that means it's a false cause fallacy. They haven't demonstrated it.
The only reason you know it's a globe it's because it's not.
Of course,
Absolutely,
we have of course, there's all kind of demonstrations of that geometric horizon, that fairy tale that keeps on blocking boats and buildings and shit. Not where it's supposed to be.
That I almost agree with AI, except there's a second thing that I have experienced.
What's that?
And I mean, you guys, you'll reject it straight out.
What's his name?
I know it'll be rejected straight away, but in terms of just raw, my own personal direct experience,
we don't reject stuff straight away. Stop over talking me. It won't be rejected. It'll be deconstructed and then spat out with fucking virulence.
Yeah, fair point. Let's criticize that as well. The only thing that you can reject out of hand, right, is claims that have absolutely no evidence whatsoever, and or an incoherent logic string on its face. If someone makes an incoherent statement, you can dismiss it based on the logical structure alone. You don't need to examine any of the premises.
Good point.
Fine. So the two direct things that I have personally experienced is like looking out over water, bottom up type stuff.
I already fucking just went over this. So why would the fuck would you bring this back up again? Okay, let's go through this step by step. I'll put you on mute so you don't continue the diarrhea of the mouth fuckwittery circle jerk. It's like you're pulling crazy Ivans every 5 seconds. Now, this bottom up obstruction is your direct proof of a globetard. That's a natural cause and effect relationship. So in order to validate that, you would have to come up with a hypothesis. So give me a hypothesis, identify the independent, dependent variable, and then the individual, doesn't have to be an individual, the institution that has demonstrated that via experiment.
I have not any of that for you.
Then it's horse puckery. Number 2. Go ahead.
Oh, laying on the ground in my backyard looking at the night sky for a couple hours before bedtime.
All right. What does that prove?
Yeah, it proves nothing. It's just a direct experience I had.
Direct experience?
Whoa. Yeah. You said you had a direct experience from what we were referring for what you were saying of the Earth being a globe.
Oh, yeah. Both of these things were direct experiences that I feel like I've had that meant it was a globe, but I didn't mean they.
So how's it a globe from just looking up at the night sky? This is dumber than your first one.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't mean to offer it as proof to other people.
Well, then that's what you were saying, that this is my direct experience that it's a globe tart. So then you gave us the second one that it doesn't prove or disprove any fucking thing.
Yeah. What you need is to take those observations, all right, at least, at the minimum, put them into a logic string where the conclusion follows from the premises.
Yep. You can't do it.
So I'll do it for you. I'll do the first one for you, and you can try the second. So the first one goes like this. If the Earth was a globe with a big hump of Earth curve in the way, things would disappear from the bottom up as they go beyond or below, right, that curve, right? Now, the next part is important. Things do, quote unquote, disappear from the bottom up. Now your next sentence is crucial. If you say, therefore the Earth is a globe, you've committed a logical fallacy. If you say, therefore the Earth could be a globe, you're in the realm of saliency.
Yep. Very good.
But nobody does that. Nobody says, oh, therefore the Earth could be a globe. They axiomatically just spurt out, it is a globe because of this logical fallacy, which is literally defined as a formal fallacy.
Yep. Yep. So you got
Now,
two
it
fallacies.
would be true. Yeah, and it would be true if the initial premise necessary for the conclusion to follow was proven, which
Yep.
is the Earth being a globe. You can't use assuming it in a fallacy to then prove it. It makes no sense.
Yeah, well, the first part is that the argument's void as soon as you invoke a logical fallacy, and you got two of them. Like he said, affirming the consequent, form a logical fallacy with the first one. That's number one. Number two is a false cause fallacy, spurned by the affirming the consequent.
Yeah, so knowing that, now we'd like to know how looking up at some lights in the sky gets you to Earth's a globe.
Yep.
I mean, that was actually a pretty good job, dude. I'm on my heels.
You should be. You should have been on your heels as soon as you come out of the womb.
Nevertheless, here I am. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like
I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a hint.
I feel like there's a lot more that I was taught. A lot more that I was taught in school. And
Right.
and you could call that
You were taught.
and you could call that indoctrination, and I'll concede that. And then the stuff I'm saying was consistent with the indoctrination. So that's kind of why I
So,
No.
so they consistently indoctrinated you.
Sure.
Well,
yeah.
listen, to be fair, okay, if you were actually going to try to attempt to explain it to me with a logic string, the only logic string that you could come up with, in my experience, I haven't had one contrary, is just another affirming the consequent fallacy. Now, to be fair, there are many of these in the globe quote, model, paradigm, whatever you want to call it, right? There's plenty of them. If it was a globe, then this would be. This is, therefore it's a globe. That's where they go wrong. They teach all the kids, therefore it is a globe, without proving it in the first instance. Because that logic string doesn't follow the conclusion necessarily. It could be, but it's not necessary.
It's
I
sufficient.
agree.
They
No,
don't understand the difference between sufficiency and necessary.
Yes. Awkwardly, I agree with both of you.
Right. So you have a collection. The
whole if
of
and only.
logic. Yeah, you have a collection of logic statements which are either fallacies or where the premise isn't proved in the first instance. So there are some that aren't fallacies, but you need that initial premise to be proven first. So here's what they do, and here's the sleight of hand. Check it out. They find a coherent logic string, right, which would actually follow if the initial premise was true. And they present that as the stone cold evidence. But the initial premise is proven where? In the previous formal logical fallacy. They borrow the conclusion from a fallacy to put into a non-fallacy. And so you end up with a big circle of fallacy.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to go out on a limb and just admit that the shape of the Earth, that it's a globe, has never been logically, mathematically proved to me. It's a totality of evidence kind of thing, not a proof. That's why
The totality of
No. Wait a
incoherent
second. Wait a
logic?
second. Hold on. Evidence is proof. So you said the totality of evidence and proof are synonymous.
I think evidences are a collection of facts. Evidences are facts, and then the meaning that you derive from them is something else.
Negative evidence is proof.
So wait, like we found, John Smith's DNA. We found John Smith's DNA at the scene of the crime.
Deny it.
Doesn't prove.
Define it.
Define what?
Define both. Citation, please.
Define proof and evidence?
Yep. That's how we can tell the difference.
I don't. I can try to get back to you, but I do not have anything.
Nah, that's okay. I'll do it for you.
Can I read them, though?
Yes. 1 second.
Awesome.
Six minutes after the hour.
I see it. Evidence, adjective from Merriam-Webster.com, an outward sign, indication, or B, something that furnishes proof. Testimony, specifically, something legally submitted to a tribunal to ascertain the truth of a matter. From OxfordDictionaries.com, proof is evidence or argument establishing a fact of truth or statement. From CollinsDictionary.com, prove, 1, test by experiment. Well, that doesn't mention evidence, so I'll ignore that. From Merriam-Webster, proof synonyms, confirmation, evidence, validation. Sound damning to my statement there. And then yeah, okay. So yeah, I think evidence. I think, geez, boy, that's rough. I think of the word proof and prove. I think of them as math and logic, and evidence. I think of more epistemological grounds.
Incorrect.
Oh, it's not automatically incorrect. I mean,
well, it doesn't matter. It's a red herring fallacy. Proof is evidence. Evidence is proof.
But you agree that there are math.
No, I don't agree. No, math is no. Mathematics is only domain specific. It's only descriptory. That's all.
And logic?
Depends on what type of logic you're using.
Formal.
Formal logic.
Yeah, can formal logic prove things?
What's formal logic?
It is concerned primarily with the form of the logical argument.
So you're talking syllogistic logic.
Sure.
So yeah, but the premises could be false. The statements can be logical, but invalid.
This is true. Yeah.
Yep.
I would awkwardly argue that the Black Swan is a case in point.
A case in point of what?
Faulty premises.
Really? What's the fault? You've got conditional statements. If the Earth is a sphere, radius 3959.
And light travels in straight lines.
No, we're not talking about light here.
We're looking.
So we just the argument. Just the argument.
But we're looking.
There's nothing wrong with it. It's the premises are right as the rain. Yeah. That's a sound logical argument.
With faulty premises.
All right, what's the premises of the Black Swan?
Earth is a globe, curving away at whatever 8 inches per mile squared, and that light travels in straight lines.
No, there's nothing about light.
Well, of course, it's omitted purposefully.
It's not omitted. It's not part of the argument. It's a geometric argument.
But the Black Swan is you're looking at something. So light.
No, the Black Swan argument is not looking at something. It's an argument. The evidence is when you start looking at something. You got the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable. Yeah, it finally hit home. Did the penny drop for you?
Oh, the penny has dropped so long ago. I have elevation angles, yeah?
It should have dropped then.
It's the year of the sextant.
No, it's the age of the sextant.
Yeah, never mind the year of the dragon or whatever. It's the year of the sextant.
So back to the logical consistency argument. It can't be. All the premises are all true. Conditional statements are true. The only thing you could say about the evidence from a geometric argument is a category error, and it implodes the whole fairy tale spinning ball space monkey religion. The guys haven't got a hold of this in over 2 years, which is fucking scary. The moment you say refraction in response to the black swan argument,
Whoa! Have I said that word?
no, but you're getting to it. So the moment anyone says refraction in response to the black swan argument, the prosecution fucking rests. But that's all you guys do because you're like automatons. You're numpty dipshits that are fucking clueless. That's why.
But I didn't use that word.
You got close.
Maybe, but I didn't use it.
What did you do? How else? What else did you do? Think about it.
So
but I want to go back.
Today I didn't use it as being disingenuous. I mean, in a way.
In a way,
You
but
have to use
I
it.
want to back up to the evidence proof thing. Evidence submitted in a jury criminal trial proceeding.
Yeah, we're not talking about that.
It's not, but that's not proof, right?
That's subjective. We're not talking about that.
Well, what do you mean it's subjective? The evidence.
What do I mean? So in a court, it's reasonable doubt, right? Well, this isn't a reasonable doubt. We're into empiricism here. So there's no subjectivity to it at all. It's objective. Follow? Just like the black swan argument, it's objective. It's all geometric or geometry. That's all it is.
I agree with you that the criteria to convict is reasonable doubt or whatever.
Yeah.
But that's not the criteria used to submit evidence before the court.
Yeah. Well, if you submit
Who cares?
evidence, hold on a second. If you submit evidence and it does not affirm proof, then it wasn't evidence to begin with. It was only in name only.
But both sides, the defense and the prosecution, submit evidence.
Who gives a fuck? That's a red herring, dumbass fallacy. You got to come up with something fucking better. What are you trying to debunk here?
I'm not trying to debunk anything.
Well, what's your point?
That the evidence and proof aren't synonymous.
Oh, they're not.
Yeah,
so you're
perfect.
going against the definition. Hold on a second, AI. Just wait a second. You fucking read out the definition that said that they were synonymous. Now you're going against that. That violates the law of non-contradiction.
Those were interesting definitions.
Yeah, they were from Merriam-Webster. What's
They
your
weren't
definition?
like definitions before the
Yeah,
court.
they are definitions. Merriam-Webster provide the definition. Yes, they're definitions.
What court, dude? What court are we in?
I mean, QE wouldn't accept everything from Merriam-Webster, so
It doesn't
I don't
say,
know what
that's
court
all or nothing fallacy, by the way. So your argument's void on that point. Next.
it is. I mean, is Merriam-Webster
Yeah,
a
it is.
trustworthy source or
Yeah,
not?
yeah. Your question was it is? Yes, it's an all or nothing fallacy, making your argument to that point void. So yes, it is.
I'm genuinely curious to hear like all or nothing fallacy and argument appeal to authority fallacy.
Argument.
Seem like a very narrow.
That doesn't appeal to authority. Never came up. argument.
No, it
the
didn't.
all or nothing fallacy is just how it sounds.
Drace is here. Drace,
the,
what's the all or nothing?
well, what the argument more or less is, or what the argumentee more or less puts out, is if a source states something and you cite it, then you must believe everything from that source. So if Joe fucking Coffee Monkey Baltard says 2 + 2 is 4, then everything, I agree with that. Then I must agree with every fucking incoherent bullshittery that comes out of his mouth. That's where the fallacy is, and you employed it.
This must be related to the appeal to authority fallacy, because
Nah,
Joe Schmittery, he could be
It's
an
not.
expert in math, but then make comments about all sorts of other things. Right?
It's not. We can connect other things to that, but in this case, it's not.
So I can offer up a source, and then if that source says other things about the same subject matter, I can say, well, whatever, I don't believe that part, but I only believe this one part.
Yeah, it has to be hyper topic specific.
Well, yeah, but I mean, Merriam-Webster's topic is defining words, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but the problem is that the online dictionary versions of some of those define level as it's adhering to the surface curvature of Earth's water.
No, it's
so
a
obviously they're
contradiction.
wrong.
No, that's a contradiction. So let me see if I can find that. They contradict themselves. Merriam-Webster does. Hold on one second.
Here comes Lemon.
Let me search this. Oh, it's not going to be a long search. I just fucking found. Hold 1 second. So let's go to Merriam-Webster and listen to them contradict themselves in one sentence. They contradict themselves. So each tenet, each claim has to be evaluated on its own merit. Hold on a second.
It does start to seem circular.
I've lost
the source's claims must be evaluated on their merits.
Every single one. Yep. Every single claim from a
But then
source.
how can it be a source?
Say again?
But then I just don't understand how that can be an authority on the subject.
Well, because like AI said, that Merriam-Webster is an authoritative source. Doesn't make them right about everything, but they're authoritative source on definitions. I mean, duh. I mean, do I need to go into why?
But then if they're not right about everything, and if some of the words are wrongly defined,
yep,
how can I trust the subset that you use?
You can't.
So then why bother citing them?
You can't. Well, because not everything, you're using another all or nothing fallacy.
But how do I know that the words that you cite are correct? How do I know the words you cite are correct?
It's not but. Well, you have to evaluate it based on basic reasoning and no law of non-contradiction violations. That's how. All right, let's see if I can find this thing. Hold on a second. I didn't.
Yeah,
haven't.
There's also, well, I was looking for that. There's also logical differences between categories of things and between subsets within the same categories, like an adult and a child, right? Those are obviously two different things, and no changing of the definition of those is going to change those in reality. You can't call a child an adult, and it mean anything anymore. At that point, you're just using a token, the word adult. It's just a phrase, a phoneticization of the mouth. It has no meaning anymore.
Here we go. So let me put this Merriam-Webster. And this is the definition. 1 second. It's an adjective. 1 second. Merriam-Webster. I think it's level. Adjective. This is really going to be funny. Adjective.
This is going to be awkward for me, isn't it?
It's not awkward. This is really cool because I'm going to show you right now. Not only do they fucking contradict themselves. Uh-oh. Oh, no thanks. Not only do they contradict themselves right in the previous statement, but later on down the page, it's actually annotated. Hold on. This is really funny. Copy? Okay.
I got nothing.
Hold on a second. I'm going to get there. And that's Merriam-Webster too. Okay. Let's go to 20 minutes after the hour. Skip the first definition. We're going to go down, choose the right synonym for level. So level, flat, plane. Sorry, level shouldn't be there. Flat, plane, even, smooth means having a surface without bends or curves. That's down on the same page. Now let's roll up to their adjective definition of level. Having no part higher than another. Okay, that's good. Conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. You got major fucking problems here. They contradict themselves because having no part higher than another, we're just looking at this statement. And conforming to curvature, curvature is defined as changing elevation, whereas the first part says no change in elevation. This first statement is a contradiction just inherently.
Whoa. Curvature is defined as changing slope. Am I right?
Yeah, and slope is what? Is the measure of the change of what?
Position.
Elevation, you fucking retard. So, back to my point. They not only contradict themselves inherently within their little definition, adjective definition, but they train themselves for the second time when they say level is a surface without bends or curves.
I agree. So either Merriam-Webster is full of shit, or the word level is complicated and misunderstood.
Number one, they just contradict themselves. This is the only contradiction I have seen in the definition of level.
Right. So they could be full of shit.
So Merriam-Webster? Yeah, but that's an all or nothing fallacy. There's a lot of definitions they do get right.
Well, yeah, but how would we discriminate?
Well, basic reasoning and discernment. Simple. These have no contradictions in them. From dictionary.com and Cambridge, level, having no part higher than another. There you go. That's the same thing Merriam-Webster said before they contradicted themselves. Flat or even surface. Level, being a plane parallel to the plane of the horizon. Horizontal. Level, to make a level even or flat. So level is flat. From Cambridge, level, not rising or falling or higher on one side. That's saying the same elevation, but even in all directions, horizontal or flat. So flat and level are synonyms. Something that is level with something else is at the same height. Elevation again. There you go. There's no contradiction in these. So we're good.
Are those all of the definitions of those sources?
All of the definitions for level, yes.
Sounds compelling, if that's true.
Yep. Yeah, Merriam-Webster cracks me up with that level one. Especially,
What about Oxford? Oxford's not on your list. I've seen you cite Oxford before.
I don't know where they're at.
I've seen you reference Oxford in previous things.
Well, I've referenced a lot of people in my life. That doesn't mean I'm going to reference them right now.
Oh, yeah, but if Oxford agreed with Merriam, then it'd be 2 versus 2.
Oxford agrees. It's not an agree-disagree type of thing. These are axioms.
Well, yeah, but then we have like 2 authoritative sources versus 2 authoritative
I
sources.
already
How
got
would we
2
decide?
authoritative sources right here. I got Merriam-Webster that's not sniffing glue. Then I have dictionary.com and Cambridge. What else do I need?
So if I went out and found 2 other
Go ahead.
academic sources that offer different
Go ahead.
definitions, then what?
Go ahead. Let's see it. Let's see them.
I will save them and bring them on our next encounter.
All right. Fair enough.
Don't have. I mean, I will.
Okay.
I'll dig into it for you.
I said, okay, fair enough. Well, this has been a whole lot of fun. But it's time for me to go. So
I agree.
yeah, I bet you do.
Hey, Boulder, how do you feel about being a QE survivor?
I don't think you survived it.
I don't know. As long as you don't jerk QE around with a bunch of bullshit, it's not that bad.
Yeah, you start
QE is just intolerant of any. QE is extremely intolerant of any inaccuracy.
If you don't mind me
You mean
saying,
he's
dude,
pretty accurate?
you sound like a masochist to me. I don't know. I'm just saying. You just seem to enjoy it. Enjoy it.
When it comes to where you are, where you're standing, what you're standing on, do you have any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on is quite spherical. What leads you to believe that in your kind of everyday life, your experiences?
Probably from what people who know more than this have told me. Well, know more than me have told me.
Okay, so it's not anything that you, as a thinking human being, experience per se. It's just a story you've been told, and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story.
Well, it's just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject than me his advice, like I do with everything in life.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you might trust me to be your accountant, but being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of what exactly? Because a shape claim isn't really science, that's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the Earth and the universe?
Talking model, isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but we got to stop right there real quick before we continue. A scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're claiming that the globe is a system of beliefs, then you're basically saying it's a religion or a philosophy at best.
Well,
Continue.
kind of, but the definition of theory is a system of ideas intended to explain something.
Could
You get
religions
me?
be theories? Right? Could we take any religion you want to pick, and could we say that religion is a theory as to God, a creator, a prophet, certain theological beliefs?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense if it's a system of ideas. Yeah.
Fair point. The problem is we're now all confused because you're starting by talking about science, and then you use the word theory, and then you give a definition that doesn't have to do with science. A scientific theory is a specific thing, which is not the definition you gave or the explanation you gave.
Isn't science like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like proof, isn't it? Do you get me? It's facts based on observation.
No.
What is science?
Okay. Science, in the way in which we're using science in this arena, right? When people say there's scientific evidence of the globe, okay, scientifically validated evidence is about cause and effect relationships that are validated by experimentation. Okay, so a theory in a scientific theory comes after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena that occurs within it, a hypothesis about if this occurs, then maybe it causes that phenomena, the effect. You then have a rigorous, you then have a rigorous experimental phase of validation that will either validate your hypothesis or nullify your hypothesis. Once all that is complete, then you can start having a scientific theory. So that being said, since you use the word science, where is any of that for the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so first of all, I apologize for saying science is. Yeah, I mean, sorry, as far as a religion is a theory, I'd say it's more of a hypothesis, then, isn't it?
No,
because if it's so with that, why is I'm a bit confused with that because like, wouldn't it be a hypothesis because it's what you think is happen, like what you think, but you haven't observed it yet. It hasn't been tested.
Not in a scientific sense.
Same thing you're talking about.
It's just an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Hypothesis.
Right, but you see, a hypothesis in regards to science is a specific thing. Just because it's the same word doesn't mean it's the same thing. You know, in general common language, yes. So in general common language, a hypothesis is just the underlying belief, right? Of why you hold a proposition to be true. That is not what a hypothesis is in the scientific method.
What is a hypothesis?
It's a specific if-then statement that's validatable. For example, if 180 degrees Fahrenheit applied to water, then water boils at sea level, right? And then you can validate that by demonstrating it. So, for example, let me give you an example of something that doesn't apply. Okay, there is a blue knife on my table, right? Not a scientific proposition. It simply is the case that there's a blue knife on my table.
Yeah, because you observed it.
Yes, directly. The object in question is directly observed. There's no causal relationships required, right? Now, I want you to ask me questions about my knife.
Okay.
So ask me questions about it.
What questions do you want about your knife? Is it sharp?
You think of the questions. You think of the questions that you would need to ask to divine what it is, because it is a knife of a certain type. So start asking questions like maybe the size
Okay.
of it,
Okay, how big is the knife?
7 inches long. Okay, stop. Don't continue. To
Okay.
do any science to get
You
that answer.
need to measure it.
Oh, there you go. All right. I pass it to my friend who was talking to you earlier.
Okay.
Is that my cue?
I think
You
so.
can take it, Napalm.
Sure. So, yeah, the measurement isn't science, right? Is that what we were just talking about?
Yeah.
I thought it was a part of science.
It's not.
It can
Measurement
be
is just measuring something.
Yeah, it can be a tool used in science, but it wouldn't be science itself, right?
So it's to measure. I'm a bit confused. So it's part of science, but it's not scientific.
Yeah, so like AI was saying, in this realm, right, in this arena, we talk about science, natural science, which is the study of the natural world through experimentation, right? So we observed something in nature. We observe an effect, right? So let's go back to when he was talking about water and heat. So you and I are walking along and we come upon a boiling pool of water. And we've never seen this before. We look at it and we're like, oh, wow, this water's boiling. And then we come up upon it and we realize there's steam, and we kind of touch it briefly and we realize, oh man, this is hot. This feels exactly like the fire back where we came from. I'm wondering what's going on here, right? I feel heat within the water and I see it boil. So maybe we could form some sort of hypothesis as to why the water is boiling. Maybe it's because of the heat. So we go back to our campsite and we try this. We take some water, we put it over the fire, and it hits a certain temperature over time, and it starts to boil. So we can do this over and over again, and it's repeatable. So we have a variable that we're manipulating, which is the heat. We're putting the water on top of the heat, taking the water off the heat, stops boiling. So we're manipulating a variable that we think is the cause of the effect that we're seeing, which is the water boiling. So then we come to the scientific theory that heat causes water to boil. And we've demonstrated this through experimentation, right? So the key to all of this. Now, if we saw from a distance, really far off in the distance, a pool of water that seemed to be boiling, but we had no interaction with that pool of water, and we just started coming up with ideas as to what may cause that water to boil. If we don't touch that water, or we don't look at that water, or we don't try to take water ourselves and figure out what can cause this boiling, do any of our stories that we may come up with as to what is causing the water to boil, do you think any of those would be relevant?
It would be a hypothesis.
So let's say you have a hypothesis. So we're viewing this water that's boiling in a distance. We've never seen anything like this take place before. We're familiar with regular water. We've got some around us. What is your hypothesis as to why that water we see in the distance is boiling?
Because it's warm.
Let's come up with another hypothesis as to why water is boiling. We have no idea. We've never seen this take place. We would have no inkling or indication as to what may be the cause. Throw out an idea.
I have absolutely no idea why water would be boiling.
Well, we could maybe we could say that we think that there's some sort of entity or being that lives within this water that is somehow below the surface, which is causing this thing to take place, right?
Yeah.
Well, we'll make up a name for it. You pick the name.
It's unicorns.
Okay, so unicorns.
Read that in the chat, you copper. You want to cheat.
So our hypothesis is that we've got these unicorns, whatever these may be, that are underneath the water that are causing this agitation that we see that looks like little bubbles. Now, what would be the first thing we would do to test this hypothesis?
I would try and see if we can find these by ourselves. I'd try and observe one of these little unicorns.
Right. So we never experience these unicorns. We don't see them. We have no viable reason whatsoever to believe that, one, these unicorns even exist, and two, that we would have the ability to find them, and three, that maybe if they got in the water that they would cause this effect.
Rule that hypothesis out. It's not true. We cannot observe it.
Right. We haven't observed it. But if we have no other viable hypothesis, can we just claim that since that's our best hypothesis, that it must be true? Nobody else has come up with another one. You can't think of another one. Nobody has done any experiment with water to figure out what may cause it to do the thing that we're seeing off in the distance. But we have this postulation that it's unicorns. And then everybody starts to catch on to our story. We start talking around town. Yeah, you know that water off in the distance that we can't get to, but we see it and it boils? Yeah, it's these unicorns. Really? No, yeah. And then we start coming up with more stories about the unicorns, the color of their fur, how they can breathe underwater, all kinds of different things, right? Now, if we tell these stories, we tell these stories long enough and nobody ever actually touches the water, goes to the water, tries to do any experimentation whatsoever regarding the water, does that make our theory, because it's the only one that we have, a viable theory?
It's the right hypothesis. Well, I mean, it's the wrong opinion, but
we haven't proven it.
It's wrong
wrong,
hypothesis,
right? Because we haven't done an experiment. That's the whole point. We need to do an experiment in order to come up with a viable hypothesis, right?
Or you could observe these unicorns.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to what you believe in, the heliocentric model, globe Earth, all of this stuff, has any of it been scienced? Is any of it even a question of science? So it's been observed.
It's been observed.
Right. So what in particular has been observed?
Curvature.
Curvature's been observed. Where is this taking place?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Where and who has seen curvature?
Every person I can't remember the exact place. You know, every person that's ever seen an image or a video from above.
Every person that's watched TV.
Okay. So we got
every person that's seen an image or a video. Well, if you photograph one of these unicorns, you would have proven the unicorns there, and you know.
Right. So you're under the impression. So you're under the impression that we have a photograph of Earth from space.
Seems quite likely to me.
Seems quite likely. But the funny thing is, it's 2022 and we still don't have one. Why is that?
I'm back.
Did you hear me? It's 2022 and we still don't have a photograph of the Earth from space. Why is that?
I don't believe you.
Where
Can you provide one to me, or have you seen one? Could you give me an idea of an image?
Blue marble.
All right. Blue marble 2.0. That's a picture of Earth from space. I'm sorry. What was that?
I believe so.
You believe so? Do you know so, or do you believe so?
Doesn't seem very. It seems quite credible.
Seems quite credible. Okay. Well, what if I told you if you go to the NASA website, you can find a data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who has also been interviewed on a radio show talking about how he created the blue marble image. So what he did is he took strips of high altitude pictures and took that flat map, wrapped it around a ball in Photoshop, and then started coloring it in. He put in the clouds. He talks about how he made the colorations within the oceans, how he made it a little bit more green in areas that they had sensors that sensed more phytoplankton in the sea. He decided to use that data to color those parts a little more green, right? So the interviewer even asks him, so there's artistry to making the Earth. And one quote that Robert Simmons has is that he says, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm reading this.
Did you find Robert Simmons on the NASA website? You can read it all.
Yeah.
I'm not reading.
Yeah, while you're reading that, so you might say, oh, okay, that's not a photo. But the Himawari 8, that's a photo. And that came after the Blue Marble. And it's a satellite. Right? So in the modern day, they put up a satellite called Himawari 8, so they say, with the intention of taking photographs, right? Because they realize nobody's buying their other fake nonsense that's not a real photograph. So lo and behold, people believe that the Himawari 8 is taking a photograph of the Earth every 10 minutes. Come to find out, the Himawari 8 is just overlaying the blue marble data set that Simmons created with NOAA data, which is weather data. So it's a simulation. It's not a photograph. So again, like my friend said, where's this alleged photograph that everyone has seen?
It says here that in 1972, during Apollo 17, that was the last time someone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit.
1972. That's the only alleged photograph.
From what this is saying, whenever this interview was out, 2004.
So it's 2022, and the only photograph that's ever been taken of the Earth from space is from 1972. Do you believe that?
From low Earth orbit. According to it shows the entire hemisphere.
It's from they were going to the moon, they claim, and that's when they claim to have taken the picture. But NASA admits today that they cannot cross through the Van Allen radiation belt. They would kill anyone who would try. So they cannot send people beyond low Earth orbit or to the moon.
What? So apparently,
so that's why they couldn't have taken that picture. And even if you watch the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. The tapes from when they were faking that actually showed more and were leaked and found and were shown in that documentary. So you can see exactly how they faked that picture as well.
Right. So what we're telling you here, my friend, is that the only photograph that everybody's seen is scandalous at best, unvalidatable at worst. So again, where's this supposed photograph that everyone has seen?
According to what you said, there isn't one.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I find it hard to believe, which I'm sure is quite normal. Wait,
So you think it's rational to believe that the only legitimate photograph happened at the beginning of space exploration, and since then, not one has been duplicated by an advanced system. You think that's easier to believe than just to believe that they can't take a picture because they can't get far enough away to take a picture? Just like our other friend just told you, they admit that they're planning missions to go past low Earth orbit, past the Van Allen belts. It makes it sound like, wait a minute, didn't you already go past the Van Allen belts? I mean, if you're a wise person, my friend, and you think self-reflectively, all that sounds pretty scandalous, don't you think?
well, I don't think we've really have people really been past low Earth orbit since the end of Apollo. No, not really.
No, they never
Because-
went past it. They never went past it, my friend. That's the
Yes,
point.
yes.
Allegedly.
What he's trying
According
to
to NASA.
what he's trying to say is in the Orion project, that's NASA. They admit themselves, just like he said, that until they fix this problem of going past the Van Allen belts, they cannot go past low Earth orbit. We're using the globe experts, NASA. They're telling you the truth. They can't go past. That means they never went in 1969 to 72 ever. They never went.
What? So they said they went, but then they said, for some reason, I don't think they'd do that.
Yeah, they said they went a long time ago, and then they realized, oh, the radiation would actually be completely lethal and can kill anyone who actually tries. So that's why anyone now cannot go. And for the last few decades, no one has been allowed to go because it's deadly. You can't go. It'll kill you. We don't have any shielding that'll protect us, so we can't go. That's their excuse right now.
All right, fair. However, the pace is getting too frenetic. Okay? People are interrupting each other, and that's causing people to create a fog of war in their mind that they have to talk faster, and it's just going to escalate. So I'll take a moment and breathe, and then continue.
So laundry.
Yes.
Is this new information to you that the Blue Marble 2.0 is not an actual picture, right? The only claimed pictures from 72. And there's certainly some issues around whether any of those missions did or did not take place, certainly because NASA's excuse of not going back is they're trying to figure out a way to get the proper shielding and protection against the radiation so people don't die going past low Earth orbit, right? So you said something not too long ago where you said something along the lines of this information was hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that maybe what you thought were real pictures actually aren't. Are you just kind of trying to process that? Are you coming into the realization that maybe what you thought you believed before was proof is not
reading up on
actually?
it. It says here that the last photo taken from above low Earth orbit was the pale blue dot, right? Taken in 1990, which would make more sense. Yeah.
So
which
Voyager.
isn't a manned spacecraft. So that makes a lot of sense.
No, it's an alleged space probe, which, if you believe it or not, is still up until, I don't know, when was the last transmission we allegedly got from Voyager? Within the past 5 years, I think. We're still allegedly receiving photographs from this alleged space probe that was sent into orbit.
No, I don't think we're receiving photographs, and I think we have since the ones. Wait,
Maybe it's Voyager 2 that's still providing images.
the last photo from Voyager was 1990, pale blue dot.
Okay.
Voyager
So
2.
take a
It
look
was-
at that. What does that tell you? That
What's that?
Does that give you any indication as to what you're even looking at in that picture? Have you seen the pale blue dot?
I don't think the quality of the image is very, I don't think it's like why does the quality of the image matter? Do you know what I mean?
No, like if I handed you a photo that looks similar to that, right? If not the exact same photo, and I drew a little arrow on it to one of the more lit places within that image, and I said, this is Alpha Centauri. Would you just automatically believe that? If I drew the same arrow to the same pale blue dot and I said, this is Alpha Centauri, how would you know or verify, or what would give you any indication, even looking at that photograph, that that's Earth?
Well, I wouldn't see a reason for you to say that it's Alpha Centauri. And surely if you did, you would try and make it a bit more believable by maybe putting some sparkles or something around it. You know?
I don't know if sparkles would make it more believable. It actually would make it a bit more fake. But either way, man, looking at this pale blue dot image, does that make you think that that's where you live? That that's a picture of where you live?
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't.
So what on Earth itself, aside from you believing pictures that are shown to you, which we've already proven, the main one you thought was proof of where you live and the shape of where you live, was a utter fabrication. So what on Earth here, the ground that you and I are both currently standing on, indicates that you live on a globe?
Because that has no reason. Like what? So, wait a minute. Say that again. Sorry, really, I'm tired.
Yeah. So what here on Earth gives you any indication, you personally, any feeling, any observation, or anything that you see in your daily life looking around you would give you any indication that you live on a ball?
Well,
that's spinning.
Nothing, but it's the same for the other way around. There's nothing that gives me an indication that it's flat as well, because it's quite hard to observe that.
Sure. I mean, I observe it all the time. I live near water, right? So I see very far. Looks very flat. When I go over, across this very large bridge in my area that's tall enough for cruise ships to get underneath it, and I look around, everything that I see around me indicates flatness. No indication of curvature at all whatsoever.
But can you see those ships forever? Like, can you see them go forever?
Forever? Do you think you can see forever?
Well, I'm sure the higher up you are, the further you can see.
Okay, so if I had a penny in my hand and I was standing on that ship, would you be able to see the penny?
Ships are quite large, and you can
How far away
see them.
How far away do you think you'd be able to see a penny?
Oh, I don't know. About,
according to you,
I
forever,
don't know.
right?
Forever.
What?
If I just went straight up in the air, would you be able to see a penny that I was holding in my hand as I continued to increase in elevation forever?
If I had a telescope large that could magnify it a significant amount.
Okay, so let's even say that the moon is as far away as they claim. Could you see a penny on the moon?
If I had a significant enough telescope, probably.
There's not a telescope good enough in the world to be able to see that.
What? Well, yeah, obviously.
So when the ships go off in the horizon, you don't have a telescope, you have your human eyes. With your human eyes, would you be able to see a penny on the moon?
Well, no.
Right, because you can't see forever,
It's different
right?
perspective.
You
things
understand that
things shrink.
Things get smaller with yeah. Things shrink as
Yeah,
they get
but
further away.
There's a difference between a ship dipping under the horizon and something shrinking.
Yeah, can you explain to me the difference?
You can see the ship get lower, and if you go up, you see the ship again. If the penny was at the same distance, if the penny, that it doesn't matter how high in elevation you are, you'd still not be able to see the penny.
So as the ship moves away on the sea, wouldn't you expect it to get lower because it's getting smaller as it moves further away? Or why wouldn't that be your expectation?
What? Sorry.
Why wouldn't
the
that
ship
be
is
your
getting smaller,
expectation?
but not a significant enough distance. It's not a significant enough distance for it to be any. I don't get what you're asking here. Sorry, it's quite late.
Well, you say
fair point.
these ships go over the horizon, right?
Yes. Yes.
So ships get further away, they get smaller and harder to see. But there's also a ton of different things that take place in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so I have a question. Because he's saying if things get lower in your field of view, I guess the insinuation is that they're going over a curve. So I'm in my house and my ceiling is getting lower. Is it going over a curve?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at my house, and for some strange reason I just can't understand, rather than my ceiling being straight, it seems to be angled down in my field of view, as if it's going downwards. So I can't fathom it. I guess my house is built on a curve.
It could be. I don't understand the question. Like, is the
Yes,
ceiling
that's the
actually
point, my
curved?
friend. My friend, the statement's incoherent. I know that my ceiling is straight and flat because I can measure the entire thing. So I know that the effect of it going down is not because of anything physical. It's all to do with optics. So why would you just jump to the assumption that if I can't see something or if something is appearing to go down, that it must be because of a curved earth?
But don't you? I mean, I've never seen my ceiling curve, so I don't
Right, but you have seen your ceiling recede in your field of view on the y-axis, yes or no?
Can you word that a bit more?
Let me give you a visual here that
visual aid.
Let me give you a visual you might comprehend. So let's say have you ever been to a hotel? Okay. So imagine a hotel with a very long hallway, right? We know it's flat, straight, because they don't build buildings that aren't straight, right? So we're looking down this long hallway and there's lights on the ceiling.
Yep.
When you look down that hallway, does the floor appear to ramp up towards your eye level? And does the ceiling appear to ramp downwards towards your eye level as it gets further away?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. So in reality, is that ceiling that's above you physically going downward? Or is it just a matter of your perception due to perspective?
No, but I don't think that's a large enough scale to see. Like the hallway would have to be quite long, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't even have to be that long.
Uh,
I mean, that's what you
to
see.
be able to see it. Well, yeah,
Yeah.
yes, because
Have
that's
you
how
ever been in a hallway
things
where
work.
you don't see the ceiling appear to come towards your center view, and the floor appear to go up towards your center view? That's how you view everything. Always. It's perspective.
Well, I don't think there'd be the hallway long enough to show it not. You know what I mean? Like, that's the hallway's like, you know, so if you had a hallway that was from where you are standing to the ship, that could be really far. I don't know how far ships are bend across the horizon. I'm not sure about that.
Dude, if you had a hallway, so let's talk about that. If you had a hallway, if you look at the live stream voice text, you'll see an image of a hallway. It's running as a GIF, and you'll see the effect in question. Okay, so if you had a hallway, the length all the way out to a ship where a ship starts to disappear, which is roughly 3 miles, 3 to 4 for a 6-foot tall observer if he was on the shoreline. If you were looking down that hallway, right, after a short while, the rest of the hallway would be unresolvable. And all you just see is everything converging to a point, and you'd be impossible to see the rest of the hallway.
I agree with that. But
right. So if you then remove the hallway, does the same angles of light not apply anymore?
The ship isn't the same as a hallway because
why not?
The ship is a point, if you know what I mean.
Right. So remember what I just said.
You know what I mean.
Remember what I just said. The angles of propagation within the hallway and the angles that they enter your eye or the optic, right, are at too small of an angle to be resolvable on the hallway, which is approximately the same height as a person, right? And all of the information from the end of the hallway recedes into a point. So if you then remove the hallway, would not the same thing be happening to the portion of the ship that occupies the same space as the hallway, being approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, standard hallway? So at
isn't a ship bigger?
3 miles. I'm talking about the portion that represents the same scale as the hallway, like I just said. 6 to 8 feet.
But how am I supposed to see that point from a ship that's far away? I wouldn't be able to see that.
You got it. So what you would see by what you just admitted is you wouldn't see the portion of the ship that represents the same scale as the hallway, but you would see the portion of the ship that is much bigger, being the top. So by your own admission, you generally conceded that the bottom of the ship would disappear due to the laws of perspective alone.
The point of the ship that faces, you know what I mean? Like the point of the ship that is level with me.
Right, that part's going to disappear.
Obviously,
first.
The whole length of the ship isn't the same size as
but
the whole.
think about this. Think about this. The ground.
Hold on, stop there real quick, because he's saying something that most Globers don't get, and that it's worth noting. Okay, the whole ship represents a certain angular size, but each portion of the ship represents a different angular size, and the smaller portion at the bottom of the ship subtends a different angle than the whole ship. And due to the law of triangles, that angle is going to be smaller. And since we see in angles, once the angle gets too small, we won't be able to resolve the bottom of the ship while still being able to resolve the top. Thank you for being one of the first people to get that without having to go for 2 hours. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, that was a really good point. Just think about it for a minute. If the floor all the way up to the vanishing point, and at the vanishing point, that's where you can't discern the floor anymore. Of course, his feet or the bottom of the ship at that point cannot also be discerned when it's connected to that point on the floor. Do you get that?
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that it's like like a plane. Like I don't know if like so every part. So right, so every part is the. Sorry, I'm a bit, like I understand what you mean, but every part of the ship. Sorry about this. Can you just
Yeah, so
say it?
think of it this way. If you had a smaller ship, like a dinghy, just a little boat, that was tied to the side of that ship as it goes away so that you can see it. And you see this little ship. Now, if you removed the big ship, you understand that that smaller ship is going to visually disappear at a shorter distance than that large ship because it's a smaller object, right?
Got less height.
Yes, less height. So you would expect the little dinghy to disappear before the large ship, solely just based off of its height, right? Because you understand perspective works. The angle is going to be too small for you to resolve that small ship first. Now imagine tying that dinghy to the large ship and sending it out. It would stand to reason that that small ship is still going to be unresolvable at the same distance, regardless of whether it's tied to the ship or not tied to the ship, right?
Agreed.
So as that little dinghy disappears because we can no longer see it due to angular resolution limits of our eye, it's tied to the ship. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the whole entire portion of the ship that is that height would also be unresolvable?
Yes, because in my opinion, it's gone under the horizon. But I understand what you said.
Okay, perfect. So your claim would then be that the only reason that things disappear from view is because they're being physically obstructed by Earth curve. Would you agree with that?
Yes, on long enough distances.
Okay, perfect. So now I do this on the regular. I go to my little lake, 333 meters across from the observation point to the observation, which is a yellow floaty boaty on the other side. Okay. Now you put that into the mass of the alleged curvature of the Earth, and you will find that the heights that I observed at, there is no way that the Earth curve, if it existed at all, could be precluding that boat in totality. Okay. So this means that it's not geometrically possible for the curve of the Earth to obstruct that boat. Yet, okay, 9 out of 10 times I go, pretty much consistently, the entire yellow boat disappears. So, my friend, what is causing that to happen?
Sorry, so it's 333 meters, right? How big is the boat?
About
How
half a
tall
meter,
is the
one and
boat?
a half feet. About 1.5 feet tall.
Okay, well, let me do some maths. So how many? Sorry about this.
Just doing the math up the
Sorry
top
about
of my
this.
head, no portion of that boat should be hidden. And if it is a portion, it's such a small portion that you wouldn't be able to notice based on the Earth curve calculator. Because that's what, about a quarter mile?
Right.
It's 1.2 miles. No, sorry, 0.2 miles.
Quarter of a mile.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Sorry. Right, so
So
then that would be.
Do you know what the alleged
8
drop
mile.
over 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah,
that would be
so-
at the surface.
So then maybe like 1.6.
1.6 what inches? Would
Yeah,
be
probably,
the
yeah.
alleged hidden height due to the curvature of the Earth, allegedly.
Mhm.
So when AI said he goes out, and 9 times out of 10, the whole entire boat disappears. Why? Is that Earth curvature? Do we have a tiny Earth? Smaller Earth?
That'd be funny. Probably not.
I'm so glad you
Yeah,
said that.
there's
That
no
would be
there's no
funny.
reason.
Right. So
There's
then
no
what
reason.
must be the reason? Okay. So it looks like it's happening. So what must be the reason?
The only other hypothesis you've given is that whole stuff about vanishing points.
Well, let's just be more broad, just for fairness sake. Okay. It's not because of geometry. It's because of an optical effect of some kind, whatever that might be. It's no longer in the category of geometry. It's in the category of optics, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So now that we've agreed that the bottom of things can be missing, or an entire object itself can be obstructed without the necessity of Earth curvature in the way, we can now make progress.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, it's really late here.
Now,
I'm
I
sorry,
want you to realize that that's a necessary concession that you made because it's obvious, because it's observable, that it is not true that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is because of Earth curvature. So that's a false statement.
You've proven that to me.
Yeah, I just did, and you conceded. So if you retract now, it just means, right, yeah, you're fair, exactly. Now, you might argue that those effects are this or those effects are that, but we know for certain that it falls in the category of optical effects. So now, since we can't do this for real right now, we're going to do this in our minds, right?
Okay.
And mental experiment, okay? So, well, first let's preface this. Do you know that the optical device, whether it be biological or synthetic, has a limit to it, known as the angular resolution limit? Everything that has an angular field of view has this limit. It's just that simple. It's a hard physical limit. It's known as the Rayleigh criterion.
Heard of it.
Yep, it's
Yeah,
known
I've
as the Rayleigh
definitely heard of it
criterion.
before, but like,
So for the human eye, it's approximately 0.02 degrees. Okay, what that means is that any light from the source that enters below that limit will be interfered with by any other light that enters within that angle. And therefore, there will be no resolvable information, and it can at best be only rendered as essentially, for lack of a better term, 1 pixel value.
isn't
So
that
you imagine,
resolution?
yeah, 1 pixel value, meaning one element, right? One element of the total picture that you're seeing.
But
so in that area,
everything have different
in that
resolution.
angular area,
Sorry.
no. This is angular resolution, not pixel density. So for example, if you only had 4 pixels in your sensor, right? If you literally had only 4 pixels in your sensor, you could never render something that requires 10 pixels to render, correct? It would look like blurry nonsense, would it not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now you fully understand the principle. So if you imagine a man standing on a line looking out, right? And these radials, right, of angles emanating from his eyeball, you can imagine the 0.02 degree triangle coming out from his eye and going out along the horizontal line in front of him until it intersects the horizontal line. And so you have a triangle, right? And I want you in your mind to color that triangle red. Now, everything that enters that triangle must, of a necessity, render as one color value in the final image, which we've already agreed. It just so happens that if you take the time right now to map this out, it pretty much coincides with where the alleged horizon is for a 6-foot tall observer. The triangle hits the horizontal line approximately at the same distance. Very coincidental, don't you think? So principally, we know this to be true. So, for example, let's say that you're standing over water, and then you have a brick, but it's not a solid brick, it's a floaty brick. And let's just make it red, because red is very bright, easy to tell apart from blue. So if you take said brick, and we've already established that this water is horizontal, okay, it's not curving in any way, it's perfectly horizontal. That's the premise. You might even imagine that it's a floor, painted blue, rather than water. Make it easier. So you take said red brick, put it on the floor, and you have your friend start to walk away from you. Now, as he keeps walking away from you, something interesting is going to happen. Eventually, you will not be able to see the color red anymore, because the red and the blue simultaneously will occupy less than 0.02 degrees. And as they approach that towards 0 degrees, the blue and the red will meld together into purple. And then it will meld together to where you only see the air and the blue floor. And you can't even tell the purple anymore. Now,
That makes sense.
let's just say, for example, that you call your friend and say, okay, I can't really see the red thing anymore. So you can stop pulling. And your friend goes, okay. And he stops pulling. Now what your friend does is he calls his other friend, who brings over a truck full of red bricks. And he starts stacking the bricks on top of the previous brick that you can't see. He stacks 1. You start to see a very faint purple. He stacks 2. The purple intensifies. He stacks 3. You start to scratch your head and say, I'm starting to see red. He stacks 4. Now you see some more red. He stacks 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now you see a line of red. But when your eyes trace down this line, as they get closer and closer to the floor, eventually you cannot see the bottom of the stack. It has become unresolvable. It has disappeared. Rest assured it is there, and it is the bottom portion of the stack. But the stack in total has disappeared from the bottom, has it not?
I like that. I do like that, yeah. I
Now,
really do
this
like
is a
that.
necessary, yeah, you're right. And this is a necessary consequence of the way our eyes work. And and all optics with an angular field of view, by the way. In order to see without perspective, truly, you need to have a lens the exact size with all available propagation angles to a parallel rate to the target source from the object. So if you want to observe a 100-meter building, you need a 100-meter lens, not an angular lens, but a straight lens that only allows the light to pass collimated, parallel, and horizontal to the sensor. So you need a 100-story tall sensor and a 100-story tall collimated lens. Okay, these types of optics don't exist. So every observation that we make is through an angular field of view with these limitations, in which we already have said that because of optical phenomenon, the bottoms of things can disappear. And that's just the facts. All right, so with that, I rest my case on that, unless you have any questions specifically.
Why would you need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter thing?
You need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter tall building without the effective perspective, and it needs to be a collimated lens where the sensor exists parallel to the light coming from the object.
Oh, like a mirror.
So if you don't have such a lens and you use normal lenses like your eyes, you'd be standing on the ground, right? And the angles of propagation from the top of the building would be at a downward angle towards you, forcing all of the light from the propagation angles to enter it at essentially inverse angles after they pass the lens, and that's what creates the effect of perspective. Is that you see an
Imagine
angle.
like a mirror. Oh, this is right.
What's
I'm
that?
imagining like a mirror, right? Okay. And this mirror is the same height as something. Yeah, right. So it's like a mirror, if you know what I mean. It would work like a mirror.
Yeah, well, the problem is that mirrors suffer from a perspective as well. If you stand in front of a mirror and start to walk away from it, does the image that appears to be you not shrink in size? Of course it does.
Yeah, because that's your eyes. It's not the mirror.
Right, because your eyes are getting the angled light, not the straight light, not the direct one-for-one parallel reflection that's going back in on itself. So now you get it.
There's also another way
Yeah.
to show it. The ancient Greeks, of course, didn't have any fantastic telescopes or anything. They just looked at the horizon with their eyes, and they drew on a piece of paper and used orthographic view to assume that the horizon was Earth curve. So in orthographic view, things don't get smaller with distance. So the mountain is just as tall angularly in their idea, in their math, but that's not how it is in reality. It's actually tiny in reality, and so when they compare these pictures from reality to their math or orthographic side view, which they got from the Greeks, they're actually just taking perspective and turning it into Earth curve and assuming that the horizon is this start of this Earth curve. But there's no evidence to actually substantiate that.
So with telescopes, you have a more resolute lens, not lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah, with a bigger aperture, you can see further, like in the black swan images and other such things. That's why we use telescopes, to see further. And then if you use a very small aperture, like we did with the pond tests and other stuff, such things, we can see that the horizon appears much closer and things disappear over what should be a flat surface. According to the globe mechanics, these bodies of water should not have enough convexity to hide these objects, but it does happen on the smaller aperture cameras. But on the bigger cameras, you can actually see the boat still. So it is optical. There's no Earth curve here.
What's black swan? I know what a black swan is, but what is black swan experiment?
A black swan is not an experiment. It's a reference to the Karl Popper's falsification, and he has a story that goes with it. You can say that all swans are white, and people can just accept that. But if you find a black swan, you know that all swans are white is just wrong. There are black swans. So that's what we find. We find black swans that show that all swans are not white. And so the black swan image is just what this image was called. It's two oil rigs taken. A snapshot taken from a video where he lowers the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. So the horizon should be only 1.22 miles away on the globe, but we can see the horizon way past the second oil rig. So that's over 10 miles. The size of that globe is completely unsustainable, so it just doesn't work.
Black Swan.
Excellently
Yeah, so it's
well
like,
said, Grace. Go ahead.
so it's basically just a proof. a contradiction. That
Yeah,
makes sense. I like that.
we're comparing the claimed globe geometry to reality, and it doesn't hold up. But you can
I'm
go
gonna
check
start
it
saying
out. You
that.
don't have to just believe anybody here. You really should go out and see if you can test some of this stuff on your own. If you have a body of water nearby that's like 5 miles, 10 miles big, maybe bigger, that's a good start. Next time you go on vacation to the beach or something, take an Earth curve calculator with you. See if you can do some long distance observations. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to just leave this Discord and be like, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. Like, you want to go out and check for yourself. So, there's
Right.
plenty of resources for you to be able to go out and do that. And if you need help, we're here.
Okay, so let's establish where we've come from so far. We've conceded that the concept that the Earth curve is the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up is false. Right? Now we've been presented with the black swan, which is a premise, right? In a sense. That premise is that if you can disprove a certain proposition by providing one counterexample, that negates the proposition and the proposition isn't true. So the proposition in the idea that we already agreed to isn't true is that the horizon is a hump of Earth curvature between point A and B that's blocking the bottoms of things. Now, we've already agreed together that that's not the case. Now, let's talk about the black swan. In the black swan photo, the horizon, as you can clearly see by looking at the photo, is beyond the oil rigs. Right? The oil rigs are at 9 miles, respectively, between the other one and the other one. There's approximately 9 to 10 miles from the shore. This means that the horizon is greater than 10 miles. We only know this because we see the boats. Sorry, not the boats, the oil rigs. So we know the horizon is beyond 10 miles. And as he said before, it must be, if the Earth is a globe and if the horizon is a geometric hump of Earth water, right, that's curving and getting in the way. From the observation height that the man observed this, it should have been at 1.225 miles. It's not at 1.225 miles. So the necessary conclusion is that the horizon that you see is an optical phenomenon, not a geometric edge of Earth hump curved water. Now, in summation of all of this that we've already discussed and you conceded to, okay, is that there is no hump of Earth curve water blocking the bottoms of things. Now you might say, okay, that's compelling. How would I know for sure? Well, the correct answer is to directly measure the water. So far, we've been talking about optical defects, right? So let's measure the water. How are we going to do it? We can't use a string because of the catenary curve problem, right? Which is a physics problem. Just take my word for it. Can't use a string.
Okay.
Can't use a solid piece of steel for similar reasons. So the most efficient means to get something at that range, that we need a sufficient sample size, right? So what's a sufficient sample size? Let's say 25 miles. That sounds pretty good, don't you think?
25 miles, you'd see. Doing the maths. 25 times 8, 200 inches, which is what? I don't know what that is in feet.
25 miles, it would not be 200 inches.
Wait, what? So wouldn't it be 25 then 8 inches per mile times it by 8.
It's squared.
Oh, there we go. So would it
Okay,
be
if you were doing it your way, it'd be a
5
slope,
times?
not a curve.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Sorry. Right, so 5 times. What is it again? What is it? 5 times 8?
It's 20, no,
40.
25 times 25
Uh-huh.
times 8
Right,
inches.
so
That'll give you inches.
sure.
5,000
And that's
and
going to
divide that
give
by
you,
12.
right, that's going to give you the drop.
416 feet.
Right, so that's 416 feet drop, right?
That doesn't seem very believable to me. I'm gonna be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Why
I
not?
don't know. I don't think you can. I don't think you can see 400 feet of drop between 25 miles. That's like
I mean, that's the mass of the ball.
significant. That's very
Yeah,
significant.
it's
You know
very
what I mean?
significant. So we have
yeah,
something that's 400 feet, right? 400
I
feet.
can live with like 400 inches, but I can't live with 400 feet.
Well,
Because
too
that's
bad,
like,
because that's the measurements of the ball that they told you exists.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm
So,
going to walk you through it. So this is how it goes. You got 400 feet. It's actually worse than that, but we'll just use 400 for sake of argument. It's easy to divide. So what they did is they went, set up what's known as a laser transit measurement. Laser transit is basically a really long level, right? Because obviously you don't have a 25-mile long level. So you level the laser on the one side of the land, you shoot it over 25 miles of water, and you have a target, right? You set up the laser at 6 feet off the ground. You set up the target at 6 feet off the ground. Right?
It's can't a laser be refracted and stuff though.
Ding, ding, ding. He said it. He said the word.
Oh, what? Hey, calm down.
Oh
Okay,
no.
we're not getting frenetic here. Yes. The correct answer is lasers can deviate due to refraction. Okay. So I want to ask you this before we start. You already have heard this is a 400-foot differential, right, between the drop.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Yeah.
we're going to measure this. We're going to measure this to see if that drop is there by setting up a laser transit level. Now, I'm going to continue with how this works, okay? So we'll set a baseline for how this thing's supposed to function. So in construction, let's say you have a foundation, so you have a piece of land. You set up the laser on one side, you set up the storyboard on the other, which is what the laser hits, and it tells you the differential between a level laser and the ground. So for example, if I set up my laser at 4 feet tall and the storyboard says 6 feet, right? Then that means I have to add some dirt to level the ground, right? And transversely, if it says in the other direction, I have to take some dirt away. So what this tells me is over my foundation that I'm trying to lay, whether or not I'm laying it flat. Because I can go with that storyboard and get 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4.5. Uh-oh, I got to change something, right?
Yep.
Now, of course, there's tolerances, right? So when, for a client, I want to make a level floor or a level foundation or a level piece of land, there's tolerances that they're willing to accept. Now, dirt has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept, in concrete has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept for their tile in their kitchen floor, right? They want that floor flat. They don't want it curved, they want it flat. So I want to ask you this question. If they hired me to make a flat floor, and I got my measurements so off that I was 2 orders of magnitude off level, is that acceptable? No, it isn't, is it? In fact, 1 order of magnitude is not acceptable. So for example, if the differential is supposed to be 0.4 and I have 0.40, right? Those are the same, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I have 4? I'm off by 4.
Yeah,
That's
agree with
that
that.
is not a flat floor anymore, is it?
No, it's bit, what's the word? Sloped.
Right. I've done screwed up. Now, what if it's off by 40?
God, whoa.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to walk. It'd be so steep. Right? So not acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we take this laser transit and we want to know whether this Earth curve hump is there, and we can measure by getting the laser to hit a target of equal height, and it's off by 2 orders of magnitude, we've already agreed that that's not acceptable. So if the laser is at 6 feet, right, which is in the single digits,
Yeah.
and then the double digits, right, the tens is not acceptable. And the hundreds is definitely not acceptable, correct? So lo and
Yeah, that
behold,
would be a slope.
this test was conducted. The ambient conditions were measured. The refraction was taken into account. The millirad beam divergence for the laser in question that was used on this day was taken into account. The laser hit the target. With a maximum differential of approximately 3 feet, still within the single digits. And there's supposed to be 400 feet. So
That's
if the
acceptable.
Earth was a globe, the laser would have went over the target by hundreds of feet upon hundreds of feet. Yet the laser hit the target. So by the principle of laser transit within the margins of error, that surface is flat.
Oh.
Now, what say you should be, oh, I'd like to see that evidence. Lo and behold, we have it for you. We have a documentary of the people doing it. We have a short version of it if you don't want to watch the long version, just to get your, appetite satiated. We have a document, 120 pages, with all the information, the sites, the equipment, everything.
Oh,
One of my good friends will post that for you.
Friends?
Yeah.
There we go.
My buddies. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, oh, okay. Right? And then you're going to be like, well, is this the only test that's been done? The answer is no. Many have been done. Many. Hundreds. With all different kinds of methodologies. All demonstrating no big hump of Earth curve in the way. Observations as well in excess of 255 miles, to which the target object should not only be 400 feet below the curve, but should be a mile below the curve. Yet the object in question is clearly visible. So we've already established within tolerances that the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball, that the horizon that's been claimed to be a horizon doesn't exist, and that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only be obstructed or cut off by Earth curvature. So we've basically shown that there's just no evidence or need for this Earth curvature.
What? Wait a minute, I'm looking at this thing, right? What is this thing about a blue laser and a green laser?
Blue and green lasers refract at different rates. Colors refract differently comparative to the refractive index of the medium. By using different colored lasers, you can determine the refraction that's present in the ambient conditions.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the military, recently did that. The military recently did that at 120 kilometers, shooting 2 lasers to see how it does, and they found out that it doesn't match the globe model.
Space
We also
Force is
have
going
that
to be
that you
angry
can look
about
at.
that. Space Force is going to be angry at that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because most people, when presented with this evidence, just hand-wave dismiss it. Because they're under the impression, right, that the Earth is a ball. Therefore, what must be happening is that light is curving. Do they have any demonstrable evidence of such a thing? No, it's just an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So now we've established that the rebuttal for all this evidence you've been presented with is a logical fallacy, not actual measurements or demonstration. So again, we just have no need or demonstration of this Earth curve on the ground level. So if you have direct evidence of Earth curve measurements, that is what is necessary to rebut these points.
That makes sense.
Unless you have that, the proposition stands. And the reason why it stands is because we all experience the Earth as flat as stationary. That's agreed upon by both camps, by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, that our present day experience of the Earth is a flat stationary plane. That's how we experience it. That's the base axiom of our human interaction and experience. And based on everything I just said, that coincides with that experience. The globe curvature is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. But most people are fooled by the claim that a fuzzy dot on a piece of paper is a picture of the Earth from space. Given to you by a government, no less, who we know lies on the regular.
Alright, I'm just interested, right? Why would they like something you're gonna have a really good answer this? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? There it is. There's the $1 million question, isn't it? Who cares why they lied? Don't matter.
Right, but you're an intelligent person, right? You'd lied before and you've been lied to before. So you know why people lie. You already know the answer. You don't know the exact specific answer, but you know the general answers. To gain power, to gain resources, to gain fame, to gain women, all kinds of things people lie for.
The government doesn't gain anything from anything
So
like
says
that
you.
from that though.
Really? So
It doesn't.
So
It
if I
doesn't
can
gain
post you,
power.
okay, cool story.
It
Cool
doesn't
story.
gain prestige.
What?
It doesn't
You sure about
gain
that? You sure about that?
money. It doesn't. Yeah, quite.
Really? So, okay, so let me ask you this question. Why does North Korea lie to its people about the status of its weapon systems? Why did Iraq, when I was there, lie to its people about the capacities of the U.S. forces? Why did the
Make them
United States
seem
government, during the space race, have a vested interest to lie to the people that the United States was the first to conquer the moon? And you're trying to tell me that there's no prestige or power or world presence to be gained from a proposition that you've conquered space?
Yeah, because they just wouldn't make the claim that they could go to the moon in the first place. It would be
Right.
better
So
for them to just
you're
not make that
now
claim in the first
fair.
place.
So let's talk about it then, and let's reason with a real tangible reason why they might lie about such a proposition. So, as a student of history, which you are, clearly a scholar, who have been through standard school and been taught the history of the expansion of the Western world, that people found out that there was more land. And what did they do? They left their states that they were involved with to pioneer the new land. So we've already experienced in our history a time when new land was told to be given and people uprooted themselves from their governments even had revolutionary wars against their governments in order to create new territories and new civilizations. So if the Earth is not a globe, then that means that the boundaries are unknown. And that means that there possibly could be more land. Now that, my friend, is a very good reason to lie.
But aren't they also saying there's more land to go to if you can go to the moon?
Yes, but think about this, my friend. To get to new land that's connected by water, you need a boat that you can literally build yourself. To get to space is unreachable. Now you might say, oh no, it's totally reachable. No, it's unreachable.
But
the elite, the very small percentage of the elite, even alleged to have gone to space.
Yeah, just
But
think
let's be
about it.
clear, we're only entertaining this just to give you a satisfaction because we've already demonstrated in spade that it's obvious that they lied, and why they did is highly irrelevant. So I yield the floor to my friend Grace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just think about it. Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos have all the money in the world, but they could not go high enough to go above the clouds. So they were just still in the air, and they never went to space. So even with all of their money and power and influence, you can't go there.
But where is this other land? Because everyone sailed to every part of the ocean. So if you say there's, like past Antarctica, you've also said that it's really hard to reach there. So what? How could an ordinary person ever expect to cross Antarctica?
Oh, there's more than that. When you think about the globe and you try to unpack it, there could be more lands on when within the area heated up by the sun that is still hidden due to the way they map the globe. So we don't know the full extent of our world, and we're limited how far we can actually explore south due to the Antarctic Treaty. So we can't sail all those seas, and even just sailing willy-nilly, the coast guards of the specific countries will contact you and escort you back if you're sailing somewhere you're not allowed to sail.
What? You can sail wherever you want, as long as it isn't in the nation's waters.
What are you talking
Right?
about, dude?
You can't go to the middle. You
can
can't
do
go to
that.
the edge. That's a fact. You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the extreme edges either. You will be brought back.
Because of ice.
So if your proposition is true, my friend, that you can, then that means that there would never exist a story of a sailor freely roaming who was turned around by any military or shot at, correct?
No, because that would probably be in the nation's waters, or they were doing something illegal.
Right. So there's a guy called Jarl Anderhoy, right? Who tried to go to
Right.
Antarctica in different manners. Okay, he lost a crewman being shot at by the government. So it's not the case that you can just go where you want, especially in regards to Antarctica. Not only that, but the logistics of doing so is very hard because of the nature of the temperatures and all of that. But again, keep in mind, we're only entertaining this for your satisfaction because we already understand logically why someone would lie is irrelevant. That they lied is the matter of the day. So you're just to be fair, no disrespect to you. You're trying to think these things through to make peace with it. But the problem is that you've already arrived at the bargaining stage. So your brain is already processing this information.
Guilt. Was it the 7 stage, right? Yeah, but
Yep. Yes, for example, my grandfather's is dead. Why would he die? Why would God do such a thing? It's like he's dead. It's just a simple fact. He's dead. So now you have to go through that process of trying to understand why and come to peace with the reason that you may never know. Once you accept that you may never know, then you can have peace with the fact that the lie is just a lie.
I don't think it's possible to patrol that big of an area, though. Perfectly.
Can I just say this though, real quick? Like, have you not been? Have you been living under a rock for the last like 2-3 years, dude? Well, I don't know where people get this idea that you can just go wherever you want. You can't even fly a drone wherever you want. They have perms and rules and stuff like that, man. I mean, you can't even get in a car and just go wherever you want. You can't walk wherever you want. So why can you get in a boat and go wherever you want? Why can you get in a plane? You can't. I just think it's goofy that people have this idea that you have. But then again, look at the last 3 years. You couldn't even go to the grocery store, dude. That's like, dude, I just don't know where people get this idea that, oh no, you could just do whatever you want. Like, no, you can't.
Because it's a big place.
Okay,
Like,
and
I don't think it'd be possible,
bro,
even if
last year
everyone
you
was on
couldn't
board
even
with
go
it.
to the grocery store.
Everyone knows where that is.
Come on, dude.
Oh, so you're trying to say that you could do it? You could do it because there's nobody there to monitor you because it's so big they couldn't possibly know what you're doing? Is that
It's
your
like
claim?
saying I can just do whatever I want on the highway. Who's gonna catch me?
Yeah, so they don't have radar
That's the
anymore or
spirit.
anything like
Come
that.
on,
That they don't track ships now.
If you were on Antarctica, no. What?
It's like saying, like, dude, well, if I'm in the boonies, who's gonna catch me? I'll just do whatever I want. I'll just drive as fast as I want on this highway. No one's gonna get. Who's gonna get me?
So guess how they caught Mr. Yarrow? Information that was acquired at land, because you have to plan and do all the logistics at land before you depart. It's like you don't just magically arrive in the middle of an ocean where there's nobody there to catch you.
You can get a boat. Like, there's nothing stopping you from getting a boat and then going and sailing. Illegally, as you're saying. And, going there. Like,
Dude, you know what,
you
dude?
get me?
To be fair, guys make excuses about all the logistics of how their girlfriend isn't cheating on them. Because why would she? There's no way a car can go from here to there with that much gas. Of course, somebody would have noticed she was at the store, and all these excuses upon excuses upon excuses because they don't want to accept that one of their friends gave them the stone cold brass tacks truth of what their girlfriend was up to the other day.
But why would she lie? There's no way she.
And you may
possibly
die.
lie.
You may die without her ever telling you the reason.
Reporting back in after sunset here, great looking sky. You can see the tail end of the Big Dipper.
Ooh.
And is one of you using some kind of machine tool, like a drill motor, or anything like that? No.
Yeah, I'm doing my own teeth.
No, seriously, I'm asking a serious question. No one's using anything? Because I thought for sure that I was approached by, this is going to sound strange, by a mechanical dog.
What?
I thought it was a drone at first.
I mean, that's a thing now. So,
Could be.
But wait a minute. Whenever one of you opens your mic, it sounds like that. So I'm going to leave it to say the most logical thing is to say that it sounds coming from the Discord. And it's my imagination. I just heard it from the Discord. So, good. Got that solved. Thanks for your help.
Was it me?
It wasn't a robot dog. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't a robot dog. That would have freaked the shit out of me, but that's okay. I've fucking fought him off if it was.
I just turned my headphones off, Sonny. Was it me?
I really don't know exactly. Try to
Okay.
talk from here.
You sound like you're on some headphones.
You listen. You two guys can solve that in another room. We're going to continue with the conversation.
All right, my bad.
Right.
Exactly. let's continue with the conversation. Forget about all
So if you knew that your girlfriend cheated, right, and you couldn't figure out why, and to her dying day she never told you, does that mean she didn't do it?
Correct. Yeah, yeah. I mean, if you don't know why she would have, that means that she didn't.
And to be fair, it may give you peace to find out the reason, right? And that might be why you want to know, because you want to have some kind of peace with why the powers that be who know the truth are lying to the public. And rest assured, it's a very small amount. Most people just believe what they're told and raised in by school. They have no clue about the true nature of the world. They're just Muppet puppets that watch the news and believe what they see, right? If they're shown
Yeah.
a photograph that's allegedly to be a photograph, they're just going to say, yep, must be true.
Well, couldn't they say that the excuse that they give, that could also be a lie?
Yeah, I heard. I actually heard in the background that it was some kind of Dremel tool. I'm going through my files now to find out which model, based on the frequency. I'll get back to you on that.
It's also worst part is we kind of showed him a video of the guy who shared it with us sleeping with his girlfriend, and he's still like, why would she lie about it? That it can't have happened. Why would she lie? There's no reason for her to lie, so she probably
Right.
didn't do it.
There's no way she could possibly have done it. I can't think of a good reason why she would have done this, so then therefore she did not. Glober logic.
Nobody admitted to using a drill motor or Dremel, so therefore it could not have been a drill motor or Dremel.
Right, that's
Perfectly
false.
logical.
Sounds retarded. Yeah, so let's say, for example, that we know, or that you know. All right, let's say, for example, that you know that not only have you been presented with recent evidence that your girlfriend's lying, but in the past she's lied to you. Like at one time she said there's weapons of mass destruction in the closet. At another time she said, no, I totally didn't give those black guys syphilis. At another time she says, oh no, that's totally the reason why we went to war with Vietnam. Right? So the powers that be at the elite level have a track record of lying to the public. Right? So they're untrustworthy in a general sense. So they need specific evidence.
Wait, hold on a second there, because like Santa Claus, when it brings joy, then it's not a lie. So it's okay to tell a lie as long as it brings joy, like Santa Claus.
Oh, I understand now. So if they have a good enough reason to lie, then it's okay. I get it.
Yeah, and then it's not even at that point. It's not even a lie at that point.
So what you're trying to say is S&M, sadist, and masochistic.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. That's kind of like Christmas. Yeah. Oh, just like it. Oh, holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Yes. Like,
it's okay to
for
lie
example,
as long as it brings joy.
Yeah. For example, in this context, if the Earth was flat, that would have huge philosophical implications. A lot of the scientists who came up with these ideas in the past, who philosophically chose to disregard the Earth as having a central position in the cosmos for philosophical reasons, would cry at night. Therefore, we must continue this lie. And then you're like, oh, that's such a good reason. We wouldn't want the scientists to be scared.
Wow. Wow.
That's hilarious. It was worth hearing again and again and again. It's not only very funny, but true. Except there was no robot dog in the making of this narrative. Yeah, what a stinker that AI is. Oh my gosh. The thing about the drill. Anyone else there? Or am I just talking to myself? Okay. Nobody's talking, eh? We have ways of making you talk.
You know what's really screwed up, Sonny? I
What?
literally just said out loud in a message to somebody, "Where did you hear me talk?" Question mark, like I was doing an audio transcript for a text message. And I said that into the text message into the phone, hit send, and you immediately said that. And I'm like, wait a second, hold on. Worlds are colliding because I have my phone, which is a separate world, so to speak, and then I have Sunny, and that's a separate world. What the fuck is going on?
Wait
Worlds
a
are
minute. I'm
colliding.
not sure I connect. I'm not sure I connected the two things. Now,
Okay,
what did the
let me
message
slow
say
down. Let
again?
me slow down so you can catch up.
Please do. Please do.
So I was just sending a text message to someone on my phone, okay? And on my phone, I was saying to the text message, like in my phone, "And where did you hear me talk?" Question mark. And as I said that into my phone to transcribe the phone for that message to be sent out to this person I was sending the message to, right? I'm on my computer and you immediately say what you just said.
And what did I say again? I said,
no one is talking.
Why is no one
We have
talking?
ways to make you talk. And I'm like,
Oh,
wait
yes,
a
no one
second.
is talking. We have ways to make you talk.
Exactly.
No, where did you? And you said in the text, wait a minute, I'm trying to still connect it. It's so weird. Where did you hear me say that? Or where did you hear me?
Yeah, where did you hear me talk? And I sent that
Where
to
did you hear
somebody
me talk? Okay,
completely
that's
unrelated
key.
to you. Yeah,
Yeah,
unrelated to
don't go
you. And I'm
past
like,
it.
what the fuck? Holy shit. I mean, sorry, don't cuss, because you know stuff like that
Where
happens,
did
and
you hear me
you know
talk?
how I feel about that stuff.
I'm
It's
writing it
crazy,
down.
dude.
Hold on. 1 second. I
Where
gotta
did you
write
hear
this
me
down on my
talk?
little. I have a scribble sheet that I roll joints on, and I have all kinds of little notes on it, and song lyrics and numbers. And okay, this is gonna go over here. Separate little box. Message, text message. It's important to write down details. Text
Happened at 11
message.
o'clock. You know what they say about 11s?
Kiwi.
Yeah,
I'll
here, I'll
remember all of
transcribe it
this
for
with
you.
these little quotes. When did you hear me talk, or where did you hear me talk? Where?
Where did you hear me talking? Yeah, I just transcribed it.
Where?
You can see it.
Where did you hear me
Crazy.
talk?
Talking.
Details. Yep,
Bro,
the details are important. See how easy it is in
11 o'clock.
translation that, like, from one person to the next, it's easy to mistranslate what someone said if you don't get it specifically. Okay, where did you hear me talk? I know this sounds ridiculous to most people, but
listen,
where did you hear
dude.
me talk? Got it. Sunny
That's crazy.
says, no one is talking.
We have ways of making you talk. You sound like a German.
That's what it was. That's exactly what I intended.
You talk. You crack the whip with your shin high leather boots. You're
I'm
right.
serious now. Okay.
Your hair pulled back and tied in a. Well, not yours, but you know what I mean.
All slicked back with a freaking some SS thing on. Okay.
We have ways of making you talk.
Okay, let me get that part because I got bleary eyed for a second. Hold on. I was laughing so hard at that previous recording. I was sweating. Were you laughing? Did you hear that?
Nah, dude, I just keyed in. When you said that, I'm like, I have to start talking because it just happened.
No, did you hear it yesterday though? What the bot was playing earlier just now?
No, what happened?
No, you didn't hear it. Did you hear it yesterday? Maybe.
No, wait.
Where AI? We're talking to this British kid.
Mhm.
Were you in the conversation? I think you were there listening the other night.
Tell me what happened.
Not last night, the night before.
Okay. British kid.
I was out riding my bike. I was at this creepy mansion I always like to go over by. It's this old mansion with all these grounds and stuff on the park and trails behind it and stuff. Most people would be kind of scary, but like I go there all the time in the daytime. I know the place like the back of my hand. I can even go there in the dark with my freaking 70-pound bike down inclines of like greater than 10 or 15%. Like you're almost going straight up and down. Anyway, that's another story. But you'll have to listen to it again. We'll go to the bot. I know I'm changed the subject. I'm still writing this.
What was the context though?
The context was when that recording was playing. I was at the creepy mansion the other night, listening to the Discord out at night with the moon out, with this mansion there, and I heard something going zzz, 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 while I'm listening, and I'm like fucking looking around, like
what
the hell? I'm looking around me because, well, yeah, there's a more of an inside story on my part of it with that place and myself and personal like situations, but like literally I heard this and I'm like, I'm kind of expecting things like that to happen. Like that. It's not that I'm just like out of my mind and all of a sudden I made up a thing about a robot dog. No, it's like I'm kind of expecting at some point for there to be something like that.
A robot dog to show up. Well, I saw a meme. Somebody had taken a yellow robot dog and they made it into a barbecue.
Well,
You ever see
cool.
that?
But wait a minute. Let me make the point
Yeah,
because
go
I
ahead.
didn't get to the point. So
Sorry.
AI was in there and I didn't know it. And I asked, I said, was anybody using a drill? And they're like, no. And oh, well, AI made a comment. He goes, yes, I'm doing my own teeth. And he didn't admit to it. This is so funny. And if you knew like AI talk,
Oh,
AI
yeah.
and I talk, we speak and stuff. So
Yeah.
talk to each other. So he's a great guy. But anyway, he's like, no. And then in the middle of the conversation, well, like Napalm is asked this kid great information. The kid is pretty smart at first, kind of until the end. But
So what happened with him?
I don't know, man. You have
Where'd
to
he fall
listen to
out?
that clip.
All right.
You have no idea what I'm talking about until you actually listen to that clip. And it's in the bot. What happened to my screen?
How's your weekend otherwise, dude?
I hate how the screen blanks out when I'm using this mobile. I have to fix that setting. Or is this Discord is kind of glitchy on mobile, I noticed. Anyway, skip around from stuff. I'm just stoked that I can even use the mobile and it's that easy. Like I'm starting to intuitively figure out where all the screens are and stuff, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, the app's pretty dope. One thing can really get you tied up is when the list disappears and you can actually access the chat. That can be
Oh yeah. So now I figured out you could just scroll when you're at the text chat.
Yeah.
You can scroll. Oh, that didn't work. No, you can. You can scroll up from the bottom. Wait a minute. Because it's right there. Oh man, hold on. Okay. You'll have to excuse me. I'm like a boomer. Yeah, you're right. When the list disappeared. Yeah.
Yeah, so what you do is to get rid of that is at the top of the very tippy top where it says live stream.
Uh-huh.
You just click on that word where it says live stream and it'll open and close the list. I didn't realize that. But if the list closes, you know what I'm saying?
Wait a minute, at the very tippy top.
Yeah,
No,
so
that
you've got the live stream that shows like all the participants, right? The list.
Yeah.
Then above that it says live stream voice text. Right?
Yeah.
Now just above that it says live stream.
Are
you on the mobile?
Yeah.
Okay. Just
I had
above
live stream on the left.
it literally just says
Oh,
live
it
stream.
brings up the list. Yeah, see that? I thought I always had to go that long way. Okay, so hold on.
No, yeah.
So I'm in the live stream voice text screen.
No, okay, listen. Hold on, slow down. So, when you open up the column, right? So you have the actual like live stream text window, but if you click the three lines on the top left-hand corner, it takes you back to the list of stuff. So you'll see the actual live stream with the list of guests, everybody that's here in the room. Above that, it says live stream voice text, right?
Uh-huh.
But above that line again, there's just a word that says live stream. That's it.
No, I don't see that.
No? Okay, maybe your layout's different then. Because if I click on that, that's how the room list will open and close. Because when that room list closes, you have almost no way of accessing the chat.
I have a very old phone, so you probably may have different functions on Discord on different mobiles. But Look, when I'm in the live stream voice text, I can swipe to the right. I mean, to the left, and it shows the list of all the members.
Gotcha.
Like moderator first, like Indio's at the top. It says invite members, then it says search, pins, notification settings. Above that it says, oh, the three dots. Hold on. Wait a minute. Please refrain from posting this channel if you're not. Oh, no, that didn't do it. Okay, that was just more. Interesting.
Be right back.
Like all the members. Okay, no. Let's see. So if you swipe left, you'll get all the members. Swipe right, and it brings up the list of all the voice channels and all the channels. Let's see if I hit on the. Oh, okay. So if you hit on the emblem, that just brings the voice text back. Live stream voice text. Okay, swipe that back. Search. Oh, that's pretty killer. That's how you use the search, just like you do on the laptop. That's right on. At as recent mentions. Okay, no, this might be boring for some. Oh, there's all my settings.
Settings are good. Then ensure that you set
I'm just looking
things
at all.
correctly.
I didn't find this. All these settings before, but
Good man.
oh, really? This is pretty cool though. It's funny. It's not like that, like the list of everybody in the chat now, like you said. It's funny that that's not down at the bottom somewhere. Anyway, I have to eat something. Famished.
You're a food guy.
It's just as easy for me to swipe to the right. I mean, no, all I have to do is. What if I go down? Oh yeah, if I swipe the live stream down, then the list of all the channels pop up again. I can just hit anywhere on the list of people in the live stream, and the list comes up.
Nice. All right, I
Yeah.
gotta run and take care of something. I'll be back in a bit, man. Enjoy your food.
Yeah, I'll talk to you later.
Touch man.
Hello? Good morning. How's everybody doing? Anybody in here? Or is it all just sleep?
Hey, rookie. I'm here.
I was going to say, I know Sonny's here. How you doing, buddy? So what's new? Anything?
Having trouble getting my mic to work. I'll turn it on, then all of a sudden I must have hit it too many times or something, and there's a delay. Excuse me.
I run into the same problem all the time, even though I have the same headset. I just got this new one. I don't know if it works better than the other, but I have both headphones that work, and when they fall off my ears, they stick right to the end of the band that goes around my neck, so that they don't get tangled up and get pulled out. It's really cool. I like 'em.
Ah, I figured something out finally. You hit the speaker, and that's when everybody's name pops up from the list. Now I get what.
'Cause I've been having that same problem where I click on there and I can't get their names to pop up, and I click on them.
Oh, I figured out how to do it just now. When you're in there, let's see. You just click on. You hit that very upper left where the speaker is. You just hit the speaker itself, not the live stream where it says live stream. Hold on, let me see. I'll go back to now when you do it. Let's see. How did I do that?
Are you talking about the pop up, or are you talking about when you've opened Discord?
Yeah, I'm talking about if you hit on live stream. Wait a minute. Wait a second. There it is. Yeah, yeah. So if you're, let's say you're in the voice live stream voice text, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm with you.
And then there's a bar up above that has different colors. Like if you get a good connection, it's green.
Mm-hmm.
And that says voice. That says voice connected 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. If you hit right on that, the name list pops up. Then, if you want the live stream voice text again, you swipe to the. Let me see.
Sorry.
You swipe it down. You could swipe the list down, and the voice and the live stream voice text is right there behind it. So then, if you want the voice connected, you just hit the green bar again, right where the speaker is, and the list pops up again. So once again, you could swipe it down, and then live stream voice text. Awesome. And then if you swipe to the right, then you get the list of all the channels. Yeah, badass. I like learning new stuff.
I like the Android version of it better than I like the
I
computer
do
version.
too.
Even though you can
I
see
do too,
more
man.
on the computer version.
Yeah, I'm
I hate
starting to like it. This is only my first week, honestly, of using the mobile. It's only been like 3 or 4 days, and I'm so excited because I can go out and do everything I need to do pretty much with a little distraction just to make sure if you want to stay connected, or like if my battery starts going down, then I have to disconnect, charge it up for a while, then before I come back on.
Yeah.
But that's
My
not
bad.
bad.
I charge it while I'm using it. I don't care. It gets hot and everything.
I have to. Listen, I have to charge it while I'm using it, but it still goes down continually after so many hours.
Right.
After maybe
Especially
like
if
2 or
it's hot
3
out.
hours.
Yeah,
2 or
exactly.
3 hours it's gone. Yeah, and then I have
Especially
to
if you're using your
disconnect.
headset. A Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I actually found a Bluetooth headset that I didn't even know I had, and all this came together in one day. All of a sudden, I'm like, found the Bluetooth, figured out how to use the mobile, went on the road and used it, and I'm like, whoa! It took me 2 years of Discord to figure it out, or to get. I don't know. Actually, you know what the main thing was? I didn't think I ever had enough data. I don't think I did actually. And now, like this year, they changed it to where like. I think I paid
You're
$6
right.
for extra data.
I'm
$6
not
a month
sure
or
whether.
something.
Oh, really?
Hmm.
You're right about that. I didn't realize that because it used to be whenever you would back out from the, where it shows the squares and the pictures of people and it shows them highlighted whenever they talk, and it's constantly moving around because and then when you go back out of there, it usually would go to the list of names. But you're right. You can click up there at the top with a little picture, a little people thing at the top. You click on that and it gives you a list. You're right. I didn't notice that before.
That brings it
I never
right back
clicked on
up.
it. It's funny,
So
because
think of
I'm
that.
in the heat of the moment. I don't think to click on stuff like that to find out what it actually does.
I didn't either. I thought that was more like what my phone was doing because it was so up at the top. And if I go up too far, then it'll bring up my phone's menu by dragging them down,
Yeah,
But,
that can be frustrating. Definitely, because it's always constantly pulling it down for your phone, or it's going to whatever app you have on the left side or whatever. Yeah, I know what you mean.
But it's pretty trippy considering, like, I remember when Android first came out, I had one of the first phones. What phone was it? It was a LG. It was a tiny little thing. And I still have that phone. I dropped it in the toilet once, like 12 years ago. I still have this phone. It still connects to Wi-Fi. Everything works on it, even after 12 years. It's the same LG. And actually, it's better than most new phones because I can connect it to any other Wi-Fi. I can still connect it, even though it's not on in my name. In other words, like how you have to do Google and you have to sign in and all that stuff. It's no longer valid for me. Like,
oh really?
But it's
How do you do that?
or wait a minute. I don't know. I might be talking. I might be wrong about what I just said. I don't know, but
I
but
wasn't
all
call
I
you
know
out.
is it still works. All I know is it still works, and I could still. So as an emergency, I can connect to Wi-Fi and still get on that little phone. That's crazy. After dropping it in the toilet.
You have Wi-Fi calling. Gotcha.
On that one, I can use Wi-Fi calling. Yeah, I could if I needed to. Yeah. So, but this phone's it's a cheap free phone, Alcatel
Aren't
or
you
something.
kind of
It's like
surprised at how quickly they convinced us to carry a phone around with us? 'Cause remember when they first came out with cell phones? Like me personally, I thought it was silly to carry around a phone. Why would you want to carry around something that's going to constantly ring?
I know.
You know what I mean? And then after a while, I hated it, and then after a little while, I got used to it. Now I'm stuck on the damn thing.
Well, before there used to be all these payphones around, so I could just use Trellis or something and go to a payphone and get all my messages. That was pretty convenient.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I did at first. That was right before the cell phones came out, and then I got some cheap cell phone, a big old. No, I don't know. It wasn't.
One of them flip phones or one of those direct connect phones. That's what I had for a while. The Motorola direct connect things. Those things were awesome. The push to talk. Remember, I don't know what they call it exactly, but I think it was called Direct Connect, but it was a Motorola thing. But anyway, I guess we should be talking about Flat Earth, right?
All these phones only work over a flat Earth.
We're talking about phones on the flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How about them undersea cables, eh? How about them? Those fiber optic ones. All that data going
Right,
under
eh?
the Pacific and Atlantic Ocean, all the way across to Asia, all the way underneath Asia, or outer. There's no under. Outer planar. There should be different words because they all hoaxed everybody with all these words that don't match reality. So there should have been different words in place of them. Like, yeah, out on the outer planar. Are you an outer planar? Yeah, I'm way out there, over in that side of the plane, over in the northeastern side of the plane. Mm-hmm. Or whatever. What have you?
You're a planeatter, like kind of like a planeteer.
A Europe planar? You're out there in the Europe part of the plane.
You're a planeteer, get it?
What? It might be slow.
You know, flat and then plane, right? You know, like airplane, airplane. So instead of a planeteer, it's planeteer, get it? Plane. Okay,
Planeteer. Gotcha.
I admit it was a very cheesy joke.
No, I get distracted easily because I still, for some reason, think I have to stand in one place. That's a weird psyop because so used to having it on a laptop that I'm not used to having a mobile. I should put my headphone on, but it started bugging my ear. Putting that little thing in my ear.
Yeah, I've noticed the sweaty ear thing. I have to use like a smaller, like little piece to go in your ear, so that way it works and it doesn't drive me crazy.
Yeah, but my Bluetooth is pretty good. Other than that, and it's kind of an older one, so I like it because the unit is actually not right at your ear. I should put it on.
So one of the headsets with the air gap.
No, they're wired together. The whole unit is wired together. A short wire though, that goes under your chin. I mean, it's not.
Have like some air, otherwise it'll like stop the sound from vibrating your eardrum, right? Because most of my headphones, if I put them too far in my ears, it gets to where I can only hear like bass, and it kind of like cuts off all the high points. It's weird.
Yeah, well, I kind of have a problem with my left ear for a while. I started getting an infection, so I can only do like one side, but one side's missing the foam. And I hate to keep taking the foam off because eventually I'm going to break it. But I should put it in the ear. Right now I'm just using the mobiles. Is the mic okay with just the mobile like it is right now?
It's fine for me.
You sound clearer than you did yesterday. Yesterday you were like, it was weird. It was like you were clear and you were really loud, and then you were like distant, and I could barely hear you. Like, remember when somebody was complaining about your mic yesterday?
It's probably where I keep this thing. I haven't figured out the ideal way. I've actually recorded music from this phone. You said my voice is clear in this phone. Like, I've actually recorded tracks and put them in Audacity, guitar tracks and stuff that actually sounded pretty amazing considering it was just a phone, simple recording with no controls. Just the distance, the phone distance to my amp and stuff like that was the control. Hold on, let me turn this other thing on. Whoa. I like this, the Bluetooth goes, a nice lady's voice, goes like ready to pair. She says, hello.
Like, I've got a couple of those little mini speakers that you carry around with you, and one of them, a couple of them actually do the same thing. They'll go bring, and then they'll say something like, "Welcome to blah blah blah," and then it'll make a noise again, and then it'll say connecting. Like, yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's funny. So it's like, why are you talking?
Yeah. So this is the Bluetooth. How does that sound? All right. Not bad. Hello.
Hang on, I'm looking. You know how it is to have to push back.
No, can you hear me though?
But yeah, of course. Yeah, you sound clear.
Okay, good. Okay, I switched to the Bluetooth. So.
Yeah, your Bluetooth is good. That's why I said it sounds great. You sound good with that. I'd say leave it that way. But when the battery goes dead and you have to charge it again, then you'll have to shut it off and you'll have to use something else. But my speakerphone,
so
like
listen,
my regular
so
mic on my
yesterday,
speakerphone works too.
So yesterday I was on my bicycle. That's why.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I was outdoors, so that's why.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Heard all that noise.
I didn't realize you were riding there when you started talking the first time.
Yeah, I was riding the bike.
I would have known why I was doing that.
So you probably heard a little vibration noise from. I'm actually making some moonshine right now. I'm trying to pay attention. I'm slowly increasing it. It's the first time I made some wine from the fruit that I've been talking about for a year. This quince fruit. So I still have dozens of pounds of that fruit just hanging up in the trees. Probably 100 pounds of fruit hanging in a tree right now. So I made a batch of wine, about, let's say probably not quite 2 gallons, maybe 2 gallons of mash. Not quite 2, probably like a little over a gallon of mash. With the fruit, some apples I had, you put some lemon juice in there, and some of the rind. You grate some rind of the lemon, so you put some lemon peel and the juice. That's your acid mix. That helps it, and then put the yeast in there. It all has to be room temperature. So, like after you cook the fruit or whatever you're going to use, you have to cool it to room temperature. It takes a long time just to cool it down because you boil it for a half hour and mash it all up. Take all the seeds out. Then I put it in a 5-gallon bucket with a bag, big grocery bag, one that didn't leak, and put all the stuff in there for 7 or 8 days. And then when I strained the last couple nights, when I strained some of the wine, it's like wine now off the top. It's stronger than any wine I've ever had. Oh, I forgot about the yeast part. I put the yeast in the beginning. I put it all in the bag, in the bucket, and tied a knot in the bag and put the seal on the bucket, but not completely sealed, so it could let the CO2 out. And for 7 or 8 days, when I strained it off the top, that stuff got me, whoa, like a couple of sips. It was like taking a shot. So I had to be really careful because I don't drink. like I haven't drank in a month, not anything. But every now and then I'll have some because I have pain, you know. And it does help the pain if I just do just a couple of sips or here and there, you know. It helps. All right, my temperature is reaching 100 degrees. Good. Here, boiling. I'm 20 or 30 gallons of water so far. Try to keep my water supply up. If I want to just keep enough water up, I have to make at least 5 gallons a week distilled water. But to get ahead of the game, I'm going to have to be running it more often. Won't be able to take any breaks. I'll have to make distilled water every day. Lately, I've been able to make 2 gallons a day, though. That's pretty good. Thing I don't like about it is you have to watch it the whole time. You can't really leave it. I could leave it for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, go down to the store and back, but that's about it. Yeah, this. I'm sure everybody loves hearing me talk about my little experiments. Excuse me.
I think we should do more experiments, like serious ones. Like, you know, just even if it's not necessarily directly tied to flat Earth or whatever, like maybe we should all get together and learn more about that stuff. Maybe we could learn stuff that we could share with people, you know.
Yeah, to learn things like this is technology that's been lost. Like this would be kind of a normal thing that everybody would know how to do. How to make your own wine. Go make the wine, Johnny. And you know, like this next thing I'm doing right now, like honestly, I'm gonna make a distillate, right? So that's good for a solvent. Like I'm an avid bike rider, cyclist, and I have to keep my bike in shape. So if I have solvent, I can clean my chain, clean the gears, clean the bearings, like so then I won't have to go buy somebody's paint thinner or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'll make it myself. Duh. So so literally fruit that I can eat, I can gather enough that I have too much. I can make a wine from it. I can distill that into a liquor and use it as a solvent, a cleaner, a pesticide. Like, can you imagine? That's a self-sufficiency.
What you need is an orange tree to make pesticides. Orange oil works really good on most bugs. It keeps them away
A
from
lot
them.
of these oil. Well, I'm making an alcohol, so yeah, they don't like that.
Yeah, with just fermentation, yeah, it usually pisses them off.
Tell me, man. So, like having all my own stuff. Like I started, like if I have enough milk, I'll make kefir continuously, and I'll have like my own organic yogurt all the time, and sauerkraut, and wait a minute, what else was I? Oh, kombucha, which is fermented tea and sugar. And I got that going already. I got my own little thing. That's a starter. It's called SCOBY. You grow this little lily pad of fungus on your tea, and that's how you. It's a trip, man. That's what ferments it. So I'm learning all about all of those things. Pretty fun. I hear it boiling in there. So, okay, anybody, here's a test. See if anyone can find the answer to this. Who knows at what temperature does alcohol boil off? Can someone look that up for me? Anybody?
You mean the boiling point of it, or you mean the evaporating
Boiling point
of it?
Evaporating point of alcohol, yeah. Well, it's actually
I don't know
boiling
what it
point.
is right offhand, but I know it's low temperature. I know it's not warm. It's like a cold
So
temperature.
I want to be careful. I hear it boiling there already. So,
But that's a very good question. I'd have to look it up. To be honest with you, if you're asking me.
well, that's what I mean. You might not be able to, but if anyone else is listening, that can chime in. Does anyone know that evaporating point of alcohol? No one's else listening. I guess I could do it myself. No, Sonny, we're not going to look it up. Shut the hell up with your project. Look it up yourself. That's what's fun when you learn how to be your own devil's advocate. Start gassing on yourself, like really. Start trolling yourself, man. It makes
I've
you.
found
It
that
makes you
works.
more witty.
Sometimes people won't troll you. Sometimes
It makes
people
you
won't troll
witty.
you.
It actually, yeah, it makes you more witty because if you control yourself, then you're prepared for. You're like armed. You have.
That's
You're armed
right. You
against
can't
trolling.
troll the untrollable, can you?
Whoa.
If you can't
Yeah.
troll the untrollable troll, what do? Because you can't troll a
Man.
dry lake, can you? If the lake's dry, you can't troll it, can you? Hey.
It's just a matter of logistics. Look, if you practice something, then you become better at it. So if you're the better practiced troll at trolling yourself, who do you think's going to win that? Well, it's not about winning either, really. I mean, I shouldn't say win that. I mean, but it's pretty hard. Like you said, then your statement comes in to play right there. Yeah, how do you troll somebody that's like better practice at troll, better troll than you are? Like that's why the trolls amuse me, and I just have this little smile on my face, a duper's delight. I'm serious. It's so funny, man. You wouldn't believe how comical and how amused I am at some of these conversations. So the things that Glover
That's
said.
the point. Like when you've been the butt end of jokes and you've seen it all and heard it all, it's like, really, is that all you got? You could do better than that, man. Come on, brother.
I know, and I should tone it down. I know people are like,
What do you mean?
because well,
It's like
AI is right though.
Sonny, hold on, Sonny. No,
Yeah.
Sonny.
Okay, go ahead.
I think what you're trying to, and I always say, it's like trying to play chicken with a psycho, right? You have no idea what that other person is willing to go to in terms of depth.
Oh
Playing
yeah,
chicken with
yeah,
a psycho.
yeah. Gotcha.
Like so, and then people on the internet want to show up and like tough and act tough on the internet. It's like, hey, you want to play chicken with a psycho? Keep talking your big talk. But like, what are threats on the internet until somebody loses an eyeball?
Yeah, that's pretty funny, and sometimes I use that in real life, not to any extreme or anything, but it can be used in real life too, because when you're out there on your own, whatever, like I am, you never know who like will cross your path. Usually, I can sense things before they happen,
And that's why it's important to maintain respect always. One thing.
I'll make a turn. I'll make a turn to go a different direction sporadically, just because I get just a feeling I want to go this way now, and I don't really think about it much. But I think it's kind of, in some ways, I'm being directed to go the safe way. So
Yeah, I do a lot of anticipation about what people are going to think about what I'm saying, and I know that sometimes I get caught up in it. You ever had that happen to you?
yeah, not just what you're saying, but like just being out physically out in the world where there's other people out there, and you might not be in some place that you might be in a place where you feel vulnerable, like you're out there walking or something. You know what I mean? So there's a certain vibration. Like I mean, sometimes I'll see a group of people walking down the street coming the other way, and I'll cross the street to the other side of the street. Then other times I'll see a group of hippie-looking like young men, you know, but they have long hair like me, and I don't know who they are. They look like a group of skaters or something, like out for the night or something like that. And I'll say, "Fucking hippies," and there's like 6 of them, and they look at me, and I look just like them, and they're like, at first they're like, "What?" And then I go, "Just kidding, man." I mean, see, like, I don't know. That could be a dangerous situation, but I just play it intuitively, and it always seems to work out. So I can just be myself, but like you said, yeah, like that. Now, certain groups of people I wouldn't poke at, being a skinny little white kid, still. Bah. Okay, pay attention, Sonny. Sonny by I had a really interesting father. He's passed on now, so I guess it's okay to talk about the good things. He was a sailor in on Lake Michigan, and as a teenager, bought a boat with some other people. They got shipwrecked in Lake Michigan. They got washed. They got blown all the way across Lake Michigan and wrecked on the shore on the other side, on the Michigan side, and had to get on shore with a dinghy and walk down the beach till they saw a light to get help. So I heard stories like that my whole life. No wonder I'm so weird. Okay, let's see if I could get this screen back. Good. There we go. Okay, I know what that is. I better plug this back in. Okay, so nobody's freaking helping with the freaking evaporating point. Well, Sonny, why don't you already know the evaporating point, you nutball?
Yeah, what's the matter with you, Sonny?
What the hell?
You're doing well, Sonny.
Huh?
You're doing well, Sonny, but you
What's
need to
that?
work on your mute, my friend.
Excuse me. Sorry about that, sir. No problem.
I'm not your boss, mate. I don't own the place. It's just constant chatter from you continually. We can hear everything in the background. You're not used to having a microphone live beside you continually, is what I'm saying.
And that's how you scare the entertainment away.
So what you think about Kiwi's? I saw it on Sunday. I didn't see it on Saturday. What you think about his rant, quote unquote?
Honestly, I didn't watch it. You know, you say what you want about that, but you know.
Like I say, I mean, what makes a point where he says when they're talking about medium is a substance, something that it's physical.
There you go.
Globers to the left of me. Globers to the right. There's somebody. Invade. Vamos. Anyone live in here? So you started off with nothing, and your brother Joe is self-made man. All my friends say please.
What's up, man?
What's up, bro?
What brings you to the server?
Oh shoot, I always come here. I've been listening to you guys for a long time, and I finally got on the other day, got voice connected, verified, and I was chilling at work. I ain't got nothing to do, so I'm sitting here listening to you guys say nothing.
We are all here.
I just woke up actually, so I'm moving around doing stuff. I'm just listening here. I'll probably be back on later and chat with you, but I'm listening, so don't say anything stupid. You feel me? I'm just kidding. Say anything you want. Okay, bye.
I'll try not to.
So what do you think about the shape of the earth, bud?
Oh, it's flat. Or it's bigger than they say it is. One of the two. But I think it's flat. I mean, Polaris. Somebody was telling me the other day that there's 2 points of rotation. I said, no, there's not. Show me that. Show me the second point of rotation. There's a Sigma Octantis. And I was like, man, I don't know, man. Getting through to people's real hard sometimes.
Yeah, that's 100% correct.
And then they started spouting off about Phantom Morgana, and I'm like, dude, it takes more than just spouting off logical fallacies, and takes real research and looking into it, you know, opening your actual thought processes.
Well, it's obvious. It's telling, right? I mean, if they got to go to all these different places and do all this different shit in place of just presenting one direct physical curvature measurement, the
Yeah,
jig is up. It's that's game over.
jig is up with water level. I mean, if the earth is 76, 86% water or whatever it is, and all water finds its level, then it's over. There's no argument.
Exactly. And look, listen, if they're even if the 71% or whatever is like an overstatement, bro, if this place is 25% flat water, 10% flat water,
Yeah,
it's not a fucking sphere. Like, get the hell out of here with
yeah,
that. It's just funny.
yeah, yeah. And their whole gravity argument, I mean, that's been dead for years. I mean, even Einstein said that there was no way to physically observe a body of movement without having a third point of observation. You know what I mean? You have to be off the object that you're trying to observe it,
Exactly.
to
That
observe
I like
movement.
that. It's not even an argument. That's just it's truth. It's like, so if I'm going to see how fast something is going, I can't be on that thing because I need to be on a separate reference frame to have the speed in reference to something else.
Exactly.
I can't know that I'm going 65 miles an hour unless something outside of the, let's say vehicle is telling me that I'm going 65 in comparison to what it is doing. Like, come on.
So I've been making YouTube shorts of like some of the best conversations that I've heard, and like just me doing whatever, skating, walking around, whatever. But it's starting to catch
That's cool, man.
an audience.
Post it up in here.
I'm,
Post it in the live
I'm,
stream voice text.
oh, cool.
Yeah, dude. Free advertising up here for flat earthers in the voice text.
Right? Oh yeah. About it. Let's see. How would I share my? Just post a vid and they could go to the channel.
Oh, roasting your ass out here. It's hot. What?
Well, I don't know. I'd say just keep running.
Keep running?
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you guys want to leave earlier, shoot me.
Okay.
Is that what?
Well, yeah, because I got to leave at 2.
Okay.
Okay? Because I got
If
to
you
go get
guys
a
want
shot.
to just
Work till 2?
run till 2.
Okay.
Testing, testing. anybody out there? Not just if you can hear me. Is there anyone at home?
Is there anyone? Look out now.
Good Lord.
Was that We Are All Here singing Pink Floyd with me?
Yes, sir.
Alrighty then.
How you doing today, man?
I'm doing great. I'm making moonshine.
Yeah.
Stuff's at least 99%. I mean 90%.
Damn.
At least
180.
90. It's 90%. Yeah.
Damn. What you using
Yeah,
that
you
for?
want to make sure. For mechanic work, it's a great solvent.
Yep. Yep. Just like on the
But I could.
Matrix, he's like, oh, it's a great buzz, but it cleans the hell out of some engines.
Yeah, it does, man. Check it out. So I never thought I could do that with sugar
Yeah.
water.
Yep.
Like literally, I put a bunch of fruit and I put yeast with the fruit and a little bit of citric,
Uh huh.
Acid, some lemon juice and some lemon peel. Let it
Yep.
sit in there for 7 or 8 days, man. And when I skimmed some off the top, it was like wine, but it was like the strongest wine I ever tasted. Like literally once a good sip or gulp
Yep. Yeah,
was
man.
like taking a shot.
Yeah.
So like,
Yeah.
whoa.
My aunt was making that so that she could make Phoenix tears from marijuana. And
Oh,
yeah,
absolutely. I never thought of that. I never
yeah,
thought of
man.
that.
That's the stuff to make Phoenix tears with, bro.
Dude,
Yep.
this is absolutely the best ever. Like now I'm realizing how many different uses. Like literally, this stuff could be used for fuel.
Yeah. 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 We ran a lawnmower off of it.
Mm-hmm. So,
We were testing to see if it would do it, because I was like, man, that stuff's so strong. And she was like, nah. I was like, dude, I bet you if you put that in a
yeah,
lawnmower, it would start that thing. And sure enough, dude.
it would.
Yep.
You could run off it. You'd probably have to dilute it.
Yeah.
It's strong stuff.
Yep.
So that's pretty cool. So I've just like tasted a couple drops from that. Tastes great.
Good. Good, man. I guess
So
you can put on. My
it's
aunt
made
was
from.
doing the mango
Go ahead.
cinnamon
Yeah.
thing. Oh, sorry, bud.
No, it's okay. I can add things to it afterwards. So yeah. So
Yeah.
what
Yeah,
I'll
but she was
do
doing this
is,
mango cinnamon thing, dude, and it was phenomenal. She put a little water in there, and then fresh mangoes and fresh cinnamon.
yes, exactly. So it's a great base, And then this is made from quince that I found from a couple of wild growing trees that are very rare.
Yeah.
And I don't know how they got along this creek bed. It's only a seasonal creek, but these plants apparently can't propagate unless they freeze, and it never freezes here. Like rarely freezes. So I don't know how these plants got here. The seeds might have washed down from someone's yard that
Right.
had a couple of these quince trees or something, or someone was eating some quince and
Yeah.
happened to drop them right at the right time when there was enough water, and then it happened to freeze pretty rarely. So these are probably about 30-year-old trees, 30 or maybe even 30 or 40 years. They could be 40 years old.
That's cool, man.
So I found these trees that grow quince, and they drop about 100 pounds each every season, at least 100 pounds. I think there's 100 pounds in both trees right now.
Yeah.
And so I can go there on my bicycle and
load her up and
get about 3 to 5 pounds in my bicycle basket.
Nice.
And cruise home and do that a couple days in a row. And the thing I love about this particular fruit is when it's ripe enough to come off the trees, like now, it's hard.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't want to eat it. So you either have to cook it or just let it sit there for about a week.
Yeah.
Until they get ripe on the shelf. So what I do is I put them like in a colander, and I put it on the counter next to my stove.
Oh, there you go.
And it just kind of heats them, and it sort of gets them riper faster.
Sweet.
So what I like about them, I can control how fast they ripen.
Oh,
based
yeah.
on how the temperature is. So if I wanted to store them in a cool, dry place, not a dark place, but a cool, dry place, but not too much light, they'll stay for a lot longer, and then later in the season, they start getting so ripe even on the tree that as soon as they fall down, by the next day, they're already like softened. Some of those are actually edible right off the ground, like when they fall right off and they're there for a day. You go pick them up, wash them off, and eat the whole, like, they're kind of very tart.
Yeah.
So it like
power on them.
Last year when I first tried it, they were really sweet. Like they were bigger that last year for some reason. There weren't as many, but they were larger fruit and they were a lot sweeter. I guess I got them later in the season because right after that, like dozens of pounds fell out of the trees onto the ground, and they're all sticky and nasty. It's the sweetest, stickiest. It's like glue.
Damn.
So that's another thing you could use from this particular fruit. You could make glue out of it. But anyway, when it gets ripe and sweet, and they're just like almost like fermenting by themselves, the fruit is delicious that way. It's the best thing I ever tasted in my life. It tastes like I don't know. I can't even describe it. It's not like any other thing. It's like a pear or a persimmon mixed with apple, like kind of a tart persimmon, but really sweet still, very sweet.
Nice.
These have a lot of flesh on them, but the seeds are huge ones. And I still haven't found the variety because every time I look like in Google about this quince tree or quince fruit, that shows a different kind of shape to the fruit, but sort of the same, but like a weird shaped pear. I don't know how to describe it, man. But the seeds are huge. They're big seeds, and they're related to the rose. They're in the rose family, just like apple.
Wow. That's crazy.
They're a rosacea variety, and they actually originally came from Mesopotamia. Well, not Mesopotamia, but near Mount Ararat, really, actually. And at last year I had been
What you
listening
know
to you
about
guys
Mount Ararat?
for a year, and so I'd been reading about Genesis a lot, and like
So
then
hold on a second.
and
Mount,
Noah's
where are you
Ark
going
and all
with?
that stuff.
Yeah, brother. Genesis 6:14.
I'm
How did
telling
you
you,
get into
man.
Mount
So
Ararat, brother?
I find these trees amongst this uh, awareness of flat Earth. Well, I discovered flat Earth 5 years ago in 2017, so going on 6 years. But since Discord, I've learned so much more about what is going on here, through the discussions. And so I start learning how to forage and identifying plants, and that's what led me down these trails and these literal paths in nature and find places that I feel comfortable to sit in the sun and just veg there with no one bother me, nothing to worry about, no technology, just me, my bicycle, and the forest. So I happened to find this place, and that was through daily just going and exploring around, finding different places, finding places that are cool, like where the sun is, where I want it to be, or if I want shade, where the shade places are. So I found this place that's really comfortable and cool, just a really nice place in the summer with shade and out of the way. So there's paths, but they're going on either side. And when people are walking either to or fro from the area, they're not looking that direction, so it's a private little area. It's freaking great, man. So and then I found these trees, and I'm like, what is that fruit on these trees? And it was ripe enough. I go, whoa. So I took the fruit home, and I went online and I looked it up. And that's when I discovered that these trees originally came from around Mount Ararat.
Yes, sir.
And I'm like,
Yes, sir.
holy crap.
That's the OG spot, man. Here's a
So,
little.
yeah,
So have you gotten into Ron Wyatt?
Ron White, the comedian?
Ron Wyatt, not this guy right here.
Oh.
This dude. I just posted him.
There's a Ron White, the
Posted him up in
comedian that drinks a lot. So
in the live stream chat. That's the dude that discovered Noah's Ark in Ararat, Turkey.
Oh yeah. No, I've actually seen all those.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. I
Good
just
stuff, good
didn't
stuff.
connect the name right away.
Cool.
Yeah, I gotta go to my settings.
So, yeah, Glat, you were calling out some folks that are in the chat. What's happening with who we got? Stay lifted. You still here? Nope, they're gone. Okay, cool. Mitchell still here? Yeah, I see Mitchell's still here. What say you about the earth we walk upon, my friend? Mitchell? Check. 1 2 1 2. Hey, there we go.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good, brother. How are you, man?
Good, very good.
Yeah, good.
Whereabouts are you from?
What's up?
Whereabouts are you from?
Yeah, just U.S. What about you?
Very cool. What coast? I'm in Canada.
Yeah, I'm south of Canada.
I'd hope
East
so.
Coast.
Unless you're in Alaska, of course. East Coast. Okay, cool. Awesome. Are you near a body of water?
Yeah, I grew up in Florida. That's like what I usually say. Like no matter where I am, I just tell people I'm in Florida.
So you're familiar with obviously Key West. Then have you had a chance to visit Key West?
A few times, yeah. You like it there?
No, I've been to Florida, but I've observed Key West. I haven't had an opportunity to actually visit. I just go with Key West because it's like the most further or the most southern point in Florida. Correct?
Yeah, that's what they say. I mean, as long as you believe the maps, you're spot on.
I love your cheekiness. So, what are your thoughts? What are your observations with respects to the shape of the realm we dwell upon?
Yeah, it is an interesting one. Try to keep it on the level.
Hey, let's go. Well done. And I always like to throw out the term, whether you live in New York or you live in Florida or you live in the UK or you live in Australia or China, you're going to hang a TV on your wall. You're always going to observe level.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, that's awesome. Have you conducted any personal observations or things that you theory craft with respects to what we're sitting on?
Well, I certainly come on the live stream chat to listen in on the intricacies of the debates and all that, just to enjoy the epistemological kind of interests. That's what I'm mostly into these days. Like when it comes to the realm of knowledge about like conspiracies and stuff like that, it's really it's really enjoyable for me to see where people are coming from and how they kind of navigate the lies and shit that people have to figure out.
Yeah, the spider webs, if you will.
Yeah, I like that way of putting it.
That makes sense. How long have you been on the? I mean, we don't really entertain the conspiracy aspect of things too much on this channel, obviously, with all the YouTube police and whatnot. But how long have you been looking at the conspiracy, quote unquote, CIA term? But how long have you been looking down the conspiracy hole for?
Well, I mean the flat Earth stuff like since 2018, but I'd heard of that in like 2017 or like 20, I don't know, something like 2019. I was hanging out on the flat Earth server back when it was like a kind of see see if I can see if anybody's still, I don't know, like gone through so many cycles. Like I've gone through so many different avenues and areas and shit, but um, this is like a cool spot on the map of the conspiracy world.
Right. Good stuff. Man. Well, glad to obviously have you here from a standpoint of being able to observe what's happening and theory craft as to what else we're looking at.
Yeah, just a lot of trickery, dude. A lot of trickery, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I like the esoteric stuff too, and biblical stuff. Like,
So are you familiar with what he created on the second day then?
What do you mean? Yeah, like please tell me.
So with respect to Genesis and the statement, and again, I'm not to take it down the aspect of religion or anything like that. We'll just quickly take that piece out for what it's worth. But the biblical or the scripture statement is that the firmament was created on the second day.
Mm-hmm.
And with the understanding of gas and how gas works being a closed system, throws away the idea of this space idea or the possibilities of going to this space place. What are your thoughts on gas as a principle within the system that we're within?
I mean, I do enjoy, like, I've grown up on the space kind of model as as a young man or a boy, and then just having to kind of gain like some like orientation about the world and like imagining the. I guess I wanted. I know I wanted to think about it as like an interest. I made a diorama when I was a kid. I found that like in my old stuff, like when I was really young, like of an astronaut and like planets and shit, like in a shoebox. So of course I was into that shit. And I think it's kind of exhilarating to an extent. They certainly can make a movie or two about it. To like think about what I don't know. I mean, I enjoy going on YouTubers like that have like their own telescopes and stuff because I don't have one, and I don't know. I mean, I don't have as much of like a. It's really easy to get a kid's imagination going though.
So wait a second.
Like,
So you get a telescope? What have you been able to find anything in your observations of The stuff up top.
An orientation of the diorama. Like we're in that little shoebox, I guess, in a sense. I don't know. The
So
lights
wait,
in the
do you
sky.
think that we're in a shoebox, or what do you
No, I
think?
mean
Like,
like
how do you think
in
this whole
in
system works then?
in that kind of like child minded orientation, like just like as they tell it, from on high, this is what it is, and like here,
Gotcha. Gotcha. So
regurgitate.
what they sell you.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to get a kid's imagination going with that.
Now, I mean, now at your age now, you're at the point where you don't observe, or you do observe things that make you go, hmm.
Well, I mean, I think about it as probably more like a Santa Claus kind of fantasy that I could as well kind of impart to my own kids at some point, that here's this, regardless of whichever model I choose to go with, I would think that I would
But here's the
probably.
thing. Well, hold on a
What's that?
second though, and let's be legitimate about things. So you say that you have children, so that means that
No,
you're
no, I
married.
don't have children yet, but I
Okay,
will
okay. But you plan on having
eventually.
children, so let's establish the fact that you are a man and can pass on, things that you observe. Now, my question to you is, do you actually have to believe in a model in order to observe certain things that you see?
Well, like it is beautiful, at, I guess at the most
No,
initial.
beautiful is an opinion. That is relinquished with feeling. I'm asking for observance, which is fact. What are the things that you see in your visits to Key West that show you facts that that counter the story that you've been told? Because it
Well,
sounds like there's some uncertainty in what you're saying with your chest.
what am I saying?
What I'm
Like,
asking for is, what do you observe? Because you say
mhm.
model, right? So at this point in time, do you believe that we are standing upon a flat or perceived flat realm, or do you believe that there's an aspect of it that's not understood?
Well, I fully embrace the flat Earth's kind of dictates that whatever you believe, you better be able to defend it and have you know, some measure of input on your own from your own experiences and all that, because like people are so fucking quick to adopt
No, but
whatever they're told.
I mean,
So
Mitchell, respectfully, that's the idea of saying it with your chest. So I'm asking you that when you go to Key West and you stand out on the looking point and you observe to the distances that you do, are there things that you see that make you question the story that you've been led to be told, or the story that you've been fed?
well, you gotta love how the rockets tend to go up and then out and then curve over and then uh
Right. Now,
yeah,
but my
like.
question to you is, you definitely mentioned the term level way back at the beginning of our interaction. So, with respects to level, you do agree
Yeah.
that people in Australia and people in New York City still hang their TVs observing level, do they not?
Uh-huh.
Pardon me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So, by default, do you think that leads us to believe that we're all on a level plateau? Or do you think that that leads us to believe that we're on something else?
I mean, that's a fair point. I can go with you on that one, yeah.
Okay, cool. So no, and right now, here's the thing, and I'm trying to respectfully have a conversation with you, but I don't know where your say it with my chest line exists versus, i.e., what you actually can firmly believe in, or if we're still at a point where we're discovering things to say, hey, I'm still observing things. So you're still observing things, which is totally cool, and there's nothing wrong with that. I appreciate that. So my next question for you then, in retrospect, to state what we observe is, when I construct a bridge, do I observe level the entire time? A pier bridge, not a suspension bridge. We're not going to get into cable bridges yet, but let's just take the idea of a pier bridge. Do you think a pier bridge always establishes level.
Don't they like just do like some survey work and then just drill some pillars and build on
But
those?
that's the question. You exactly nailed it in saying drilling some pillars. Now my question is, when they're drilling into the floor bed of the basin of the water, if you will, base of that pan, how will they be drilling? They will not be drilling askew, i.e., 10 degrees off of perpendicular. They'll be drilling perpendicular into the earth, established, which is perpendicular to level. Would it not be?
I think so.
Which is like the essence of a plumb bob, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now plumb bob, we'll just unpack the idea of a plumb bob and say, hey, a crane, because really a crane is the same thing as a plumb bob, is it not?
Yeah.
So that's my thing, is that if we are all either observing this hanging type of aspect, which these kids nowadays call gravity, you don't know about gravity. They talk about gravity. However, we just observe down because there's a long string with the weight on the end being down, and then I realized that holy crap, if a caveman saw a line hanging from a tree branch with a rock on the end of it, and he said, down. And then he observed the horizon in front of him was perpendicular to that, and he said, level. Where does this magic curve show up? That's my question. And that's where I'm looking at stuff from maybe too small of a degree, but I don't know. I don't see where this magic curve shows up, right? If we're always observing level, which you agreed with, right? In Australia, New York, wherever we're observing level, where does this curve show up? What do you think?
Where's the curve? Oh man. um, we're like supposedly now supposed to flatten our curves. um,
I can't even laugh at that because that is such an awkward joke. That feels like Bambi learning to walk as a joke.
But nonetheless,
well, I mean,
pun received and accepted.
No, I mean,
make fun of you, my guy.
it's kind of like the center that I'm like reluctant to like jump into the whole of like, this is one philosophical point of view that just buying in hook on like going all the way. I don't want to go all the way with any philosophical.
Hold on a second though.
Yeah.
Where in construction principles we just literally chatted about building a bridge. Contractors and guys who pour concrete for a living don't do philosophy unless they miss their calling in university or college. Right, we're not philosophizing when we're talking about constructing a bridge. So like, I'm just asking you, you're constructing a bridge, right? You're building a deck for your parents. You're always observing level. Where does this magic curve show up? That's not a philosophy question. That's a literal question.
Point. I mean, it is a practical nature, like to to actually build shit, and I don't know how much I get an opportunity to like talk construction and land work or whatnot. But like, to be honest, I have a big interest in that, so I
I mean,
don't know
here's
if
the thing. We've got bridges that are constructed as pier bridges, which give us an absolute nail in the coffin when it comes to the observance of level. And then we go up in high-rise construction. We can go to Dubai, anywhere you want, the UAE, and look at the high-rise construction, and they always construct from a center point, and they're always using a construction plumb bob, i.e. a crane in the high-rise construction. So if we have you going in the X and Y axis on building things and you're always observing level and perpendicular to that being down, I don't know. I'm gonna sit here and I'm confidently gonna sit here and ask you with my chest, where's the curve? Glatt can back me up on that one. I don't know if Glatt's still here, but yeah, he's there. And that's the thing, dude. That's
Okay. Hold on. I appreciate this conversation, and I don't want the conversation to end. But I think for fairness, to Mitchell, since you're new here, since Mitchell's new to the server.
Not at all new here, by the way. I'm not at all new.
Okay. So I'll retract that part. Okay, so just something about your statement where you said that you don't want to go uh, full in on anything, and I totally relate to that. So I wanted to say something there about that and about my own experience, because that's all I have to offer is my own experience, as well as everyone else does, you know. So just to like kind of make a stick a pin in this statement you made of that I'm not going to jump 100% into anything. And I agree with you. And here's what I would like to clarify that for myself, where I separate it is there are things that I can prove that, and there are things that are provable, and there are things that I cannot prove, and there are also things that are unprovable. So where I separate the things, I will never jump fully into anything either, because if I'm going to stay skeptical and stay curious, I'm going to have to keep my mind open to those things. I don't want to set my put all my eggs in one basket, right? Like they say. If I can't prove all of the aspects of it, then I'm not going to say that something is for sure in every aspect. But then to get back to your point here, that there are things that we know for sure that can be empirically tested, and that is my delineation. And it may as well be, I mean, it might be your delineation as well, as far as where you draw the line. So I wanted to say that, and then I want Kiwi to get back to the conversation after your answer to the peer bridges. But if you could respond to that, Mitchell, what do you think?
Totally. Like I've been interested in this shape of the realm, shape of the like models and or validity of certain models, and wondered what evidences or what like provable foundations I've been able to like draw from like certain videos or like pieces that I've been putting together, and then like certain things happen, and then I like retract. I'm like, oh shit, like there's potentially some trickery here too. Like I'm gonna have to walk that statement back, and I'm gonna have to like rethink this and rethink that, and like so I've been I don't know, I've gone through a few different phases as far as like how much like willing I've been able to advocate for one model or the other, and I don't know. So that's why I guess at this point I tend to have like most enjoyment from, like I said, the philosophical kind of conversations, just because it kind of gets veers in many directions from the initial starting point of how like people's investigations into the central core of the point of like what are we doing here, or like where are we, and how does this work, like there's a lot of directions that investigation goes.
Yeah, exactly. I totally agree with you, and that's why I asked you that question, is so I could hear your side of things and hear kind of how you speak about these things, and because I think that's the most valuable thing we have from each other is the information that each one of our individual unique experiences provides to the information. And then we can take what is actually real and what can be verified. And yes, there are many unanswered questions. So the things that we are able to verify, then we start hopefully to connect the dots, of these things that are not connected yet. And yeah, cool. Welcome to the server. And go ahead, Kiwi.
Thanks.
Appreciate you, man.
Yeah.
And then I see we're all here. He's also VC verified. He's off. He's unmuted. I don't know if we're all here is around. Are you here, my friend?
Yes, sir.
Hey, what's going on, dude? How are you?
Doing all right, man.
Good, brother. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. The CB. Hey, cookies, brownies. Let's go. CB, what's going on, dude? It's good to see you. CB Radio is in the house with the samples running the wheels of steel. So, we're all here. Question for you, my friend. What do you think about this surface that we dwell upon?
Oh man, it's flat.
Love those. You're what we call a lay down customer. Oh, I'll be back for that printer. Walks in, picks up the printer. Thanks. I'll take it. Okay. But I mean, has there been anything that you like? What do you like? Here, let me ask you this. If I ask you any questions, feel free to tell me to shut up and kiss your butt. But I won't actually. But you know what I mean. So what do you do for a living?
I'm a plant manager for a water company.
Sick. That is absolutely fantastic. So you're in logistics.
Production.
Cool.
Just
You got to know how
water.
shit works. Basically, you're not an
Yeah.
idiot.
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
exactly.
So I'm talking to a man who understands. You don't sit in a stupid office wearing a white collar. You're a blue collar man. You know how shit works. All right.
Yeah.
So what's the thing that you hang your hat on when you go home at night? You're like, yo, this bitch is flat, and I can't believe people are still hanging
my
out
clothes
outside here.
hanger.
Pardon me?
My clothes hanger, my hat hanger.
Yeah, that's right. Tell me about it.
It's level, man.
From a standpoint of what though? Like, what are you operating from? Like, what's your principle? Like, here's the thing. I'm not in construction, but I do plans review, so I understand the concepts of like building stuff on what we dwell upon. And there's just certain observations, as we say. We were talking about level earlier with Mitchell. It's the whole idea of like, where does this magical thing show up? So, like, is there something that you've kind of pinged on? What was your flat Earth journey like that took you down this path?
Man, I've been through all kinds of everything. What's up, Matt? I said you can open your door. Oh, okay, cool. I've been through all kinds of. I've been through the whole journey, dude. I went from water level to NASA videos to crepuscular rays to man, finding out that gravity isn't real. And
Yeah,
yeah,
gravity's insane. Let's
no,
talk about
you're
that.
saying it wrong. You're saying it wrong. You got to say it gravity. It grabs everything.
Gravity. Oh yeah, gravity. Gee, I like it. Gravity. So gravity's interesting. I put a little thing together for my community on Friday, and I was looking at gravity, and I thought to myself, how are you applying this magical average speed to a car that's falling to the earth versus a rock that weighs 10 pounds that's falling to the earth? It makes no sense. It seems to be this. No. We're gonna average everything out.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it
It's all
doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Well, see,
Other
then
than sorry, say
brings you
again?
to the question: why do they lie?
Well, as you know, what Sunny outlined so eloquently earlier is the idea that, right? You can't build a court case on why. Like
Exactly.
if the evidence is they've been lying about it for 62 years.
Yeah.
And they've done things that shows that their hand is in the cookie jar.
right? Operation Dominic, Operation Fishbowl. Those are huge. I mean, that's just for me on a personal level, but it's like, hey, we found our fence, we found our ceiling. We're gonna attack it,
Yeah.
and then hope that nobody asks why.
What's really going down in Antarctica? What's really going on in the Arctic?
Well, you say what's really going down, as in is Antarctica a place? But if the Arctic is the north,
Yeah.
and let's just take the idea that north is the bullseye on a map.
Right.
And through the process of circumnavigation, we realize that south is just the area all around the bullseye.
But is there land, exterior to the wall or whatever you want to call it?
Well, as soon as you can get there beyond the 60th parallel,
right?
You
right.
can let me know.
Yeah.
You let me know how that goes. But yeah, dude, the 60th parallel, people try to cross that. They're like, you can't do it. No, sirree, Bob. Right? And the thing about it is, all of them countries have been on it since. I mean, they started out initially with a few of them in the 60s, and then I think it grew to almost everybody. I don't know how long it took, but everybody's on that damn treaty now.
Yeah.
Like, how convenient.
Have you ever seen that video of this guy? He's on Google Earth and he's looking at Antarctica, and he hits a street view, and it shows like these crazy ass bushes, and it's all nice. There's no snow. It was nuts. I'll see if I can find the video, and I'll post it up here. But yeah, man,
It's crazy. Thanks for the share. Appreciate that.
Absolutely, but
I don't doubt that one bit. Yeah, man. We're all here. We think it's flat. No, wait. We observe we observe it's not what they tell us.
Yeah. Exactly. And then you start getting into deeper stuff. I mean, you would think that flat Earth's like the top of the glacier, but it goes into so much more. And it's crazy, man. It's crazy. They've got so many CIA documents that prove that there's a war on the people of the world, not just U.S. It's the whole world. And I mean, if you go through those documents, and it's nutty, dude.
Well, I mean, there's a lot to unpack.
It's a bit messy.
So much to unpack.
The big thing is, if you can get to the 1750s and understand who Napoleon was and why he had his hand in his pocket, his breast pocket, and then you realize that the Rothschilds built their empire, making those plays by getting the letter carriers on horseback to report to them who won the war so they could make the financial play accordingly. And then Jacob Rothschild, so famous, he said, I don't care who's in charge of the world's money, or sorry, I don't care who's in charge of a country. I only care who's in charge of the country's money. And they control the country's money, so therefore they control the country itself. It's yeah. From that point, you kind of get everything
More than just control of money. It's control of the human spirit. It's control of because they don't want you being the best that you can be, dude. You know what I mean?
Like G.I. Joe kept telling us, be the best you can be.
Yeah, and that's funny that they have that. That's the Army slogan. What is it? It used to be anyway. Be all you can be in the Army. Be all you can be right now. Because we're in the here and now.
Hang on,
You know?
voice chat, baby. This guy, Jacob, one of the Sith Lords. And then
I find it interesting. I find it interesting. You work in the field of water production, and he asked you, "What do you go home and hang your hat on at night?" I bet you're looking at all that water. Every time you look at the top surface, what is it doing?
Well, it's level.
Is there any exception to that rule?
No, there's never an exception to the rule. Ever.
Okay, so let me ask you a few
It's not just
questions
water,
then.
it's all liquids.
Yeah, okay, exactly. Yeah, so in other words, if you have a big vat of water somewhere and you know the level, let's say you can visually see that level, and you have another smaller container way across the room, that's never at a different level on top, is it?
At the same level here as it is in Dubai.
Yeah, I know I was kind of leading the witness, but I think it's kind of obvious, Your Honor, where I was going with that.
the globe objects. He's leading the witness. Oh wait, you just said that. Never mind.
Okay, we need CB to come in as a judge and just clarify about the objective nature of water. All right, thank you.
Stop! You violated the law.
Yeah, we can't violate the law. Thank you, Your Honor. Anything else, Your Honor?
Hold on. The judge has one more thing.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Stop. Drop it.
Stop, drop, and roll on the flat plane.
Swing the gavel, man. Drop the hammer. Let that decision ring. It's flat. Ding, ding, ding.
Okay, sorry about the short aside. Carry on, gentlemen.
Mountains. Mountains prove that the earth is flat. You can look across the peaks of mountains and you can actually level them out. When you get pictures from a jet or whatever, and you're up there, you get that spirit level, you can literally level out the mountain. That was one of the big things that I had. I'd flown a plane to Texas, and my big thing was doing the whole D-marble thing. Oh, I'm gonna take my spirit level on the plane, and dude, straight up.
Wait a minute. Holy shit. Sorry to cuss, but this is a massive holy shit moment, boys. Holy shit. All right, Sonny, I need you off mic. Whoever's actually listening to this chat, I need you all off mic. Like CB, I know you're in and out. Boys, this is big. I just realized something. Damn it.
You mean you need us on mic?
Whoever's here, yeah, that's what I mean, on mic. Damn it, because this is something that we need to talk about openly. This is definitely. I'm about to throw a bone, and I'm about to throw a bone into the play box for chat, guys. If I'm on a plane and I have a glass of water that's sitting on that table from the seat in front of me, that cup of water stays level the entire time unless I hit turbulence, does it not?
It does.
So you're telling me from the TV that I hang on my living room wall from New York City, flying to, and I observe the cup that's in the table in front of me, with the water in front of it is measuring level, and I get to Australia and help my buddy hang his TV on the wall, we observe level.
Yeah.
Where does the curve show up?
There's no curve. It's
Yep,
all live.
but there's some very interesting things going on there, because look, if you're able to see that water level the whole entire time, well, not even that. Even if it's just most of the time, and it's for sure level in the beginning, once you achieve level flight, and in the end, before you start descending for your landing, if it's level both times, that is verification that the plane did not dip its nose to negotiate any curve, therefore was flying in a straight line the entire time. If the surface had dropped away at 8 inches per mile squared, you would be thousands of feet, if not miles, above your designated location. You'd probably be past the thermosphere or something. I don't know.
Holy crap! It just hit me like a brick shithouse.
Tradition, man.
That's actually a verification that you were flying in level flight, because if you could watch it the whole time and it never changed its level or didn't angle down, the water didn't angle down, or the liquid didn't angle another angle other than level, then the plane did not change its attitude,
Altitude.
because the cup
Or not
isn't-
altitude, sorry,
no,
yeah, attitude. Yep.
attitude, because
Yep,
the
attitude,
cup
yeah.
did not. The cup is on the plane, on the horizontal. That is the plane. The plane is built that way on the horizontal, so it can fly over the horizontal.
I can just see Glovers coming up. I use bottles on flights. Listen, man, I want to hear about your bottles on flights right now. We're talking about a cup of water, damn it. Right? Your gin and juice for all that matters, damn it. Conversation. Yeah, that's right, I said station.
Yeah, that's awesome.
No, that was definitely the visual that we were all talked about flights, and that's what I keyed in on. I was like, wait a minute, there's a cup of water on that flight, and that cup of water observed level the entire damn time. I'm here. I'm just in and out a lot. Or if you're going back to work,
What's work?
that thing that Rihanna was singing about.
You know, I don't want to do anything that Rihanna does.
Sounds like a really good plan.
You know, Rihanna actually is a really good singer, though. I've seen a lot of live performances where, you know, I could just tell that she was not faking it at all, and it's cool. Her and, but especially, who am I thinking of? Yeah, never mind. Anyway.
Well, I think I found my new calling.
What's that?
Making moonshine.
Oh. How are you going to sell it?
You know what? Easily.
Yeah, I didn't know homeless people had that much money. I'm just kidding, dude. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, well.
You're going to make moonshine.
Well, no, I'm using it for a solvent.
Oh, that's more like it.
Yeah, well, it has multiple uses, which is great. I don't plan on sitting here drinking it. That's the good thing about this is like, I have no desire to sit there and drink any of this. Like I might have one shot or half a shot or mix it with something so it's like a quarter, and then just have one drink. But I don't plan on it's dangerous. Like when you make it yourself, you go, holy shit, stuff's freaking flammable. I'm not thinking that crap. And I'm glad I have that attitude about it because like, man, oh man.
You don't smoke cigarettes, do you?
No.
It'd be, well, just imagine like drinking a little bit of moonshine and then going outside to have a smoke and
poof. Oh man.
Let's just say Michael Jackson Pepsi commercial, go.
Yeah, basically,
I said beat it, damn it. Beat it.
Literally, you got to beat my face to put the fire out. Okay, sorry, that was bad. That was bad.
Beat my face to put the fire out. Beat it. Everybody do the Michael Jackson impression now. 1, 2, 3, go. Just kidding.
Hi, my name's Michael Jackson.
That's a good one. That was pretty good.
That was CB and his soundboard.
Nobody could do it as high as freaking Steven Tyler, though. Holy.
No, I was like, let me just see. But nothing came up, and I felt a little out of pocket after I did it, so.
What's the song? Try to hit this note. It's Adam's Apple by Aerosmith. Try to hit that freaking note in that song. See if you, it's so freaking high. Well, it's been medically proven that the dude's got like another freaking vocal cord, extra one.
Listen, it wouldn't surprise me one bit if Steven Tyler was surgically altered to achieve those high-pitchingly screeches that he does.
I don't think so, because I've done it myself when I was younger. I used to be able to do it.
Fine.
I could still do it now, but I don't want to cause any more damage. I'm not I was never really trained as a vocalist. So.
Yeah, don't go killing any cats.
Okay, better shut up before old dude gets on my ass again. All right.
Sidonia genus, part of the Rosaceae family, includes pears and apples, so they are close relatives.
No, you can't compare apples to oranges.
I can compare quince to apples.
Yep. And it's funny that the trees grow like a rose vine too. They grow like a rose bush. It's really weird, but just like a giant one. That's pretty strange.
So you can make jam with that stuff, like jelly.
Oh yeah, yeah, because it has a bunch of pectin in it already.
Oh, nice.
In the fruit. Yeah, the pectin is already in there, so it coagulates on its own. So yeah, you can make jellies and jams with it, or put it in pies. They actually use it in apple pies because of the pectin.
Yo, Teddy, jam.
So a miraculous find. How is that possible? To find something that's like, now I find it so useful that I'm like, holy crap, this is how productive you can be with just something from nature. And I found a proper use for sugar, although I love it in my coffee still. To make alcohol with. I mean, alcohol is useful for first aid, for cleaning, for insecticide, for all kinds of things.
Have you guys ever heated up rubbing alcohol or vinegar? I'm talking microwave it for like 55 seconds.
No,
that shit gets corrosive, guy. You can clean your bong with that. But no, seriously, like vinegar, you could throw
That's
that,
true.
throw it in for, I throw it in the microwave for 55 seconds. I was testing stuff out, and it cleaned my pipe. I was like, bro, this is sick. Yeah, man, you microwave vinegar, it turns it corrosive. I was like, why does it do this? So I Googled it, and yeah, man, just a little FYI for you boys. If you guys are ever looking for a good cleaner, gloves, cause that'll wreck your hands. No,
well, check it out. That's how they say to clean the still, because the product goes through a coil of copper. So that's how I cleaned the still, with a solution of vinegar, white vinegar, and distilled water. And I ran that through the still. That's the first thing I didn't run it through the still. And then
so calcium in water, you must get that a lot then, right? Because it's
well,
fluoride. Do you guys have fluoride in California?
Yeah, only in the cooling pot though, where it's coming out of the kettle.
Yeah.
It's vapor.
Oh,
it's vapor going into the kettle. It's condensing. It's condensing inside the coil.
Right.
That goes through the cooling pot.
That makes sense.
The cooling pot just has water running through it constantly through the coil, through the pot. So the coils going through the water are cooling. As the vapor comes up, it goes around the coil and cools off in the cool water, and then it drips out.
Sasha, you put olives on it though, dude. You ruined it. Who put olives on pizza? What's wrong with you? That's blasphemy. Who eats olives?
Now you're
That's
talking
even
about
further
pizza.
blasphemy.
Oh my god!
Have you seen have you looked in the voice chat? Have you looked in the voice chat?
No, I should.
You
I
should
ought to
look
be.
in the voice chat.
Let me turn my mic off.
I can't even say I'd pick off the olives because the olives leach into the pizza. But the pizza's definitely making me hungry, Sasha. And I just ate.
If you want that definition, you cannot have gas pressure without container. You can almost say you cannot have pizza without olives. You can have it.
Stop it! Look, I'll counter your olives with pineapple. Damn it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. Olives on a pizza. Come on.
Put,
You tell me that black olives are good. You crazy?
I will put it olives and how it's in English. That
What are you gonna
fish.
do?
Fish.
Sardines?
No, it's like sardines, but it doesn't call like that.
Yeah, the little small
Anchovies.
fishes though. Anchovies. Yeah, anchovies. Yeah,
Yeah.
Man, look, you can take your salty pizza and no thanks. So I used to work at Domino's. I used to make pizza for people. So they ordered up, and I'd say okay, and they'd ask for sardines or not sardines, anchovies on their pizza. No, run the other way. We'd have to put on gloves and yeah, dude. I don't like those things. Bleh.
I never made pizza with the gloves. Never ever in my life.
You never made pizza with a globe?
Gloves? Did you say
Oh,
gloves?
with gloves, yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, because that fish, you had the fish in the olive oil. You had to. We kept it in the big, huge vats. So you'd reach in with the gloves and like pull out the little guys and throw them on the pizza.
You need to do that with fingers. Yeah, because every pizza man should have clean hands, and that's it. And you don't use gloves.
No, I use gloves because we get a fresh pair of gloves because I didn't want my hands stinking like fish. So
I
like
know.
always go back and forth and wash our hands. Like don't pull out the gloves. Get the gloves. This might be a little cold. Bend over. Grover calling.
Hey Kiwi, is your avatar of your car?
My old truck, yes. My old truck. Rest in peace, my old truck.
Man, what happened to it?
I sold it to somebody for a deal and they were supposed to take care of it for a while and then they sold it to somebody else and that person had an unfortunate meeting with another car. So rest in pieces, as they say.
Yeah, that looks quite customized.
Yeah, it was a Ford Flex, 22s, bags, air ride, then like tinted out the tails and stuff. Pretty cool. Just there wasn't a lot to do with that platform when it came out in 2008. So I just ended up just doing a lot of stuff that I could, or little things that I could find everywhere, and it kind of just added up to something that was workable on the daily driver. But thanks for noticing, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it actually made me think it was like one of those cars out of the 20s at first, and then I was like trying to look closer and closer, but you know what I mean? Like the cars from the 20s.
Yeah, got you. I'll actually it's funny, you can actually go on if you go on Google and type in Ford Flex Air Ride, it'll actually turn up in the images search.
Wow.
But I'll throw a picture up.
Hold on, like 1 sec. Yeah.
There's a front quarter shot for you in the voice chat.
It looks sleek. I don't know. I don't know how else to describe how it looks.
Yeah, no, it's definitely different. My friends would say it looks like a giant hearse. Like, yeah, you can move some bodies in that because I mean you could lay the rear rows flat and you can fit a 4x8 sheet of drywall in there, no problem. So
It's definitely a body mover, that's for sure. Kids loved it. Good for the family, whatnot. Do you have an eye for cars or what?
I mean, it's interesting, like the old cars that I used to go to a what's it called, a motorsports like events thing that had people bringing custom cars like out the wazoo. It was humongous, and I was just doing the parking lot work for a fundraiser for the wrestling team that I was on in high school. And then when we'd take our breaks, we'd walk around and like see custom cars and stuff. But like I guess I got curious about like the 20s kind of cars, thinking about like before 2020 happened. I was thinking, oh man, what if people in the upcoming decade start kind of like going throwback culture to the zoot suits and the like moonshine, or like what is it, what bootlegging alcohol, speakeasy bars and stuff.
Yeah, there's actually a company called Mob Steel based out of Detroit. Bear with me, I'll get the link for you. And they are very, very much inspired with the whole gangster,
Yeah.
movement. There's their, they've got an absolutely insane Lincoln Continental. Let me find it. Yeah, there it is, a '68, which obviously gives a lot of homage to the Matrix. First time he meets Trinity and the crew, go for a ride in the back of the car with the suicide rears and whatnot. But what we love about these cars is they're low, long, and flat. What's so attractive about these things?
Can be quite an extensive project working on cars.
Yeah, it's definitely it's not definitely nonstop. Actually, this is the one I was thinking of. That one's a little bit of a not quite the one I was thinking. This is it here, the '63.
What got you started in your interest in
I
this?
hate driving things that look like everybody else's. I have to be
Uh-huh.
different.
Uh-huh.
Being normal sucks. I like being different. I have to be different. Yeah, just yeah, but just to make it different, custom. And obviously sense of inspiration, sense of pride. Something to be creative with. It's kind of like an artist in a canvas in a way. Right? It's like an outward expression of your mental state, if you will, I guess. But yeah, man, always been into it. I'm 42 now, and always love modifying cars.
It's an outward expression of your beautiful, blooming personality.
There you go. That makes a lot of sense.
Well, really, what it is boys with toys, but it's, hey, look what I can buy and look what I can fix up. Hey, look what you can buy and look what you can fix up. And hey, cool, we're sharing this moment.
I think there's a common knowledge among car guys. There's a common knowledge among guys who even collect sneakers or take pride in their shoes and watches and hats. And there always seems to be this little common thread about shoes and cars and that kind of stuff. But yeah, man. Shoes or cars for your feet. That's what I always say. Mode of transport.
Yeah, I'm sure at some point I'll do the same when I have the money for whatever vehicles I'll have. I'll be able to appreciate the style points that and of course, like major upkeep. Like I'm most impressed when it runs well. like I'd hate to see a car with that much work going into it when it or any vehicle with that much work in it, and the engine is suffering.
Yeah, if it doesn't roll, don't bring it. And I don't mean roll as in you're gonna push it either. There's a lot of good. Do you get into YouTube at all and look at different guys, builders, and things of that nature?
Not really. I mean,
Yeah, there's a lot of good builders out there that are doing. I mean, it depends what you like too. Obviously, like supercars, modern day stuff. There's a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of builders as well that do a lot of old school rides, like I shared above. Mob Steel. Go check those guys out, and I think you can find them on YouTube too. They'll have a breakdown some of their builds and stuff.
I actually have some people working on a custom car right now. It's going to be all spherical. The steering wheel will be spherical. The wheels will be spherical.
I think I know what it's going to look like. Hold on, let me share it. I think
it's a custom build. The wheels will never go flat.
So hold on a second. So you're telling me that the air in the tires don't need a container?
No, they're going to be spherically held in by gravity. It's going to be spherical with gravity. It's going to be totally custom. It's going to be awesome.
Okay, because here's the model I was thinking you were pitching. Hold on. Give me a quick second. You said spherical.
Yep. And then I'm also doing a custom house, so it'll be a spherical house as well. To park in a spherical garage, I'll have the spherical car. I've got a spherical pool, spherical bed. The floors are curved. The walls are curved. When you turn the ceiling fan on, the room spins.
Whoa, wait a second. So you're telling me that the opposite happens when you turn on the fan? The room spins.
Yeah.
Bruh.
All the fans do that.
Okay.
The bathtub.
So I get cooled by the wind in the room.
Yeah.